Okay, okay, folks, we're gonna. Okay. Good evening. I'm Carolyn Rye, Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, and I hereby call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock p.m. on this 9th day of March 2021. Pursuant to the state of emergency related to the COVID-19 pandemic, the governor's executive orders, the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as amended by the Virginia General Assembly, and the school board's April 7th, 2020 emergency resolution, this workshop of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach will be conducted in person for school board members and certain staff members. However, due to the necessary health mitigation strategies in place, it's impractical and unfeasible for the public to attend this meeting in person. Members of the public will be able to observe the school board meeting through live streaming on vbschools.com, broadcast on VBTV Channel 47, and on Zoom. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please take the verbal roll?
Thank you, Chair. In school board chambers, we have Chairwoman Rye, Miss Melnick, Miss Anderson, Miss Felton, Miss Franklin, Miss Hughes, Miss Owens, Miss Riggs, and Miss Weems. Attending via Zoom is Miss Holtz and Miss Manning.
Thank you. And for the record, Mrs. Holtz is here in the school admin building, participating via Zoom for health purposes, and Mrs. Manning is Zooming in today due to health reasons. Okay, now I ask all present to join me, please, for a moment of silence. And please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, with no recognitions this evening, we will be adopting this evening's agenda. Are there any modifications? Okay, hearing none, a motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, and a second, Mrs. Hughes. Please show your approval with a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Thank you all. So now that brings us to the superintendent's report. Dr. Spence, we welcome you and look forward to what you have to share.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. So here are just a few items of interest for you and our families to know on this 23rd day of March. First, as a reminder, spring break is April 5th through the 9th, so right around the corner. Also, Wednesday, April the 14th will be an adjusted dismissal for students. That marks the end of the third quarter, and that day allows teachers and staff time to finalize grades and complete end of quarter paperwork. So look for additional reminders as we get closer to those dates. Next, VBCPS's Partners in Education program supports collaborative efforts between schools in our community that promote academic success and personal growth for our students. These partners run the gamut from businesses, military commands, faith-based groups, and civic organizations who work with schools to design innovative educational opportunities to meet the unique needs of our students and schools. These partners recognize the dedication that VBCPS staff has shown the students and their families this past year, and to show their admiration and appreciation, several partners have contributed tokens of thanks. So in the coming weeks, staff in allocated positions will receive an envelope full of coupons and vouchers from some of our division partners to say thank you. I hope this helps our staff remember that our community and our partners support them and their work to help our students grow every day. And we want to thank all of our partners who helped make this possible, along with our communications and community engagement team. Next, please consider stopping by our Beach Bags food drive, which takes place on Thursday, March the 25th from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. at Pembroke Mall in the Kohl's parking lot behind Walgreens. This drive will collect individual food items as well as school supplies for students here in Virginia Beach. If you are not familiar with it, the Beach Bags program provides shelf-stable meals and healthy snacks to students who might otherwise go hungry during weekends and over extended school breaks. Since the program was founded in 2009, more than 154,000 beach bags have been distributed, and the support offered by that program continues. In fact, since September of 2020, more than 10,500 beach bags filled with shelf-stable items have been distributed to students in need here in our city, and more bags are going out each week. And of course, this program would not be possible without generous donations from our community. And it's important to note that 100% of the monetary donations for the program are used to purchase food for students in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. For more information, or if you can't stop by the drive and would like to donate, please call 757-263-1949, or you can visit our Education Foundation website at www.vbef.org. Last up tonight, I'd like to just highlight one of our students, Natalia de los Rios. She is a sophomore in the International Baccalaureate program at Princess Anne High School and is the founder and site director for the Virginia Beach chapter of the national nonprofit Food Rescue US. That's an organization dedicated to addressing food insecurity and food waste by rescuing edible food that might otherwise go to waste. So Natalia began this endeavor as a freshman in January of 2020 with small rescues of excess restaurant food that she'd connected to local food pantries and senior residences. When the pandemic hit and an opportunity came to receive a weekly semi-truck of USDA food boxes, she contacted the school division to ask about distributing those boxes alongside our summer meal service. And Tim Cole, our chief sustainability officer, our school principals, and staff from Distribution Services and Safe Schools mentored and assisted her with the necessary logistics. Currently, Natalia and her team of high school volunteers distribute 2 truckloads of food a week, as well as other rescued food. They are set to distribute close to 2 million pounds of food by the end of April. This amazing young woman has over 70 volunteers and 50 community church pantries and social service organizations involved in food rescue, and she hopes to help make Virginia Beach a zero food waste city. So we just want to say to Natalia that we're thankful for your continued work to help feed the families of Virginia Beach, and we can't wait to see what other outstanding things you are going to accomplish in your future. What a great example of the kind of students we have here. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Spence. That brings us to approval of meeting minutes for the March 9th, 2021 regular school board meeting. Are there any modifications to the minutes? Okay, hearing none, a motion to approve. Ms. Owens, and a second, Mrs. Franklin. Okay, please show your approval with a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Thank you once again, all. Okay, agenda item 10, hearing of citizens and delegations on agenda items. The school board will now hear comments on agenda items from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to this meeting. In-person speakers will be called first, followed by speakers participating through Zoom or by telephone. Speakers should begin speaking once their name is called. And as a reminder, each speaker has 4 minutes to present and will be given a 30-second warning before time expires. Once expired, the speaker should stop making remarks and the next speaker will be queued to speak. And we do ask that in-person speakers keep their masks securely fitted over their noses and mouths during their time in the school administration building and while addressing the school board. And we do ask you to all to please keep in mind that the school board invites the public to also submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you please introduce our first speaker of the evening?
Thank you. Our first speaker is Courtney Graves.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, school board, Chairman Ryan, Vice Chair Melnick, Dr. Spence, and other Virginia Beach leaders. My name is Courtney Graves. I've been an educator for going on 28 years now. I was an English high school teacher, administrator, middle school teacher, and I worked for the Virginia Department of Ed, or the Office of School Improvement for 17 years, sorry. Oh, I'm kind of loud enough, but. I got it? Okay. I have two daughters, born and bred Virginia Beach Public Schools, one at UVA and one at University of Georgia. Super successful. I currently have a freshman at Cox, who I think, as Ms. Weems talked earlier, right now in her classes, she has 6, 3, 6, and 7 kids. So I appreciate what you said during the workshop. I came here tonight really to speak on the agenda item described as calendar, but really in so much as I find it odd that there's an agenda item for this topic, because I'm not really sure what it means, being as we don't really have a schedule for next year and we don't know what that is going to look like. I changed focus pretty much totally after I watched the workshop from a little while ago. And like I said, Ms. Weems, I appreciated your question about the kids in school right now and trying to get back. And I have concerns about the plan not being released until July 13th for fall of next year. I wanted to bring your attention to 4 major school divisions that announced last week that they would be returning face-to-face 5 days in the fall. Those are Loudoun, Fairfax, Prince William, and Henrico, where one of our own is there. And York announced today. The fact that these schools are announcing with confidence that they will be back face-to-face 5 days in the fall, and that we don't seem to be able to commit to any type of plan until July 13th, I do not think is reasonable. I wanted to give a little story because it really fits with what we're dealing with right now. I had an advisor during my doctoral program at UVA, Dan Duke. Some of you might know him. He's an education phenom, really tough grader. He talked about his first administrative position in New York, in a New York public school. When he got there, the problem that he faced was major graffiti on the bathroom walls. He, as the principal with the custodial staff, went in every evening, painted those stalls. Every day, they got ruined again. He went on a trip to Home Depot to buy new paint one evening, and he came back, looked through all the shelves, and saw chalkboard paint. He had never seen that before. He took chalkboard paint back to that school. He put chalk and erasers in those bathrooms, and he painted those bathroom stalls. And you can guess what happened. The novelty wore off. The graffiti was gone. There was no more chaos in the learning environment. And I tell that story because it was an out-of-the-box idea, it was a creative idea, and it was a timely idea. All 3 are things we need to do to get our kids back to school face-to-face. I appreciated during the workshop the discussion of the virtual option because I think that needs to be afforded to families who want that option. And I was really happy with hearing the way that was working out during the workshop.
30 seconds.
3 feet guidelines, we know it. But these other 5 schools have said with confidence that they are going back in the fall. They're making it work. Some of the ideas they have floated, buying and renting tents for outdoor classrooms, using supplementary spaces like gyms and auditoriums, renting and buying trailers for additional classroom space, outfitting our classrooms with high-grade air filters, carbon monoxide detectors and portable air cleaners, and just plain opening the windows. Students first. I think it was Mr. Freeman that said that
And
during
that
the
is
workshop.
time.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Our next speaker is Susan Hypen.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Susan Hippen. I'm a retired Navy Master Chief, and I have family in Virginia Beach schools. Equity, going to be plain and very direct tonight. Equity is defined as the quality of being fair and impartial. Equity in education should ensure that every student has the support they need to be successful. It requires putting systems in place to ensure every child has equal chance for success. An equity policy should identify barriers and help remove them. It shows everyone in the system that they have biases. We all come in this world without them, but we develop them. And it should promote an equal playing field. An equity policy is not used to create quotas. It is not political. Equity is about getting students what they need to be successful. It isn't just about understanding the Muslim kid or the Jewish kid's traditions or the black kid who listens to rap or the white kid who tinkers with cars. By the way, that kid could be your next plumber or HVAC technician, just saying. Equity is about girls who want to be in shop, the boys who want to be in home ec, about how they need to know how to use algebra to double a recipe, or how they can use fractions to measure a board, or how they need to read well enough to either get that trade license or a PhD. Equity removes barriers that thwart the inclusive atmosphere for those children to thrive academically. For the black child who dreams of being a surgeon, or the white child who wants to be a plumber. I'm asking each of you on the school board, end your partisan bickering. By the way, I brought things to show. Stop using social media to promote conflict. These papers contain words like Marxism, hard left culture, and racist. That's counterproductive. And it's really a bad example to set for the students of our city. Educate all of the school staff on the programs that are available to help them, all the programs, and please help them maintain their dignity. Understand, each of you possesses a unique toolkit with education and qualifications. Please respect each other and use each other's knowledge and backgrounds. It will serve you well. Again, biases are not learned behavior. They're not innate, they're learned behaviors. Learning about other cultures and ethnicity promotes understanding. I hope all of you will work together. Learning about other cultures and ethnicities promotes understanding. I am of a mixed race. My mother was, my father was. My 11-year-old nephew, we pulled out of Virginia Beach schools because he was labeled a bad kid. He's up in New Jersey on the honor roll. I hope all of you will work together to promote the success of the equity policy. Please begin tonight with a renewed energy. Miss Manning, which one are you? This is
30
despicable. Oh, well, this is despicable. You're welcome to reach out to me. There is systematic racism in this world. I can tell you about it. And no left turn, that's just unprofessional. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. God bless.
Our next speaker is Tracy Leakett.
Welcome.
Thank you. Oops. Okay. Hi, my name is Tracy Leakett. Thank you all again for your hard work during this time, Dr. Spence and the entire school board. For the last 10 years, I've worked off and on as a substitute teacher. And I would start the day by coming in, looking at the room, and then writing my name on the whiteboard or whatever it is now. And I would put either Miss L, because, you know, my last name is hard to pronounce, and thank you for pronouncing it. And sometimes I would also put Miss Leagid and then the pronunciation. And I would proudly say, you know, hi, my name is Miss L or Miss Leagid. Leagid means to roll in Filipino, like a rock that rolls. That's what my mom would say. So, you know, I would see the Asian American kids, the Filipino American kids, excited when they hear Filipino. You know, I think in every school there's an Asian American or Filipino. And I know growing up when I would see, I never had a teacher in Virginia Beach public schools. I went to Holland, I went to Old Donation, Plaza, and Kellum. I did not have a Filipino American or Filipino teacher until I took a summer class at ODU, and then I took a summer math class at TCC, which I loved both. And that was the first time I had had a teacher that was, of my cultural background. So I think it's extremely important for children to see people staff, who they can identify with. It's awesome to have Filipino American, Asian American custodians and cafeteria workers, but it's very important to have like a Vicky Manugo, who's a principal in Virginia Beach, and, teachers like Ray Bispo at Salem. I'm trying to think. I know there are others in a leadership role. At all levels, it's important for kids to know that they can do anything, whether you're a custodian or a principal or a school board member. Now more than ever, we need to stand behind the equity work that Dr. Parrott and team have worked so tirelessly to bring to fruition. Our community is beautifully diverse, and it is vital that we advocate for equity in our schools and in our community so that people from all backgrounds can understand one another and learn from each other. When we do this, things like Atlanta, things like the mass shooting in Atlanta, the slashing of the Filipino American in New York from face to face, and then there was another Filipino American situation where his neck was stood on or pressed down, just like George Floyd, and he died in his own home. When people connect and just simply know and see people of different ethnicities, different gender
30
identities,
seconds.
they don't fear them anymore. And this equity work is critical to us getting to know one another and unifying with one another. So thank you all so much for your time and your hard work during this time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Atwood Brooks.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Rye, members of the board, and Superintendent Spence. I'm here tonight to speak about the new VBCPS equity policy. The policy decries the inequitable achievement outcomes for races in Virginia Beach schools and appoints a director of diversity, equity, and inclusion to correct them, despite the fact that according to state records, Black and Hispanic students in Virginia Beach schools tested proficient in subjects tested statewide as often or more often than white students in Virginia Beach in both school years 2017-18 and 2018-19. All racial categories of Virginia Beach students showed remarkable progress in subject matter proficiency across the board between those years. Virginia Beach students of all races easily, and in some cases, greatly surpass the proficiency demonstrated in standardized tests in 5 subjects by their peers in Richmond and Fairfax County. In 2017-18, Virginia Beach had the lowest achievement gaps among the 12 most conservative cities. Furthermore, in 2018-19, all Virginia Beach students made statistically significant improvements from the previous year, and Hispanic students outperformed white students in English reading, English writing, and mathematics, while Black students made a huge 3-point leap in mathematics proficiency. So, why did Virginia Beach pass a new educational equity policy that trashes current teachers and demands their retraining? And why does the makeup of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee obviously exhibit so little diversity? This board should issue a public apology to its teachers, repeal this policy, and disband the committee that brought it forward. The policy itself requires culturally responsive, or CR, training for all staff and school board. The policy also requires CR curriculum and assessments for students. CR is grounded in critical race theory, or CRT, which is a baseless, racist, discriminatory, and divisive concept based on Marxist socialist critical theory. It teaches that all white people are oppressors and privileged, and people of color are oppressed victims. CR does not continue the legacy of the civil rights movement. CR lessons teach children to judge others not by their character, but by their skin color, a complete reversal of the lessons of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Some board members have denied that this policy promotes CRT, but the facts tell a different story. A Virginia Beach High School teacher gave an assignment based on an opinion article by CNN that told students to not involve police unless it's an immediate matter of life and death because police presence increases the risk of lethal harm to black people. Recent teacher training in Virginia Beach tells teachers, of course you are
30
racist,
seconds.
and they lead into their discomfort. Our children are our most precious gift from God, and we have a responsibility to raise them with love and moral principles with the goal to instill in them the positive characteristics to be responsible citizens and live virtuous lives. But their minds are being polluted, coupled with the lies of LGBT indoctrination and promoting murder by abortion.
And that is time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pamela Burnham. Our next speaker is Pamela Burnham.
Not here, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Our next speaker then is Crystal Felton.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rye and board members. First, let me begin by sharing how proud and excited I am about the equity policy and the steps the school division has taken toward equity in Virginia Beach. However, I am highly disappointed in the false information that has been shared on national news outlets, blogs, and social media platforms. Parents deserve accurate and truthful information. While I cannot crawl inside one of our school board members' head and know her intentions, I can certainly see, hear, and feel the outcome of her behavior and dog whistling. Last week, I had an opportunity to exercise my training that I've been receiving surrounding equity. In fact, this training has given me the space to promote healthy attitudes and beliefs about equity. For 30 minutes, I worked with a group of students on how to draw conclusions by using evidence in the text. The literature included biographies of civil rights leaders like Ruby Bridges, Martin Luther King, and John Lewis. One biography that my students read hit home for them, not because the information was new, but the text became personal and eye-opening. You see, many of my students don't look like me. They were baffled that Rosa Parks was arrested and put in jail for not giving up her seat to a white man. Many said out loud, "That's dumb." And another student asked me repeatedly, "But why did they arrest her? Why?" I encouraged them to go back and reread the text and think about why she was arrested. Several students grappled with the text, but eventually they were able to locate the information and draw the conclusion that based on the color of her skin, she was treated differently. I thought this was going to be the end of this discussion, but my friends wanted to engage in more conversation. One of my little friends said to me with a disgusted face, "Mrs. Felton, we are all white and you are black. So does that mean you had to sit in the back?" Another student popped up with his arms extended and said, "Mrs. Felton, I would have given up my seat to you. I can't believe they had such dumb laws back because you're black and I'm white." This teachable moment was priceless. Not only did my students nail the learning target, but my friends went above and beyond my initial goal. Not only did they begin to understand and embrace the emotions, but they also saw me, their teacher, who has been with them from virtual learning to face, and how equity was not granted to everyone. This is just one example of how important this work is needed today. My learning target was not to shame my students about their race or to promote racist practices that seek to divide rather than unite. Does that sound familiar? But to provide them with the authentic texts to help them draw conclusions about equity. This 30-minute lesson did more for me
30
than
seconds.
it did for them. It gave me hope. It gave me hope that one day my students will use their voice to make the world a better place for all to live, to understand the importance of some policies that can silence voices and votes and ones that can grant equality and justice. In closing, equity has always been a struggle, so don't let the distractions outweigh the amazing work that our division is doing to create a more equitable future for all of us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Just.
Not here, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Mary Tyrell.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here today as a tax-paying conservative voice in opposition to the equity policy and audit you are considering. As a conservative, I'm strongly against any ahistorical, anti-American Marxist ideology and teaching. Conservatives and Republicans like Abraham Lincoln and Dr. Martin Luther King fought these biases and prejudices. Republican lawmakers voted out racist, institutional, democratic Jim Crow laws. Our history as a country is not pure by any means, but we have come a long, long way. We are not systemically or institutionally racist. Our teachers don't teach math or reading differently to different students based on the color of their skin. If they do, they should be fired. Critical race theory is a negativistic theory that relies on the ability to find racism in every facet of society, even when there is none. It negates individual responsibility and agency and divides people. It is identity politics at its core and has just replaced Marxist ideology of socioeconomic factors with racial factors. The fact that there isn't racism is racist if you adhere to critical race theory. I've seen Mrs. Anderson's email saying critical race theories is not part of the curriculum and that teachers aren't teaching it in Virginia Beach. But then it continues, and I quote, "It's to help them become aware of the circumstances that may prohibit equity within their classrooms and to help them recognize situations that are not equitable for all students." She continues, "The intent of the training was to help teachers understand innate biases. These are the critical race theory's fundamentals. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Likewise, a racist policy like critical race theory by any other name would still stink and still be racist and Marxist. Calling a practice by a different name doesn't change the practice's ideals. All you have to do is Google critical race theory in Virginia Beach schools, and you'll see plenty of proof that it is indeed being taught in the Virginia Beach public city schools. At home, we teach our children love, kindness, and respect for everyone, no matter what their color is. That character matters, not their color, religion, sex, or preference. Now you want to reverse all of that and start teaching our kids that these things do now matter. Where have we gone? We're going backwards. You're teaching them racism at school, going against what the parents have taught them from the time that they were small. We're the land of the free, and there's opportunity for everyone. That is what we should be teaching them. As a taxpayer, I was appalled when you approved the equity policy in September of 2020 with no plan. There was no proposed curriculum, no standards, no financial plan. At that point, you put no spending limit on how much Dr. Spence could spend on its implementation. And now you're contemplating an audit at the whim of Dr. Pero, I believe is how you say it. Who does the audit? Who appointed the people to that? What are the standards of the audit? You guys haven't even come up with a standard, and you're going to go back and audit it. Who's spending the money? How much is this audit going to cost? Shouldn't our tax dollars be spent on actually teaching our kids reading, writing, and arithmetic instead of how to look for racism in every intersection in society. I hope anyone watching at home will remember how each member of this
30 seconds.
dysfunctional school board votes on this issue, and come November, we will replace the school board members that support this racist agenda. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Gerloff.
Welcome.
Thank you. First off, I would like to thank each of you as representatives, as our elected representatives of the men and women of Virginia Beach. I know that it's a tough job that you do, and I feel that your position on the school board looking after our children is the most important, as our children are our most precious property that we hold. I'm here today to speak on behalf of a growing group of people who are very concerned about what is being taught in our schools and what looks like going to be taught in our schools. And that is, it's been disguised as other names, but it is critical race theory. This critical race theory actually promotes separation, it promotes division. We are a melting pot in this country, and you cannot look at someone's skin and tell what race they are. I know this because after looking at 23andMe and doing some research myself and all the research tools that we have, many of us have found that we are actually multiracial, that we aren't just one race, we are many. And
I'm sorry, we have to be consistent. Can you place the mask?
oh, sorry, it's getting in my way. I forgot where I was.
Just take a moment.
Yes, thank you. And yes, we are, thank you. You can't look at someone's skin today and tell who they are, or where they came from, or anything about them, because we are multiracial. And in fact, if you do judge somebody by the color of their skin, that is in and of itself racism. If this being taught in our schools is only going to create more division and hatred and teach children to hate each other. Racial discrimination, I'd like to inform you of some laws, and so therefore you are aware of some laws that will be being violated when this is being taught in our schools. Racial discrimination violates Title IV of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination in schools on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. As the Supreme Court explained in Brown versus the Board of Education in 1954, racial discrimination in schools violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Racial discrimination also violates Title IV of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination in schools on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Racial discrimination is also prohibited by the Title VI,
30 seconds.
Civil Rights Act of 1964, which forbids schools that receive federal financial assistance, which is virtually all public schools, from discriminating against students based on color, race, or national origin. So as you can, there are many other laws that are being violated with this, by this being taught in our schools. Obviously, I'm running out of time to inform you on all the laws, but I did want to make you aware so that you informed.
And that is time.
That's time. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Colleen Clemenston.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. As a parent of 2 students in the system, it is not only my right but my responsibility to be informed of what my children are learning at school. Educators know of the importance of communication between school and home. We want the parents of our students to know what is going on so they will support us in the school's mission and the district's mission. And that is why I'm here tonight. I have recently read the equity plan that was presented to us back in the beginning of the school year. While there are some good points, I do have some questions about this plan, and I feel very fortunate that I can present them here in a place without judgment or recrimination. I'm sorry. According to the district's plan, staff will be required to have training on implicit bias and culturally responsive teaching. Some examples of the 7 pillars of culturally responsive teaching are: students are affirmed in their cultural connections, teachers are personally inviting, learning environments are physically and culturally inviting, classroom is managed with firm, consistent, loving control, and instructional changes are made to accommodate differences in learners. Whether consciously or not, teachers throughout the years have provided this in the past. Can we do a better job? Of course. There's always room for improvement in methods we teach our kids. I know personally when I was reading through this, I was going back to my years teaching here in Virginia Beach and Norfolk, and when I was reading those, I was like, wait a minute, I did this, and I can come up with examples for that. So I was doing culturally responsive teaching even before I knew it existed. Implicit bias is defined as an unconscious association, belief, or attitude toward a social group which is learned. I know when people look at me and we start talking about sports, the first thing I get is like, oh, you must have played basketball because you're so tall. Or, when they hear I'm a stay-at-home mom, they've said to me in the past, oh, how it must be nice to do Pilates and go out to lunch and eat bonbons all day. I've actually had people said that to my face, which is far from the truth. So we all have it. And being able to learn about it and to have training on it, on how to, think about those and not say those things is great. Back in the day, if someone asked me what classroom management training we were using in the class, and I'm sure the former teachers on the board would know, we would say the Kagan method. We were all certified in the Kagan method. We were trained in Kagan. And then I would explain it to my parents. And that is one of my issues with the plan, is that there has been no specifics. And when you're a parent and you're giving your baby to a school district, you want to know specifically what's going on. How are we funding this? Are we going to have to take money away from programs such as the arts or special education? What specific training modules are we using to teach implicit bias? What training are we going to give our teachers to have a culturally responsive classroom? And there's not much out there that I've heard of. And I've heard about critical race theory, and there's tons of people that have already spoken about it, so I'm not going to reiterate that. And what I can say is this. With everything that's going on in the world, I was always that teacher that no matter what, I want all my students, no matter where you come from, what color you are, I want you to do the very, very best that you can. I worked at Coleman Place in Norfolk for 4 years. I worked at Betty F. Williams for 2 years. Never once did I lower the bar for my students. I set the bar, they rose to it. If a student had issues, if they had an issue with writing and we had a book report to do, but they were a great artist, hey, let's do something artistic and I'll help you with the writing. Let's do some after-school tutoring.
30
Let's help you
seconds.
there. But we need to get a plan to get the schools back open in order to achieve full equity. And that's across the board. Because I know personally, we need to have a plan by July so that parents can come up with childcare if you want exemplary teachers, like myself, to be back in the classroom full-time, which I would love to be. I thank you for your time, and I hope that you will take all these into consideration. And in a perfect world, we would be sitting down having an open dialogue. And whether we agree to disagree and walked out respectfully, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Amy Morris.
Welcome.
Thank you. There's a certain class of race problem solvers who don't want the patient to get well because as long as the disease holds out, they have not only an easy means of making a living, but also an easy medium through which to make themselves prominent before the public. Booker T. Washington, a scientist, a black educator, counseled U.S. presidents, founder of Tuskegee University. On Robert E. Lee, Booker T. Washington, America's great African-American educator, wrote in 1910, "The first white people in America, certainly the first in the South, to exhibit their interest in reaching of the Negro and saving his soul through the medium of the Sunday school were Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. Where Lee and Stonewall have led in the redemption of the Negro through Sunday school, the rest of us can afford to follow. I believe the time is coming when those organizations, individuals who have uncritically embraced fashionable dogma and demonized those urging caution, will have to answer for the harm that they've enabled. If you know anything about Kitty Worthman, the World War II survivor that gave her account of Hitler's takeover of Austria, if you haven't seen her sharing that and the similarities of today's left and their progressive agenda, I highly recommend watching. The use of the words like equity and equality, you'll see it pointed out repeatedly. In September 2020, Virginia Department of Education teacher training promoted by the Virginia Beach Schools Director of Diversity Training included verbatim, "The United States was founded on white supremacy, and all white people are racist because of the color of skin." It's beyond racist and disgusting. It provokes violence. It is implying the use of children to push an agenda, and most probably don't even know about it. The majority in Virginia Beach are families with mixed race. Do they know? Do they have any idea? Because there seems to be a pattern of pushing agendas, paying for them, and then and letting the public know after the fact. I bet most don't know. The exact opposite of what the job of educator is what it appears. U.S. public schools from 1950 to 2009 had 96% increase in students, 252 increase in teachers, and 702 increase in administration and other staff. Why has Virginia Beach ranking fallen to far below top 10 in the nation that it once was? How much does it cost to buy back the parental rights, the privacy, the safety, the innocence being destroyed by the gross opportunists claiming ownerships of our public schools? How much? There is nothing normal about grown adults obsessing about the genitals of minors,
30 seconds.
promoting child sex advocacy, selling gender confusion, and spreading hatred, packaging it as anti-racism. The same club socially constructing it is collecting tax dollars to do it. It's evil. It's wrong. And we should be better than that in Virginia Beach. Accountability is coming and traceability exists. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Glenn Tremamore.
That was a good try.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's Glenn Trematore. Yes, I'm a dad of two kids that are in the Virginia Beach High School, and I moved to Virginia Beach. One of the primary reasons was because of the excellent education that I thought the kids would be getting, and I think for the most part they have. I was sent a video to look at, and I think you've probably heard enough about it already, but in the 9-minute point it says one of the most freeing things that white people can do is to say, of course, I am racist. I find that offensive, and I just think the whole video is kind of couched in we're doing the right thing, it's good feelings, and then the agenda really starts to hit home. And I will tell you, I watch what my kids watch on TV and read on the internet, and it's disturbing, and it's disturbing to them. And, the video said they welcome uncomfortable conversations, and I welcome those uncomfortable conversations. I think we need to have them. I grew up in New York City. I was very aware, even in the North, where it was much less racist than in other parts of the country. I still had black friends that were afraid of white people, and that's wrong. but I think the pendulum has swung too far to the other side. And as I want to know, like, what the books that are going to be used, and I'd like to offer something from Thomas Sowell. Dr. Sowell grew up in the streets of Harlem, graduated from Harvard, Columbia, University of Chicago, taught at Cornell, UCLA, Rutgers, Amherst, and eventually Stanford. From several of Dr. Sowell's books, we have these facts, and I think the kids need to know this. Europeans enslaved other Europeans, Asians enslaved other Asians, Africans other Africans. It was Africans who enslaved their fellow Africans, selling them to Europeans or to Arabs and keeping others for themselves. Brazil imported several times as many slaves as the United States. In colonial America, white indentured servants were a major part of the population, and they were auctioned off just like black slaves. According to a 2008 Global Slavery Index, the top 10 countries with slavery are North Korea, Eritrea, Burundi, Central African Republic, Afghanistan, South Sudan, Pakistan, Cambodia, and Iran. I don't see any white, predominantly white populations in those countries. Top 10 most actively fighting against modern-day slavery is the Netherlands, the USA, the UK, Sweden, Belgium, Croatia, Spain, Norway, Portugal, and Montenegro. I think it's obvious that many of those countries are predominantly populated by white people. While slavery is common to all civilizations, only one civilization developed moral revulsion against it, and it was late, and they themselves were slave owners in the 18th century, and they became the 19th century the destroyers of slavery around the world. So if we're honest, we must conclude, and this is what the kids need to know, this is what I teach my kids, but I will tell you it's an increasingly difficult battle. I teach them, as Thomas Sowell states, the story of how human beings
30 seconds.
treat other human beings when they have unbridled power over them is seldom a pretty story, or even a decent story, regardless of the color of the people involved. My biggest fear right now for the future generations and my children is if they speak out against whatever the current narrative is, they will be shut down. And I am counting on the school board and I'm counting on the school curriculum to allow for that freedom of thought and the freedom of expression. And we need to have these
And that
difficult
is time.
conversations. Okay? Thank you.
Speaker number 13 is not here. We will move on. Number 14, Danielle Coughlin.
Hello,
Welcome.
nice to see you all again. My name is Danielle Coughlin. I'm a gifted resource teacher at Thalia Elementary School. It's a job that brings me great pride and joy. I'm speaking in support of the equity policy and on behalf of the many students here at Virginia Beach City Public Schools. These are my students. These are the children that for almost a decade I've been honored to champion, to love, and to serve. That sentiment is something that I wish I believed all members of this school board shared. However, I cannot. Divisive and misleading actions from Ms. Manning and those who follow her prove otherwise. Now, this equity policy, this controversial equity policy that we've heard very absurd things about tonight, actually includes measures such as an evaluation of our instructional materials, our practices, and the professional development of our staff. This is needed. It should not be politicized. It is the right thing to do for our children, all of our children. Culturally responsive practices exist beyond the black-white binary. And it is certainly not rooted in critical race theory. That is absurd. That is disinformation. It's an attempt to undermine, to distract, and to divide our public, not just locally. This has been broadcast nationally. So you can tell it's not in service of Virginia Beach, but in a personal mission to undermine this policy and what it stands for. I am proud of the work that Dr. Parrott and her team have done, and I'm eager to support them as they continue their important work. I encourage this board to not distract themselves, to not allow themselves to be distracted, and to stay on course, because this is what our children deserve. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maureen Foster.
Welcome.
Thank you. First time speaking, so this is very, very important to me. I couldn't stay quiet. I've lived here for 26 years. My daughter finished her education here in Virginia Beach Public Schools. I was very pleased. I have my grandchildren. 2 of them are presently in the Virginia Beach school system. My children are biracial, and my grandchildren are multiracial. They're being forgotten in this whole mess. And the thing in my family is because we are multi-heritage, we celebrate all our heritage. We do not shame any part of it or put one ahead of the other. And we were very happy to do this. We thought it was a natural evolution of humankind for us to be coming together because we're all God's children. God made us different colors and cultures and, you know, different parts of the world because He did. And it's to celebrate. It's it's more like a salad than a stew. And the past few years, all these racial equity programs and stuff, they're causing division rather than harmony. The mixed race children are being forced to choose a side. You're not black enough to hang around with us. You act like a white girl. You talk like a black boy. They're not accepted because we're going right back into the dark ages of racial segregation. Now, my little granddaughter, God bless her, she cries so easy. She's in high school, and the white kids, I mean, you know, there's some kids, not all the kids do this, there's some wonderful kids. But some of the groups, they're basically white. They don't want her because she's dark and her hair is different. And the black girls tell her that she talks like a white girl and she's too light and stuff. We're doing this to these kids. These kids aren't born thinking things like this. These kids, when they're little kids playing in the sandbox, they're all playing together. And we're destroying any progress we have made. Martin Luther King would be rolling in his grave. Certain careers, you have to be careful what career you choose because it might be considered racist or it might not be ethnic enough for you because of your color or whatever. And you're taking away their opportunities and teaching them that their grandmother must be a racist. Of course they know. Because my grandkids are very smart. They know I'm not. But it hurts them. And when I came out the door tonight to tell them that I was going to come and speak up because I've had enough.
30 seconds.
They told me, you go get them, Grandma. So think of our mixed race kids. They're getting hurt by this crap. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tamara Hamlin.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name's Tamara Hamlin, and I'm a middle school teacher in a Virginia Beach school and a parent of a VB high school graduate, and I currently have a 6th grader as well. And I've been working in public education for 16 years and here in Virginia Beach for 7. Recently, I have been really shocked to read on social media that some board members are pushing to abolish Virginia Beach's equity policy. They've conflated our equity policy with indoctrinating Marxism and other outlandish falsehoods. Tonight, I'm here to speak in support of the equity policy and the important work of Dr. Parrott and the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. From my vantage point as a participant in many culturally responsive trainings here run by Beach educators, including Dr. Parrott, I can say from personal experience that the programming makes the Beach a better place to teach in and certainly a better place to have our children educated. While it's true that we do address big, powerful topics related to poverty, race, sexual orientation, gender identification, ethnicity, and diversity, it's always through the lens of seeing differences as assets recognizing how societal inequities impact students in day-to-day lives, and believing that all students can achieve at very high levels. And also, really importantly, preparing the students of Virginia Beach with the real-world skills of being able to relate and communicate with all different kinds of people. Culturally responsive practices are teaching practices. They are not SOLs. Contrary to what I read online last night, students are not given assessments in CR. There's no CR 6.2 for sixth graders. Culturally responsive practices are professional practices, and they help us educators connect the material we have to teach with the students that we are teaching. It isn't about teaching racism or promoting social justice in class. It is about us as educators becoming proactive and reflective practitioners. In my teaching experience, I have found the best way to educate students is to look into their eyes and to look inside myself as well, because what resonates with me is not necessarily what's going to resonate with them. That's the goal of culturally responsive teaching, to consider what I'm trying to teach and to whom, and to acknowledge when I go as a teacher in front of them that I bring who I am to the table. If I don't consider my own point of view when planning instruction, I just have a huge blind spot. By acknowledging that my experiences and my beliefs are not necessarily shared by my students, I can prepare better lessons for them. There's nothing nefarious about self-reflective practices, and it's a crucial element to creating and implementing effective lessons. Culturally responsive training and practices help teachers select material that aligns with their students' interests and experiences and helps us keep our implemented curriculum fresh and up to date. We adults, community members, educators, and policymakers cannot wish away the real problems that some of our students face because of the inequities in our society. It's not okay that we don't want to talk about it because it makes us feel uncomfortable. Our students, many of whom are children, are completely aware of the disadvantages they face, and it's disingenuous to push some narrative that systemic racism is a myth. We are adults, and we have access to mountains of data that show us how uneven American prosperity is. And even if we don't like it and it doesn't make us feel good,
30 seconds.
In this society, as educators, these are the kids we are teaching right now. And I'll just wrap it up with real quick. As a parent and educator, I urge you to preserve the equity policy and to continue the support to support Dr. Parrott and her important work. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Matthias Telkamp.
Welcome.
Thank you. Equity is defined as justice according to natural right or law, specifically freedom from bias or favoritism. And this board passed an equity policy, and only a couple of you must have bothered to read the contents, because Section B, Item 3 states, quoting in brevity, equity refers to fostering a barrier-free environment whereby all students, regardless of reason, have the opportunity to benefit from the establishment of high standards and the provision of access to support effective and inclusive learning environments and resources required by high-quality education. Continued in B7, equity gaps means the disparity in a metric, in achievement, opportunity, or treatment that can be reasonably correlated to racial or social inequity practice. We know that the virtual learning environment was not adequate when it was forced upon all of us. Yet, you worked more towards opening up the buildings than you did on improvements within the virtual learning environment. You spent money to facilitate giving a few students the opportunity to go back to classrooms, which would not have been an issue if you had spent money to improve the virtual environment. We are showing bias towards face-to-face to appease a privileged majority white conservative group of parents, giving them the right to have their kids back in the building. We can all agree that Vicky is a race-baiting bigot that is using faux outrage to stir up her base of supporters with outrage politics. And she is not here to work with you. She is here to cause drama and attempt to make it harder for this board to operate. She is intentionally stoking the fear of her supporters that they will believe conspiracy theories over facts. Her outrage politics are usurping the fundamental requirements for a functional government. Her hatred burns hot, and the result is to have board meetings run until the early hours of the morning, and unless you act, she will not stop. Unless someone opposes her, this will continue to be the status quo. It is sad that we even need to debate improving the equity between two groups. James Madison said, "Learned institutions ought to be a favorite object with every free people." They throw that light over the public mind, which is the best security against crafty and dangerous encroachments on the public liberty. After the Civil War, the states were readmitted to the Union. They were required to enshrine education in their constitutions. Congress imposed an education commitment as an explicit condition for the last three states to re-enter the Union: Virginia, Texas, Mississippi. And in 1954, the United States Supreme Court declared in Brown v. Board of Education that education must be made available to all on equal terms. That includes virtual. You have failed the students on providing education on equal terms. You have run roughshod over those students
30
and parents
seconds.
and who have chosen health and safety over potential infection. Your decisions matter, and now you must decide to either stand up for everyone or cower behind the outrage politics that will undoubtedly continue until Vicki and her cronies are shut down and ignored. You chose to sit on this board, and I ask you to stand up for equity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcus Goring.
Welcome.
Hello. Yeah, as said, my name is Marcus Goring, live here in Virginia Beach. Everyone believing in the critical race theory is a racist themselves. That's my main point. Because I don't care if it's called critical race theory or equity, let's just paint it into a nice picture and it's all good. No, it's not that way. I say that because critical race theory generalizes people, categorizes people into their skin color, into their heritage, and everything. Things that kids do not learn. We teach them that. Because I'm white, I'm a racist. I'm far away from a racist. My kids are half Chinese. I think that's proof enough. And that's what we teach our kids, is to divide and not to unite. I think the schools have to get back to learning things like math, English, physics, things like that, and not equity and critical race theory. That belongs not into schools, definitely not into our public schools. And that's why I call for every teacher to pull their kids out of school if this comes into the schools. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Teresa Langle.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to be reading. I'm getting too old to memorize. Hello, I'd like to thank Virginia Beach for this open forum that we have for public opinion, and appreciate all that came to listen and to be heard. My name is Teresa Langell, and I've lived in the Rose Hall District for over 30 years. I have 4 children that have graduated from Green Run High School. Several of them and myself are graduates of local colleges. I am a member of the Republican Party of Virginia Beach and a member of the local Virginia Beach Tea Party. I believe in the Constitution of the United States and consider our public school system to be one of America's treasures. I'm also a Christian. Jessica Owens is my representative for Rose Hall District. She's a former Girl Scout of mine, and I am happy to see that she is participating in our government, though I do not agree with many of her views. But that's what's great about our society, diversity. How we can disagree and not want to persecute each other for that. The freedom of speech mentioned in the First Amendment allows for that and should never be infringed upon. However, I'm a bit confused, and I'm here to speak on the equity updates. I'm a bit confused by statements that Jessica made about the opening of school, or as is commonly now called, face-to-face education. It is my understanding that she believes that children who are not Caucasian do not benefit equally with those that are of another race. I was under the impression that we are not fully opening our schools due to the COVID epidemic, not racial issues. I thought it was about COVID, or was I wrong? I also have read many accounts of critical race theory being implemented in schools here in Virginia Beach and across the country, actually, some of which lost my place. Some of which will be discussed here tonight, or have been. I find that to not totally be transparent and actually hidden from the public. Public opinion should be considered on a grand scale because it is the public that sends its children to school and pays the wages of all concerned and for the very buildings that school is held in. Taxpayer money should not be used for hidden political agendas that don't even belong in the classroom. That said, I disagree as an American with the notion that face-to-face school can be anything other than
30
beneficial
seconds.
to all students, whether that's in public school setting, a private school setting, or a homeschool setting. I've talked to many parents that live in my area. They're concerned about two things: that the critical race theory is a way to promote racism and defeatism, and that for many reasons their child is better off learning in the classroom, which makes sense as most have been taught in groups, which is actually my favorite way to teach. To teach children
And that is time.
Pardon me?
And that is time.
That's it?
If you have more, you can follow up with an email, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Thank
you. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sandra Fraser.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Sandra Fraser. I live in Virginia Beach. I do not have a child in the school system. However, I have worked with the reading program, with the first graders, helping them improve their reading. I didn't care what color this child's skin was. I just wanted them to succeed and learn to read. I am appalled at this critical race theory being taught, especially at the elementary school age. This is an abomination. It is child abuse. You are indoctrinating children on things that I know racism exists. Okay, I'm not ignorant of that. But I've also been discriminated against by people of color. But I didn't go crying to anybody about it. I just actually tried to work with that person as best I could. And if it didn't work out, it didn't work out. But you are teaching children, young children, because you're white, you're racist? No, children are not born racist. Racism is taught across the aisle on every issue, on just, unbelievable. I am just appalled. Why aren't we teaching math, science, English? Why aren't we teaching that? That's what we should be focusing on. This critical race theory it's race discrimination. Yeah, you try to say it's not, but it is, because you're pointing at a little child that is white and saying you're racist. Why? I don't know. I just can't. Okay. I will give you some examples of people of color who have overcome a lot in their life. Ben Carson, grew up in the inner city. His mother shortened his TV time, and he had to read, even though she could not read very well. His brother is a lawyer. Okay, let's see. Another one, Jack White, is actually running for Attorney General, very conservative man of color. He does not agree with this critical race theory. I heard him, okay? A personal mentor and coach of mine, Sharon Coley, Coley. If you don't know who she is, look her up. She grew up in the inner city of Baltimore, wanted to get out of that, went into the Air Force, was the first African American to fly the huge, I think it's the C-5, I'm not sure what, but it's the plane that's the size of a football field. And she's short. She's probably shorter than I am. 3 people did not look and say, oh, I'm black, I can't do this. Or, you're white, you're not letting me succeed. No, they found a way to succeed. So this garbage of making little kids feel guilty because of the color of their skin that they're born with, you all should be ashamed if you pass this. And come November, there will be repercussions if this goes through. And I'm glad my grandson goes to school in Florida. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paula Chang.
Welcome.
Welcome, and thank you for letting me speak this evening. I had basically 2 points. One is going to be that racism is taught, and that we're sort of circling back to that, in my opinion. But I was really struck, actually, while I was standing in the hallway, looking at the murals that you have there. And when you look at the murals and you see what it says in the pictures that are there, and you look at what was there from, say, 2017, 2018, and you have at the top of it, it says educational excellence. And as it's gone on, and you get to the most recent mural and you look at it, educational excellence is down in the bottom, kind of stuck in the water, and not pronounced as it was in the earlier murals. But what is pronounced, and I wasn't going to use terminology per se, but I am, and it does say cultural responsive practices on multiple of those murals. And those murals were obviously done before September of 2020. So in other words, a lot of what we're being told hasn't been done, actually is being done, and has been being done, and has been part of what has been the agenda of the Virginia Beach Public Schools. I didn't come to say that. I came to say something else. But I just stood there so long, it struck me. What I came to say is, I'm the mother of 2 biracial children. My husband and I have been married for 37 years. We married when white women and Asian men were a thing that is very unusual. We watched over the decades, my husband and I, the changes in the arts. We could see people that were minorities advancing in the arts with music, with theater, with film, all of it. We could see people of color advancing in relationships. Mixed relationships have become so much more common, you don't even look at them anymore. And instead of people looking at me when they find out my last name is Chang, as they used to, it's just sort of, nobody pays attention anymore. People of color, of different minorities, have gained in all professions. And I've been very struck with that, to the point, not just professions, but government, when we have had a president of color. Which was a proud moment, I think, for the United States. What I've noticed lately, and what concerns my husband and my children, is that we see words that, when we saw our society, I thought advancing, both because, honestly, because of legal things that were put in place to cause the advancement, but also because there's a natural flow to our society, that as things start to connect, we all connect, and these things developed naturally. And I thought, this is so wonderful. But now we see words out in the public, out in politics, out in our school board, such as, I wrote some of them down just to see what it was. White hegemony, white privilege, culturally responsive practices, educational outcome equity. And I look at all of that and I think, we're going back. And then I find out that much of what is being taught in the schools has been codified by our legislature, particularly in this most recent session. And so I realize that when I was taught as a young child
30 seconds.
that racism is taught and we were separating from that, we're now going back to racism is taught and it's legally accepted and racism is being enforced. And I just find that unbelievable. And so I ask what I would ask my children, or ask you of my children, what do I tell my mixed race children about the fact that they have one set of parents, families who apparently are victimize them while the other ones are the victims?
And that is time.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Our next speaker is Shay Coleman.
Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for having us here and listening to our views. Thank you for your hard work on the school board. I feel that none of you have an inside view on the specific details regarding race, race relations, and racial experiences in the lives of my children, their parents, or their ancestors. As promised in the ED Equity VA plan, we did not receive knowledge of this curriculum development, nor were we asked for input. I do not consent for you to make my biracial children feel victimized, ashamed, vulnerable, helpless, traumatized, or confused by the implementation of critical theory and social justice teaching. These are moral and ethical issues better left taught by parents in the home. What and how I decide to teach my children about race, how to treat people, and how to view themselves is my role, not the school's, not yours. Mr. Joe Biden even knows that equity is morality. You violate my religious freedom by imposing your moral beliefs onto my children in a public school setting. By doing this, you're acting outside of your job contract, attempting to parent my children in moral issues which my family derives from our spiritual guidance only. I demand that the board recognizes their breach of our rights as parents and as Virginia citizens with a right to religious freedom, recognizing that teaching morality and ethics in public schools does violate these rights, and that you and any others that attempt and proceed to do this will be held accountable by we the people. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sean Coleman.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I value all of your time and I appreciate you guys being open to hearing us this evening. So I will be brief in my thoughts. Today we're all here and I'm here to call on the board to reevaluate the social justice curriculum. While some people are born into prosperity and advantage, many are not. And to a curriculum that generalizes people's experiences, their backgrounds, their thoughts, based on the color of their skin, is racist. That is prejudice. It is prejudging, which is the definition of prejudice. To allow this would be the opposite of what our revered civil rights leaders have taught us. And I do not consent to letting the school teach my children that they need help to get ahead, or that the bar should be lowered for them because they were born at a disadvantage and are inferior to anyone based on the color of their skin. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Virginia Wassenberg.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening. It's my first time speaking before the school board. A little history about myself here. My great-grandfather, Yusuf Abdallah Shaheen, immigrated from Syria to America in the early 20th century. He wanted to give his family a life of freedom, inclusion, and liberty. I'm a proud Syrian American, and I'm a proud Republican. I believe that all individuals are entitled to equal rights, justice, and opportunities, and that fiscal responsibility and budgetary restraints must be exercised at all levels of government. I understand that these equity updates come from equity audits that were performed by members of the Equity Council, but that this board has not held a transparent public engagement period to discuss the composition and the qualifications of these auditors. And much of the public does not understand that. Much of the public does not understand anything about these equity updates. I also understand that there has not been public discussion concerning the budgetary restraints that will be held to beach taxpayers for these audits and progress updates. As a member of the Virginia Beach Republican Party, I request that this board defer the recommendations of these equity updates until there has been a thorough public engagement process for the audits, for the budgetary restraints on beach taxpayers, and for the progress of the equity assessment, since the public is not well informed of this process. As Mayor Bobby Dyer has said, government should never fear an informed and educated public. They should embrace it. And I hope that this elected board will consider unity in governing in Virginia Beach by adhering to the same public engagement and transparency policies that guide our elected city council. Now, as a member of the Republican Party of Virginia Beach, I'm here to fully support my fellow member Victoria Manning in her elected responsibility to question the implementation of critical race theory or any policies before this body when it comes to our school system. And I encourage you all to be more understanding and inclusive in your differing opinions. See, I'm a mom, and I have elementary school children. So I think it's important to remind you that young ears are listening to you. Young eyes are watching you. And as a school board, you set the tone for them. This is my first time in this building. And I was in the hallway reading the Compass chart 2020. And on that chart it says that Virginia Beach Public Schools value differences.
30 seconds.
And they value respect. There was a gentleman in here that referred to Ms. Manning as a racist bigot. That's not valuing differences, and it's definitely not valuing respect. This board can do better, and I look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kristen Arnold. She's not here. So our next speaker is Annie Palumbo.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for listening to me. Save the best for last, I must say. First, I have to say, my name is Annie Palumbo. I am a business owner. I am also a single mom of a kid who's a junior, and thank God he is a junior, because honestly, I want to take him out of school. I cannot believe what is going on right now. I can't. First of all, these things are dumb up here because I can't really tell you. But, you know, my kid decided to come into school 2 days a week, and after 3 iterations said, no thanks, Mom. I have a partition. I'm 6 feet away, and I'm having to wear a mask. He also holds a job. So from 7:20 in the morning until 11:30 at night, he's wearing a mask. That's not okay. So I know, you know, I've been told, oh, first let's get them back to school, but please consider taking the masks off while they're sitting down. It is not healthy to be wearing a mask. Some kids have breathing issues, and even if they don't, there's a partition and they're 6 feet, so it's ridiculous. So what I'm really here for tonight is to support Vicki Manning. I was wondering where everybody was tonight. I'm like, where are all the parents? I hear everything online about everybody upset about this, you know, critical race theory, but I realized on the agenda item, all it said was equity update. What's that? I had to ask around to find out. And it was only at the last minute. I signed up at 11:59 p.m. today, or a.m. should I say. So when I first heard about this, I listened to the video, and I was told it's not being taught in Virginia Beach, but then I was also told, yes, it is. When I first listened to the video from the training video from the Virginia Department of Education, I was shocked, like, just stop it. I am a Christian woman, and I don't care if you're not a Christian, but we are all made in God's image. In the video, it says, we're going to interrogate whiteness. What? God made me this way. I'm proud. I will never step down, and I will never stand down from being white, nor will I let it be taught to my kid. And my kid is a junior, and he's out of here soon, thank God, but I will fight. I will fight for all the generations to follow. You are teaching children to hate each other. That is not right. That is mean. It's mean. I came from an underprivileged family. I was very poor. I had nothing. My mom had nothing. And I made it up the ranks. I put myself through college. Any kid could. So for them to say in this video, we're going to interrogate whiteness, and it also said in the video, it says all white people, most, if not all white people, are privileged. That is a lie. So anyway, putting white people in a category of supremacy is wrong. I sure hope this doesn't go through in the schools. If it does, I'm going to be up here fighting, I can tell you that. And I know plenty of kids who are underprivileged that are white as well as black, and let's just stop it already. Stop the race baiting. It's enough. And just like the woman before me on the board in the hallway, there's a picture of a white and a black boy hugging, and it says value differences. So practice what you preach. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was our last in-person speaker.
Thank you. I need to do a quick pulse check with my members. We can break briefly now. We can wait until the speakers are done and then do the break then. Okay, we'll just be informal about it then and proceed with our Zoom speakers. Oh,
Sounds like they're asking for a 5-minute recess, Madam Chair.
well, that was a mixed signal I got. Okay. All right, we are breaking for 5 minutes, reconvening at 7:38. Welcome back, listening public. We have reconvened our workshop at 7:38 p.m. after a short break. So with that, Madam Clerk, we are beginning the agenda online speaker portion of the meeting. So would you please introduce our first speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Mary Reismeyer. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Good evening. As another speaker pointed out, my comments have been significantly modified after listening to the workshop. First, I was happy to hear that VP CPS is committed to instruction 5 days a week for 2021-2022. I was also happy to hear that a viable virtual option is being pursued. This concurrent instruction, especially at the high school level, needs to end. I encourage you to communicate this information to the public immediately. Many families, teachers, and students, especially juniors, are understandably anxious about the upcoming school year. Right now, they have a lot of unanswered questions. Will they be on a 4x4 schedule? Will it be a hybrid schedule? Will they be in school 5 days a week? Will they have the option of graduating early? You can eliminate some of that anxiety by informing the public the direction the school board is going. With 2021, 2022 in limbo, it is difficult for juniors to start thinking and planning for what comes after high school. Please give reassurance to students that they will be back in person 5 days a week next school year so they can transition to think about what is next for them. Waiting until May to start discussing the 21-22 plan with the school board is absolutely unacceptable. Many other districts have already made this decisive announcement. Fairfax County has, Chesapeake City has, Loudoun County has, as have others in Virginia. Second, I was delighted to hear that admin is looking at each classroom to see if getting our secondary schools students back to school 4 days a week is possible. At least 12 districts in Virginia are already back to school for face-to-face instruction 4 or 5 days a week. VBCPS is no longer ahead of the curve. It's important that this happens ASAP. I know some refuse to admit that the mental health spike in children is directly related to schools being closed/virtual, but it's a fact. On February 24th, 2021, Dr. Carl Peterson, CHKD's Chief of Psychiatry and Mental Health Services, said that CHKD had a wait list of over 1,000 children seeking mental health care. And that's in spite of the fact that CHKD has grown its mental health staff from 8 clinicians to 48. And the wait list is 6 to 9 months long. Let that sink in. CHKD has 6 times the number of clinicians than before the pandemic and still has a wait list of more than 1,000 children. Letting kids back to school face-to-face as many days as possible ASAP and letting families and teachers know what the plan for 2021-2022 ASAP will undoubtedly help in many ways in academics, social skills, and mental health. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Holly Edwards. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair Wright, Vice Chair Melnick, Dr. Spence, and members of the school board. I am here today as a parent of a VBCPS student to show my unequivocal support for the equity policy. Thank you to Dr. Parrott and the Equity Council for their work thus far. As a social worker, I have attended cultural responsiveness and implicit bias trainings every single year for nearly 2 decades. These trainings have made me a better social worker, but also a better friend, a better parent, and a better neighbor in my community. While I will never understand what it's like to have Black or brown skin, these trainings have encouraged me to recognize the bias that I may have and shown me new perspectives that I would never have seen otherwise. The lessons that I've learned are invaluable. To see the misrepresentation of facts related to the equity policy and the trainings offered to teachers is very disturbing. The fact that groups are willing to dox public school teachers and administrators and stoke the flames of hate should be rebuked by everyone, not shared and encouraged by members of our school board. What is most ironic about this new media campaign against the equity policy is that no one on this board voted against it. When the equity policy was brought up for a vote in September, just weeks away from school board re-election, some who are so adamantly speaking against this policy simply abstained from voting. And certainly there were not dozens of community members here speaking against it. If you are so concerned about this and how it would be implemented, why did you not vote against it to begin with? I hope that moving forward, our school board can have a debate about a policy, hold a vote, and then move forward rather than continued public or political theater, which can quickly turn into creating a hostile and even dangerous environment for our school board members, our public school educators, and administrators. Thank you.
It seems speaker number 3 is not online, so we'll go to speaker number 4, Daniela Seifert. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me speak. My name is Daniela Seifert. I'm a mom of a 6th grader. My motto is pay attention to my kids, my family, and my friends. Pay attention to what's going on around us. I've been paying attention for a long time. My parents were immigrants from Italy. They didn't have much of an education. They had common sense. They moved us to a better school district so we could see what we could strive for. We always had to work. At 13, I had a job. At 22, I was working 2 jobs and paying for college. My friends had a free college education while I had student loans. I never once thought this isn't fair. I knew life wasn't fair. We were not equal. I knew this and I accepted it. My parents came from Italy after Mussolini, who was a fascist leader in Italy till 1945. He was a dictator, a teacher, and a journalist. I'm not going to go into all of the history about him, but he wrote the Manifesto of Racial Scientists. This was the start of anti-Semitic campaign. It created a divide between Jews and Italians. This document legitimized anti-Semitic prejudice by inviting Italians to proclaim themselves openly racist. As I pay attention to the equity lessons being pushed on our teachers and then our students, I see very, very similar trends. In fact, the author and founder Sonia Renee Taylor of The Body Is Not an Apology specifically stated that white people should say they are racist, and then she changed the statement to all human beings should say they are racist. I would like to know, one, are our tax dollars funding these speakers? Are we going back to the fascist days of Mussolini? For those of you who don't know who Sonia Taylor is, she's part of a lecture that Virginia Beach City Public School is trying to implement into our schools. It's a 22-minute video called Advancing Equity Through Continuous Reflection. You will find these words spoken by Sonia. Our kids have lost a year of education along with social, mental, and emotional stress from not being in a classroom. And now they're being advised that they should admit they're racist based on the color of your skin. Our children go to school to learn English, science, math, reading, and writing. Our teachers went to school to teach, not to parent. I would not go to a dermatologist if I have a sprained ankle. It's our responsibility as parents to teach our children morals and values and life lessons. It's not our teacher's job. My job is to parent my child, explain racism and discrimination and stereotypical behavior from my experiences. We've all been treated poorly at some point in our lives. Did it make you stronger or weaker? My son is in 6th grade and he cannot write an essay, but he's to get up and say he's racist when he doesn't even look at someone's skin color to determine friendships? Equity, CRT, inclusion, whatever you want to call it, these subjects should not be pushed into our schools. This is going to cause hatred among kids, young minds that aren't even mature enough to understand racism. I strongly believe that this will only encourage racism and not deter it. It will create more of a divide and not unite. Look at how divided our country is right now. My children look at one's character, not the color of their skin. My kids have been taught to be helpful, not hurtful, no matter what sex, color, gender, demographic someone's background is. If we're going to bring this into schools, why is it just black and white? What about the other prejudices against racism and cultures? As board members responsible for educating our children, you should pay more attention as well. What's the real reason for this? What will this look like in 4 years? Where will the public schools kids go? Will they be homeschooled? Will our teachers resign or get fired? Who will teach our children? I could go on, but the reality
30
is
seconds.
you all need to figure some stuff out. And if you want parents to help with a solution where we could unite, understand others, empathize with someone who had it much worse than ourselves, I'm on board with that. Let's plan an afternoon event where we could learn and grow as a community. Let teachers teach and push for parents to do their job. Let's leave race out of the classroom and focus on academics. I'd like to close with this statement. Let's find a way to help each other grow and unite. Love one another, not hate. And always remember to pay
And
attention.
that is time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kat Evans. Please unmute.
Well, good evening, Madam Chairwoman, the board, and Dr. Spence. The timing couldn't be more perfect after that last speaker. So I fully support and believe that our schools are going in the right direction in support of the equity policy. Now, it's a shame to see unprofessional comments from school board members against other school board members. I know beyond a doubt that there are racial disparities in our community and our schools. The equity policy and the professional development is essential in our schools. It's easy to see white people deny the need for it because they have limited exposure to it in their personal experience. And it must be nice to be so privileged to deny racial disparities. Tell that to the families of Tamir Rice and Cameron Tillman. The equity policy is here to identify and remove those barriers. It's amazing to see fragile white people standing up and denying race and displaying colorblind ignorance. Saying you don't see someone's color doesn't make you any less racist. Not seeing somebody's color is just denying who they are. Their color is their culture. Colorblindness is just another form of racism. You cannot ignore someone's race. Race might be said that it's a social construct, but it's also cultural and it affects everyday existence. Cognitive dissonance is something that our society needs much more of, and especially our teachers. It's going to be uncomfortable, and that's okay. The recent violence on Asian Americans is evidence enough of how important this is. It's not just about Black children, but Black children are very important, very deeply affected by social inequities, and this equity policy is there to help all of our children. No one's calling these little children racist. No one's standing there looking in their face and calling them that. I don't know where you're getting that from, but I certainly am not seeing that or have heard of that. It's important that teachers are able to educate themselves, have those uncomfortable conversations, and reflect on their culturally responsive practices to become a better teacher. I agree with Ms. Hamlin that this professional development is crucial, and I support Dr. Parrott as well in her work, as well as Jessica Owens and Sheriff Felton for their support of this policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jerome Bell. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Yes, hi, how are you? Unfortunately, I couldn't be there tonight, but I didn't want to go against the masked Nazis. But good evening, I'm going to be blunt. Critical race theory, AKA the equity policy, is dangerous Marxist communist training and indoctrination. And I, as a veteran, which promised to defend the right and basically defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, okay? And right now, the school board and this CRT are the enemy. This is a dangerous and divisive ideology. It's one that assigns moral value to kids on the basis of their skin color. It's inconceivable that anyone could look back at human history and not see that singling out a particular racial or ethnic group as the cause of all societal problems can quickly lead us to a very bad place I'm sure none of us really wants to go. It is reasonable why CRT in our schools is very frightening to so many people. Parents believe their children are being indoctrinated against their beliefs. And you know what? I must agree. Being a father of 3 Black men that graduated from these same schools, it frightens me to even think that my son would not have had the opportunity to be the first Black valedictorian in Virginia Beach history since Reconstruction because of your system being implemented, which is built around no rewards for excellence. I'm thinking, would he even be a doctor today? CRT does away with excellence for equity, or what I call excuses. However, in many cases, these parents are right, and understandably so. This ideology is not simply being presented as one way of looking at the world, it's being taught as the truth with a capital T, and you will be cast in outer darkness or punished for questioning it. Just ask Vicky Manning, who's being attacked tonight. We need to fight the rise of this toxic and destructive orthodoxy if we want America to be a place where our children are judged by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. Martin Luther King would be very upset today. You do not have the right to create a hostile environment in which students or teachers are continually treated as less than on the basis of skin color or religious beliefs. When these things happen, and they are happening, then we must fight back hard, not only in the court of public opinion, but in courts of law as well. Most people know that the First Amendment protects freedom of speech, but it also protects freedom of conscience. That is the right to hold our personal thoughts and beliefs free from government intrusion. This includes Virginia Beach schools. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 also prevents discrimination, including the creation of a hostile environment at public and private institutions receiving federal funding, which includes all public schools. Many of these critical race trainings, particularly when mandatory, may create a hostile environment by continually singling people out for criticism solely on the basis of their skin color. Let me also remind you, you are not hired to teach morality to our children. That is for us, the parents. Based on the 14th Amendment, CRT is unconstitutional. Let me remind you of what it says, because I'm sure many of you have forgotten or simply just don't know. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state
30
deprive any
seconds.
person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. CRT does just the opposite. As I read through your 52 pages of the plan, equity, and indoctrination, not one page, not one paragraph, not one sentence addresses the true reason why our minority kids are failing. It's not because of slavery. It's not because they are inferior to Asians or whites. It's not because they are black. It's not because of inequity. And it damn
And
sure
that is
isn't
time.
because of their peers are white.
And that is time, Mr. Bell.
Fatherless homes in the minority community. All the white
Our next speaker is Suzanne Saltisek. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you. When I was in high school, my dad and I would often get into deep debates while driving to appointments and activities. One of those discussions that has always stuck with me when I insisted that the world must be colorblind in order to be fair and equal. I insisted that I didn't see color and that to acknowledge anyone as different was racist. Even though my dad listened to Rush Limbaugh, considered himself a Republican at the time, and didn't use words like implicit bias or privilege, he did understand those concepts. He explained them to me. He challenged me then, 30 years ago, that the world was not as simple as my view, and that thinking about myself and others as raceless created a distorted view of the world. How could a society that was built on the backs of human beings that were treated as slaves not have shadows and echoes of that prejudice and bias throughout its very fabric? It wasn't so long ago that those ideas were forming our schools, our infrastructure, where our roads went, our government buildings were located, how we vote. Even at times without intention, our leaders have limited themselves to govern from their own understanding of the world, while ensuring that anyone who was different was not a part of the conversation. Our leaders left out the voices of people of different races and religion, of women, those who love differently, and when they made so many decisions, and so many of those decisions are still in place. And yes, about 50 years ago, our country began to wake up from some of that outright prejudice. We began to remove some barriers and to allow some of those that we'd excluded to come to the table, often begrudgingly and with new, more subtle roadblocks. Our own last school in Virginia Beach didn't integrate until 1973, recent enough that some of our school board members still attended segregated schools. While we removed many barriers, we still didn't ensure an equal seat at the table, despite all the previous barriers that had been put in place. It would be lovely to put on colorblind glasses and pretend that time never happened and that we are all suddenly equal, but that ignores that the very foundations of our community were built by people who were racist, and that foundation impacts community members in a way that I myself cannot understand without help or without listening to others. To assume that my experience growing up white in a world built for whites can be universally applied to my understanding of others is not only self-centered and narcissistic, it's just plain stupid. Over the past 30 years, I have come to realize that my father was right. I am grateful for that journey and the teachers, both informal and formal, who taught me that I cannot understand the experience of all of our community members who have been marginalized without stopping and listening to them. That it is different and easier to grow up in a community that was built with the idea of people like me succeeding, that I don't understand the impact of that design without being open to hearing. And I believe that ensuring that our staff and teachers are able to understand that and to give them the opportunity to listen and learn is an imperative for the future of all of our children. I desperately believe that my children's lives will be enhanced by having educators that understand diversity and equity. In order for that to happen, we have to not only provide the tools for our staff to take that journey, we must create a safe environment for that to happen. For this reason, I speak today in support of the equity policy and the importance of the training that is a part of it. I also call on our board to ensure that our staff is able to take that journey without being attacked for participating, learning, and advocating. I ask for board members to not attack or question school staff members publicly or on social media for participating in that training or
30
advocating for
seconds.
equity. And I ask our board members to inquire with our school legal advisor what limits and consequences are available when that happens. Finally, to quote Debbie Irving, "No one alive today created this mess, but everyone alive today has the power to work on undoing it." 400 years since its inception, American racism is all twisted up in our cultural fabric. But understanding how and why our beliefs developed along these racial lines holds the promise of healing, liberation, and the unleashing of America's vast human
And
potential.
that is time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Clark. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. As a teacher of American history, I know that racial injustice permeates our history, and the legacy of that is ingrained into every aspect of society today. Since the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment were supposed to guarantee citizenship rights, Virginia policymakers have found ways to continue to exploit and disenfranchise Black Americans. Though I would love to give a lesson in the local history of racial injustice, 4 minutes is far too little time. I urge those of you that claim that you cannot be racist because you are a kind person to look at the history of how even race-neutral policies such as convict leasing, poll taxes, literacy tests, and redlining can be directly traced to the racial inequities in wealth, education, and political power that we see today. There's no possible way to understand these injustices without understanding how and why we got here. And if we don't change our teaching practices, there is no way that we as a society can face this history and then acknowledge and dismantle the lasting unjust practices. But how can we do this when we're targeted just by participating in culturally responsive programs? How can we do this when even members of our school board fan the flames of misinformation and fear? Last summer, I participated in a collaborative project in which we created historical inquiry lessons. We examined the curriculum through the lens of reducing bias in history education and created lessons to help students examine history from different perspectives. I am proud of my contributions to this project, and I am fortunate to have had the opportunity to pilot one such lesson in my classroom. So you can imagine my reaction when I happened upon a social media group that targeted the project I worked on. They were angry because of the belief that it was based on culturally responsive teaching and critical theory. So angry, in fact, that they found and posted all the names of employees that worked on the project. Commenters urged people to call our principals and board members, demanding that we be fired. And what's much more frustrating than that is that what's more frustrating than the public reaction to this project is the way some school leaders have fanned the flames of misinformation. Just today, I saw a social media post by one of our board members claiming that a professional development session offered by Virginia Beach Social Studies teachers was proof of indoctrination. This social media post included a picture with the name and email of a VBCPS employee. I can only imagine what kind of backlash was directed at this employee as a result. How is it ethical for our school leaders to incite such anger and frustration that results in educators becoming the target of public rage based on misunderstanding, half-truths, and outright lies? How can we feel safe trying to engage in more culturally responsive practices if this is what happens when we do? I ask you tonight that you take appropriate steps to ensure that staff are safe to learn and grow without feeling targeted and attacked for their participation in this important work.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Coulson. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you for your time. I'm a parent of a Virginia Beach High School student. So I read through the equity policy, and I want to thank Dr. Parrott, Dr. Spence, and the school board for taking this positive step towards inclusion. I got to tell you, my favorite part states that the school board will commit to respect and champion the diversity and life experiences of all community members. That's a real cultivation of a healthy learning environment. This is one where we're going to seek to understand each other, where we build bridges to overcome differences. That is what the equity policy sounds like to me, and I really hope you continue to move forward with it. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Mercy. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Hi. Just want to say I've started and restarted my thoughts on this evening multiple times. I am an educator that specializes in social emotional learning. I'm an educator that's attended many trainings led by Dr. Parrott, and I'm an educator who firmly believes the vision statement put out by VBCPS, which states, Every student is achieving at his or her maximum potential in an engaging, inspiring, and challenging learning environment. How do we meet this vision? In order to fully understand how to support each student in meeting their maximum potential, we must take the time to see the whole picture. White privilege is real. This does not mean that as a white woman, I have not faced adversity or overcome tough situations. As many of the speakers against the equity policy have also shared, I have come from a poorer background. I've had to work multiple jobs. I've had lots of different things that have caused adversity in my life. But white privilege doesn't mean I haven't faced those. It simply means that my race did not make it harder for me to succeed. Part of the equity policy as approved by the school board on September 9th says, the school board commits to requiring mandatory training for all school board members and staff regarding implicit bias, which many board members still need, and how it produces inequitable practices and outcomes, cultural awareness, and culturally responsive teaching and educational practices, improve culturally responsive practices in order to serve the school division's diverse students. I really debated using names, but considering she uses the names of staff members, I will use hers as well. Victoria Manning has misrepresented the trainings being given in VBCPS, taking parts out of context and without explanation in order to fit a narrative that she is pushing on media outlets. If this was truly about concern for the students of Virginia Beach, she should have raised these concerns prior to the adoption, taken the trainings herself, or even voted no instead of simply abstaining. Culturally responsive teaching meshes with everything I know about best practices in social emotional learning. It asks you to reflect fully on who you are as a person, as seen in the Center for Academic and Social Learning, or CASEL's self-awareness competency. It asks you to fully reflect on who others are, as seen in CASEL's social awareness competency, which actually states taking others' perspectives and identifying diverse social norms, including unjust ones. Victoria Manning not only misrepresented the trainings, but has directed her followers to organizations sharing teacher tweets in what I can only assume is an attempt to intimidate teachers who are following policy. Manning has argued time and again that having schools open face-to-face is needed for our children's mental health, but has shown a distinct lack of understanding that we must acknowledge who a person is, including their race and lived experiences, which is also mentioned in the equity policy, in order to support mental health. I want to thank Dr. Parrott for making me a better human by helping me reflect on my own thoughts. I want to thank Dr. Spence for providing an environment where we can have hard conversations and grow. And thank you to Jessica Owens and Sharon Felton for publicly supporting teachers and this equity policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Connor Epley. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rye. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Connor Epley, and I'm here speaking to the board because there seem to be some misunderstandings about equity training and the work that our Virginia Beach City Public Schools staff do to make our schools a more equitable and welcoming environment for all of our students and staff. I attended Virginia Beach City Public Schools for my entire K-12 education. I attended Kingston Elementary School, Malibu Elementary School, Thalia Elementary School, Independence Middle School, and Princess Anne High School, where I graduated in 2020. I was never once told in any curriculum that I was racist. I was never taught that I should apologize for being white. I was never taught that because I have white skin, that I'm the oppressor. I have a sister who just finished middle school and is now a freshman in high school, as well as two cousins in elementary school, one in 5th grade and one in 1st grade. They have never been taught any of the subjects I mentioned previously. My mom is a teacher with years of experience in our school system, and she has never been told in any training that, quote, of course you're racist and you better lean into your discomfort, end quote. She has never been told that her appearance could place her in a privileged position. I decided to share this because school board member Victoria Manning is blatantly misrepresenting equity training and equity work in our school division on social media, in interviews, and in articles. In addition to attacking our equity policy and equity work itself, Ms. Manning has also attacked school board member Jessica Owens in an abhorrent manner and has been publicly naming teachers who are advocating for equity in our schools. In an interview with radio host Stu Peters, someone who has been flagged by YouTube for hate speech, Ms. Manning said, quote, Many of these teachers don't want to be put through this training and they're considering leaving the profession. We don't need more teachers leaving the profession right now, end quote. Well, Ms. Manning, I would suggest that if your goal is to not have teachers leave the profession, then don't attack our teachers and staff publicly. Attacking their work and attaching their names to your public post is completely inappropriate. For me and many in the community, this crosses a major line and needs to be met with accountability. I want you as school board members to ask yourselves, if a student publicly posted on their social media or elsewhere their disagreements with a teacher and attached that teacher's name to that post, wouldn't you expect that student to be held accountable? What about if a teacher posted a name of a student within a similar context? Would you want that teacher to be held accountable? The same should apply to our school board members. I fully expect every member of this school board to hold Ms. Manning accountable for her behavior. This board has a responsibility to set an example for our school division, and allowing this inappropriate behavior to go unanswered would be an abdication of that responsibility. Ms. Manning has shown no remorse for her behavior and continues to berate our staff as recently as this morning. It is my belief that she will continue to do this if her reprehensible behavior remains unchecked. I hope every board member steps up and chooses to do the right thing here. Your community
30
is watching
seconds.
you. Thank you and have a good night.
Our next speaker is Richard Wood. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Richard Wood, please unmute. We will go on to our next speaker. Brad Nadelstein, please unmute.
Welcome.
Brad Nadelstein.
Let's see if there's an issue with the third one. Then
Okay, we'll go
look
to our
and
next
see if it's a
speaker.
bigger problem.
Angeline Nichols, please unmute.
Good evening, Chair Rye and members of the board. I am an employee of Virginia Beach City Public Schools. I recently served as the co-chair of our Trauma-Informed Symposium, and I am honored to serve on our division's Social Emotional Learning Implementation team. Our vision for SEL is that each day, students and adults learn about, develop, and openly practice their social emotional skills in a safe and equitable environment that prioritizes the well-being of individuals and the collective community. Due to actions and words of a member of this board, I do not feel emotionally or psychologically safe in my work. Tonight, this board will take action on the School Board Protocols Manual that contains the Code of Ethics. Policy 5-4, Educational Equity states, the school board and school division are committed to developing the capacity for cultural competence. This policy also states in Section D2 that board members commit to respecting and championing the diversity of life experiences of all community members. I am here tonight to share that I do not feel respected or championed by this body. On March 9th, on the Bacon's Rebellion website, Victoria Manning published an article titled "Critical Race Theory is Taking Over Virginia Beach Schools." This article pleads with readers to sign a petition that calls to abolish local and state equity policies. Board member Manning uses the language of "fight back" 4 separate times. Given the violent insurgents at our Capitol and a mass shooting here in our own city, it is alarming that a board member would publish language that encourages violence. In addition, Mrs. Manning publicly links photographs of and/or video of more than 5 staff members that are following division policy, and several of whom are using VDOE recommended resources. In the article, Manning writes, "The future of our country is dependent upon our whole community fighting back against this Marxist ideology of critical race theory and social justice initiatives that are becoming embedded in our schools. She goes on to say that the only way to eradicate these racist, Marxist teachings and propaganda is to fight back against this radical indoctrination. As an employee that has a responsibility to design and lead professional learning, I now find myself navigating the professional and personal stress of wondering if I too will have my name, face, and work shared alongside accusations of being a Marxist, racist, and radical indoctrinator. These words in this article do not live up to your code of ethics. This is not an example of serving with integrity and fairness while adhering to local and state policies. This article does not encourage productive dialogue by being respectful in forms of public communication. Board Member Manning hyperlinks the word social justice in her article. This leads to a YouTube video that opens with Dr. Bachman stating that he finds it a worthy goal to make people ashamed to ever write or say the term social justice. As staff well-being is a specific goal in our
30
strategic
seconds.
framework, I struggle to reconcile that shame is a tactic being promoted by a sitting board member. As our state superintendent, Dr. Lane, has stated, as educational leaders, now more than ever, we are called upon to affirm our commitment to advancing equity, facilitating courageous conversations on social justice, systemic inequity, disparate student outcomes, and racism in our school community is our responsibility
And that is
and
time.
our professional obligation.
Our next speaker is Kirsten Fisher. Please unmute.
Welcome. Welcome.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Kirsten Fisher. I'm a German immigrant and I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen. And I oppose of CRT as it's an insult to my cultural beliefs and background. And here's why. April 1st, 1933, Hitler's boycott of the Jews started. It started the beginning of the Aria. All Jews businesses were patrolled by SA and SS soldiers, people that still bought items in their stores were marked with a stamp on their forehead to show that they are buying their goods in dirty stores. This was the first act of the Third Reich plan on building a Europe ruled by the Nazi Party and its ethnic cleansing, an ideology based on theories of Karl Marx and Engels. By the end of the European conflict, the Nazis had exterminated approximately 6 million Jews, innocent people, that were placed into the undesirable, un-Aryan, non-white category by the Nazi Party. This did not all happen overnight, but in stages, so the action could be justified to the public. In its first stages, the Nazis placed the citizens of Europe in a racial, religious, and ethnic categories. The Nazis then began the campaign to gain the support of the desirable, the white citizens. This began with educating Germans on why they should separate the undesirables, non-white, dirty, mostly Jews, and sway public opinion to distract these people by blaming them for social problems. Suicidal problems. It's not my native language, so here we go. By simply spreading lies about them. Shortly after, the Jews and undesirables were made to wear yellow Star of David patches on their clothes. Their homes and properties taken, moved into ghettos, then concentration camps, and ultimately murdered in the name of progress. First the young, then the weak, then the old. Those were the ones that got let into the gas chambers first. The rest of the younger generation and adults in good health were able to work in the camps. Training our educators how to place students into separate categories based on their race should cause the citizens of our country to take a stand. We need to question why our political leaders are pushing this agenda and to ask ourselves what comes next. Is it our duty to keep asking these questions and pushing for transparency from our leaders? History demands that we most ask a difficult question about why our kids are being educated into placing the classmates into different categories, as segregation was already behind us, but is now coming back.
30
In
seconds.
closing, I hope my statement today will encourage us all to contemplate where this type of education will lead to. Before this disgusting, based on Marxism, is forced into our children's education, we all need to understand the reasons driving this. I know I'm not alone in believing that political agendas of any kind do not belong in our public education. Teaching our children that they can only use approved speech or the question if they are a racist is only going to confuse them and hinder their ability to
And that
freely
is
think and
time.
speak without fear of punishment or re-education.
And that is time, Ms. Fisher. Our next speaker is Leslie Hart. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you. I want to start by saying that I agree mostly with Susan Bates Hypen and others that said bias is taught. However, as discussed previously, teachers are being trained in and students are being taught critical race theory. I believe this actually teaches bias. This agenda is taught through your equity policy and under the label of culturally responsive training. As a longtime resident of Virginia Beach, a mother and a grandmother, I am upset by this. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you cease implementing anything pertaining to CR. This policy is destructive and harmful to teachers, students, and the community. It accomplishes just the opposite of the stated goals in your equity policy. As others have stated, it causes divisions and does not promote harmony. I know you say you do not espouse critical race theory, but I have seen the videos and read teachers' lessons that do just that. You may want to become familiar with how closely your policy and teacher trainings align with tenets of critical race theory. Maybe you are just unaware. However, your elementary teacher training session discussed identifying and addressing inequities, assuming that we are all racially biased, and critical race theory assumes just the same thing. It approaches everything from the viewpoint that all are inherently and inescapably racist. Everything is racist. See, our training and curricula is supposed to be the answer to this narrative. Is this really what we should be teaching our children? Isn't education supposed to be about the basics, reading, writing, mathematics, history, logical thinking, social studies, and science? Education should be objective, not subjective. Teachers and students should not have ideologies and political opinions forced upon them. Teaching basics and truth is what will develop independent, self-sufficient adults. Students should be exposed to a diverse range of content. Diversity is important. We all have varying perspectives, backgrounds, and opinions. However, content of courses should instruct students in the basics and not be an attempt to sway. Instruction should be based on truth and not on how one feels or thinks it should be. History should not be rewritten to suit a particular narrative. Teaching anti-police rhetoric is not helpful to bringing peace and unity. Placing individuals in identity groups does not end racism, discrimination, harassment, and prejudice. It would seem to create only more. I can tell you honestly, I will stand with you to end racism, discrimination, harassment, and prejudice, and replace them with the proper attitudes and behaviors one should have, and that are reflected in your
30
policy.
seconds.
I just will not do it with something that is toxic, diverse, destructive as cultural race theory. These desired attitudes must be modeled and start at home. Don't take steps backwards. Our children are our future. So again, I respectfully implore you to cease
And that is
implementing
time.
anything pertaining to.
Our next speaker is Erica Guess. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. Special thanks to Beverly Anderson, who was my third grade teacher at Allenton Elementary, and thanks to Jessica Owens and Sharon Felton for bringing this issue of equity training to my attention. My name is Erica Gass, and I am a lifelong resident of Virginia Beach. I have 2 students in the public schools, and my mother taught in Virginia Beach public schools for more than 30 years. I'm also white, and I support the equity policy. Tonight, I have seen a parade of white people address the school board and talk about how uncomfortable equity training makes them. But that's the point. It should make you uncomfortable because it forces tough conversations. So let's talk about systemic racism for a moment. Black people comprised 13% of the US population in 2020, but only 2% of corporate executives in America are Black. How do you account for that? Is it because Black employees aren't as smart as their white colleagues? Or maybe it's because they don't work as hard. Or maybe they just don't want to succeed as much as their white counterparts. I think it's more likely that they haven't had the same social and economic advantages as their white colleagues. That's exactly what we mean when we talk about systemic racism. It's not just segregated water fountains and Confederate flags. It's being passed over for a promotion because your name is Barack and not Chad. It's a shame that Vicki Manning has turned this into a partisan issue. No one is trying to indoctrinate our children. Civil rights is not partisan. By framing it as left versus right, she's exposing her own bias, and it does a disservice to people of color, specifically the students she serves. In conversations about racism, it's important to listen to and lift up voices of color. Vicki Manning wants to silence people of color in her community and her fellow school board members. She's hiding behind logical fallacies and straw men to prop up an agenda that is obsessed with maintaining hegemony. Equity training and curriculum provides alternatives to the Eurocentric lens through which our society is viewed. I graduated with honors from Virginia Beach City Public Schools in 1998, but it wasn't until 2020 that I learned about the Tulsa Massacre of Black Americans in 1921, or redlining in the housing market into the 1970s. Do you know what I did learn about? I learned about the War of Northern Aggression, which is pro-Confederate propaganda, and the ingenuity of Christopher Columbus, who basically murdered and enslaved indigenous people. These are some examples of why we need to review what we're teaching students and how different voices can affect how we interpret the world. To my fellow white Christians, I implore you to sit down. And I realize this is hard for you to understand, but this is not your conversation to lead. I am here to listen to and support voices of color. I support equity curriculum, and I hope you do too. I yield my time.
Our next speaker is Ken Lubeck. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. And I'm willing to sit down, and I'm willing to give my voice to Jerome Bell. I think he was very to the point, and having the first valedictorian African-American since Reconstruction to graduate from Virginia Beach should give him some authority to speak on this subject. I think we have some issues here. We have lots of people in Virginia Beach who have taken, let's say, liberal arts degrees at school. They graduate, they watch CNN and MSNBC. That's their world. Their friends are like that. That's how they think. They think that racism is at the core of everything, some of them, to some degree. And then you have another group of people who think that the universities don't have diversity of thought anymore. They're very concerned that now it's being pushed down into K through 12. And I think there's certainly, now just to give a little background, I have two high school daughters who are in the two different academies. They're not white, they identify as Black. But they definitely have some privilege. They have a grandfather who delivered 5,000 babies from Norfolk General. He came from Jamaica, and you know, we also on my side of the family, we've got people that worked in the Underground Railroad against the Democrats before the Civil War and risked their lives. So that's a good thing. I can virtue signal that. I think we need to be very careful to not. It certainly is fine to talk about history and talk about Tulsa and the racism that's existed in the South. I think the concern from a lot of the people you're listening to is also legitimate. Like, what do mixed kids, how are they supposed to think? Are they supposed to split between confessing that they're a racist and also knowing that they're privileged because both of their parents have master's degrees, like my daughters? It doesn't, they just don't, my daughters don't think that way. They want to be empathetic. They want to listen to others. They've learned a lot of that. Now, of course, I think one of the bigger concerns a lot of people have is that telling the 20 or 30% of your students who are actually being left behind right now because the schools are closed, the ones that were getting C's and D's and are still getting C's and D's, who have trouble with Algebra 1, telling them that racism is all around them doesn't help them. They need to be empowered and equipped. And one of the ways to do that is to figure out how to get them up a couple levels, right? I mean, being a plumber or being an electrician is awesome. Working at the shipyard, they need more people. It's a great living. But we have to, you know, for those that want to excel and be professors, we need to help them, of course, but we don't need to keep producing math and science people who are at the 22nd out of all the countries in the West. We're 22nd in math and science. That's a problem. And so it's easier for, I think, educators to focus on things that's not math and science, because not many of our teachers that's not their wheelhouse. And so this is an easy topic to drive into. But the concern with people of conservatives, white folks, yeah, they may be harboring some prejudice, they may be defensive, all that stuff may be true, but we need to just be careful. They also have legitimate concerns, because a lot of our universities are leftist indoctrination camps, and we don't want that in our local public schools. We want to be involved. We want our kids to be good kids. We don't want kids to be pressured to confess anything. I think obviously there's some fears that may not be founded, but if the curriculum is being founded by an organization that actually,
and that is time, Mr. Lubeck. Our next speaker is Jonathan Zur. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you and good evening. For the past 15 years, I've had the honor of working with schools, workplaces, and communities across Virginia to foster inclusive and respectful climates. And what I've seen, what research backs up, is that when students feel a sense of belonging in schools, when they see themselves reflected in the curriculum, when they don't fear bullying from classmates, when they have a teacher or counselor encouraging them, what do you know? Those students are more likely to show up to class, to raise their hands, to do their homework, to be academically and socially successful. And that is at the core of a commitment to creating equitable and inclusive schools. There's clearly misunderstanding about what equity means, how it is promoted, and how it is put into practice. The core foundational tenet of a commitment to equity is that a student's identity should not in any way be an indicator of their access, opportunity, or outcome. Put more directly, a student's race, class, neighborhood, etc. should not be a predictor of their school experience. Sadly, we can look at schools in Virginia Beach and across the Commonwealth of Virginia and see data that tell us that students do have different experiences simply based on their identity. Take a look at discipline records in schools. Look at the curriculum and consider whose history is being taught. Notice who's tracked into honors and advanced placement classes. Look into which students receive harsher disciplinary penalties. Sadly, in each of those examples, there are clear, persistent patterns. Now, talking about inequities does not create the problem, nor does it create division. The problem is with the inequity. And the only way to understand and address that reality is to talk about it, is to strategize and find ways to address it and do the critical, complicated work of making sure that every student has the opportunity they need to be successful. My colleagues and I are entrusted to do this work with dozens of school districts and thousands of students and educators each year. It is not partisan. We have folks across the political spectrum working with us. It isn't new work. Our nonprofit organization has been around since 1935. And frankly, it's not controversial. It's about doing what's right for students. Does it feel uncomfortable sometimes? Sure. Is that a reason to not go forward with it? Absolutely not. There shouldn't be anything controversial or partisan about doing what is right for all children. It is featured on the top of your website. Put students first. You aren't saying only put some students first. So if the school board and the school district truly want to live into your values, your strategic plan, and I think your responsibility to the community, then I believe a commitment to equity should inform everything that you do. And I very much support the equity policy. Thank you.
Speaker number 20 is not online. We'll go to speaker 21, Jim Schellenberger. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jim, and I'm speaking because Virginia is in the national news because of the institution of critical race theory curriculum in many of its school systems. I'm here to address this and why I don't support this in our schools. What is being taught in Virginia Beach schools today, right now? I want to share some examples cited in the Conservative Daily Post. First, a recent gifted resource social justice lesson in a Virginia Beach high school provided instruction on systematic racism, privilege and knowledge, and understanding of Black Lives Matter. Students studied the BLM protests and learned to empathize about the cause. Another example states that in an AP US history class, students were given an assignment on the 1619 project from USA Today. When a student gave an answer that he didn't believe that there is currently systematic racism, only individual racism in our country, the teacher told him that he was incorrect and deducted points from his grade. Also, recent teacher training in Virginia Beach tells teachers, of course you are racist, and they should lean into their discomfort. However, parents are unaware that this is being taught in the schools to our children because they have not been informed by the school. So why haven't you been transparent? Why the secrecy of this teaching? That you've also named culturally responsive, but neglecting the fact that it is grounded in critical race theory. This leads me and other parents to believe the training teachers received and curriculum used in Virginia Beach schools is critical race theory. In conclusion, why is critical race theory wrong? Well, as stated by the Heritage Foundation, here are only some of the reasons this teaching should never be taught in our schools. The people who support this divisive anti-racist theory are actually promoting racist practices that seek to divide rather than to unite. It promotes a belief that America is fundamentally racist country and that all of our institutions, including education, are designed to maintain white supremacy. It sees laws and education as the source of racial problems. And their solution is to overthrow them, meaning white people, to reject individual freedom and personal responsibility, divide people into racial groups, judge guilt or innocent based on race. Therefore, I implore the Virginia Beach School Board and Superintendent to abolish this training and curriculum from the Virginia Department of Education. And I'd just like to lastly say, I think it's very unfortunate all the personal attacks against Vicki Manning tonight, simply because she disagrees with the rest of the school board. Thank you for your time.
Speaker number 20 is now online. So we will go to Melissa P. Please unmute.
Welcome.
And for Vicki Manning.
Melissa, please unmute.
Let's move on, please.
Our next speaker will be Mary Worrell.
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great, thank you. This is Melissa. I've been trying to get myself unmuted. Yes, so I'm here to oppose this measure being put forth. I represent as a single mother who also owns a business. My son is a white male in America who has been raised to respect people for who they are as humans. And I think it's a travesty to place this kind of spotlight on anyone's skin color. And I think that by inherently attempting to single out races, you are doing exactly the opposite of what you are professing to do. As we've seen lots of things happen over the course of the last 5 to 10 years in our country, as someone raising a white male who is a very good student, who has been highly regarded by all of his teachers, never gets in trouble, he's a good young man. However, based on all of this spotlighting on racial division, I, as a single parent, have been on a number of occasions concerned about threats to my child simply because he's white, getting off of a bus and being beat up and being threatened. And this has happened to him on his school bus and coming home from school many years ago. So all I'm saying here is if you want to talk about racism and you want to talk about equity for all, how about we stop focusing on those who feel they've been objectified, and why don't we just focus on growing the flowers instead of focusing on the weeds? There are problems in our society. We can certainly all agree to that, but the more things you focus on the problem, you're going to get more of the problem. Why don't we talk about having people being good human beings? And for the last year or so, we've had more children go into suicides and depression, and the school board has not listened to what the parents want. There was a survey that was sent out, and I saw the survey, and not one time has the school board listened to what the survey of the parents are. Last time I checked, we're the ones footing the bill for your salaries. And I think that that needs to be weighted very heavily when, yet again, you guys are going to do what you want to do, regardless of what the parents say. So I think that you need to think long and hard about the parents who are opposed to this measure and many who are not on this call to be heard tonight. There are a lot of us, and we will pull our children out of school. And then you need to think about who's going to foot the bill for your measures that don't fit the narrative. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Worrell. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name is Mary Worrell. I'm a teacher in Virginia Beach, and I'm here to speak in support of the equity policy. I spoke to this same school board about equity back in December. As a disabled person, I spoke on how the reopening plan was inequitable for some members of our staff and student communities. However, I recognize that the district is constantly, through this equity policy, working to address inequities and to make opportunities accessible to more and more students. I believe in a systematic approach to solving these issues. Addressing inequality takes constant learning, reflection, dedication, and time. The first line of the policy says that we recognize there are complex societal and historical factors that have created these inequities. No matter how much some people want to think success is just about hard work and pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, it's frankly more complex than that. That's a fact. It's not political and it's not up for debate. You can't dismantle systems of oppression with catchy slogans. So this policy is a way to make catchy slogans like valuing differences real and concrete. So one of the ways that we make those values concrete is by offering training in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Despite many people portraying this training as akin to something like a communist struggle session, they're a lot simpler than that, okay? So in these spaces, teachers have the chance to learn more about the issues affecting students from marginalized populations. Our district is diverse and over 50% of our students are non-white. However, our staff is 70% white, which means we don't know what it's like to grow up in some of these communities we teach. So in these training spaces, we can have time to think about how bias plays a part in what stories we choose to teach, what pictures we drop into our Google slideshows, how we go about pronouncing student names. All those little things matter because they add up to be the educational experience of our students. If I'm only reflecting the experiences of my white students back to them, I'm doing a disservice to all of my students. Some staff may not know anyone who openly identifies as part of the LGBTQ community, for example. Training with fellow professionals and colleagues gives them time to discuss and learn in a space where they won't accidentally harm a child. We don't want to test our cultural responsiveness on children. We need to practice it with colleagues first. And we need these spaces to learn and make mistakes so we can get it right with the kids, so we can be better adults in their lives. So I'm disgusted to be here again advocating for the outrageous idea that equity is valuable in education. We're at a crucial moment in planning for next year. Families and staff have a lot of questions. We need to use this time in these board meetings to address stuff like what it's going to look like next year. We can't do that when one school board member rallies a mob and forces us to use this meeting time to argue that racism is real and that it affects our students. I'm resentful of Miss Victoria Manning's relentless attempts to derail progress and waste our time with political attention seeking. I'm also disturbed that many of the other members on this board have not explicitly and publicly taken a stance against her behavior and have instead left it up to 2 Black women to speak up against this behavior, knowing full well the risks they take personally and professionally in doing so. You can't be neutral on a moving train, and we need to hear from all of you. Our students and our families deserve better from you. One of the ways that you can take initiative here is
30
by
seconds.
moving your school board meetings to other school buildings. For example, we've got a lot of school auditoriums that aren't being used. Let the school administration zoom into the meeting, and why don't you have some of these school board meetings at a different school so that maybe you hear from citizens and parents and families that don't live near the courthouse. That's just an idea. That's one way of kind of acting out these values that you espouse through the equity policy. If this were just an issue of Ms. Manning wasting our time, that would be one thing.
And that
But
is
she is
time.
also creating.
Our next speaker is Vic Nichols. Please unmute.
Issue with truth some VBSB members are hiding. How will this policy help minorities get jobs and be leaders in STEM H versus extra math and science courses? Whiteness is a pandemic, writes Damon Young in The Root. Whiteness is a public health crisis. Young doesn't blame the recent proclamations by major metro school boards and top universities that say Asians are doing too well and must therefore be treated with discriminatory practices to handicap their success. By the way, I have Asians who are darker skin colors than some African Americans, and they consider themselves people of color. Damon Young writes, white supremacy, quote, will not die until there are nobodies left for it to affect, which means the only way to stop it is to locate it, isolate it, extract it, and kill it, end quote. Does that mean that the bodies of people with white skin need to be eradicated? Genocide? Ms. Taylor, a Beechwood, Ohio African-American resident, spoke to her school board on CRT. It appears that the superintendent and you and school board members grew up so white, you don't even know the damage that your decisions have caused previous, current, and future generations of Beechwood students whose parents just wanted them to qualify to attend great universities. Instead, you convinced yourselves that Blacks are so oppressed and it's your job to stop that oppression. Have you not looked at the results to realize what you did was immoral and had the opposite effect? I'm a professional as well. I grew up in corporate America. I met people like y'all every day. Y'all don't know nothing about Black people, but still you think you can make rules for Black people. Black kids at Beechwood schools, when they were growing up all these decades, became very successful Black people until you all came along, end quote. In high school, Ibram X said whites were simply a different breed of human. A New Yorker piece cites a column he wrote and argued white people were fending off racial extinction using psychological brainwashing and the AIDS virus. When the Berkeley, California school district used similar CRT material on older grades, they had to suspend it because anti-white bullying got out of control. It was so bad in January 2021 for third graders in a Cupertino, California elementary school math class that one of the Chinese parents found out about it and asked them to stop it and forced them to because it reminded them of Mao's Cultural Revolution. Critical race theory can't be disagreed with. It rejects science, so it can't be falsified or proven wrong by evidence because it assumes racism is present and relevant to all situations and interactions. Even its acceptance must somehow contain racism. Therefore, it can never be satisfied. It's basically just a black hole. Explain to me why we celebrate the Reverend Dr. King when he wanted children judged by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. Most importantly, you are not a person, you are not a human being, an individual. You are nothing but a race, and you will be judged by that. And considering America's a melting pot where many groups come together, intermarry,
30
and have
seconds.
children, what are we doing to the other generations that come out? Start telling the truth. There's a couple of you members on there that are for this, and I want to see you recognize this and face up to what at least one parent, one African-American parent had the courage to tell how awful and how bad it was on them. And as somebody who comes from the quote unquote hood,
And
I
that
can
is
tell you.
Our next speaker is Gina Lane. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Gina Lane. I'm speaking tonight to show support for our equity policy that was adopted by the school board on September 9th, 2020. As a parent and a teacher, I am thankful that our school division values diversity and believes that all students, staff, and community members deserve a rigorous and respectful learning and work environment. I'm concerned by the overwhelming amount of misleading and false information that is going around in regards to culturally responsive practices and critical race theory. Culturally responsive practices does not teach white people are racist. It does not teach Black people are the victims. It is not meant to divide Americans. One of the things that culturally responsive practices actually does, among other things, is help people understand their implicit bias. Understanding and addressing implicit bias allows us to see biases we might possess that are not realized, and ultimately, it helps us to promote diversity and equality. Furthermore, the divisiveness that is occurring is actually because of the false allegations and misrepresentations. It is the public attack on teachers and criticizing them for trying to implement culturally responsive practices to provide a more inclusive environment for all of their students. I have to wonder, people who spread these mistruths, have they taken the opportunity to truly learn what it actually means? Have they allowed themselves to be open-minded to new concepts or ideas that challenge their current belief system? In the words of Ibram Kendi, the heartbeat of anti-racism is self-reflection, recognition, admission, and fundamentally self-critique. It is important for all of us as educators, parents, community members to self-reflect, recognize our bias so that we can do better for all of our children. Tonight, there has been lots of discussion about culturally responsive practices, but I have yet to hear the actual definition that our school system uses for CRP. I will share that now. It is to provide and support culturally responsive practices to meet the social, emotional needs of all students, to bridge the gap between learning and lived culture by focusing on authentic relationships, student experiences, and pedagogy as a way to strengthen student engagement and build a culture that values both individuality and inclusivity. Cultural responsiveness embodies transformational learning through a multifaceted approach that considers leadership, teachers, students, the learning environment, and the community as foundational factors for academic achievement and social empowerment. In closing, let's not forget our core values here. In VBCPS, they are put students first, seek growth, be open to change, do great work together, and value differences. I believe that our equity policy and implementing culturally responsive practices does exactly that. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Deb Piero. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for listening to our input as a community. I think that's really important. I'm here to say that I do not consent to equity curriculum education nor the regulations you want to put on freedom of speech for your students. In the written documents for Ed Equity VA, it is the school board's intention and focus on systemic inequity that points to the plan for leveraging a shift in the paradigm that some are oppressed while others are privileged, aimed at school-age children. That all by itself is a focus with a bias. No matter what the bias it is, or even what the intention is, it's not appropriate for school-age children and or teachers in a public school system. No public agenda can address equity without holding some back. No public agenda can possibly know all history to teach equity for all religions, all cultures, all races, all inclusive. Wherever there is even a slight bias, we cannot ever achieve equity. Wherever there is a slight bias, it is not all inclusive. Wherever there is even the slightest bias, it is not appropriate for public schools. It is not the responsibility of the public education system to teach under the guise of equity that some children are privileged and others are victims of inequity in order to meet the objectives of divisive, agenda-driven political constructs any more than it is to teach them the practices of religion. That is the role of the parents. We do not teach religion in classrooms. We do not pray in classrooms. We don't even say the Pledge of Allegiance in classrooms anymore because of sensitivity issues of biased beliefs. This equity ed comes with a bias and has more to do with moral codes than academic subjects. It is a new belief system being introduced, and we can call it what it is, a new religion. In the state of Virginia, there is a very succinct statute of religious freedom. The Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom states, and I quote, "The impious presumption of legislators and rulers, civil as well as ecclesiastical, who being themselves but fallible and uninspired men, have assumed dominion over the faith of others, setting up their own opinions and modes of thinking as the only rule and infallible, and as such endeavoring to impose them on others, hath established and maintained false religions over the greatest part of the world and through all time," unquote. We do a better thing by allowing children to have a carefree childhood free of political manipulation. This curriculum in public schools is not a lesson of tolerance and change. It is a proven burden on children to carry any social justice agenda. It is not appropriate to use children in the pretense to create the illusion of equity by holding some back while bringing others forward, regardless of the means or intention. To teach this moral code of social justice is
30
outside the
seconds.
scope of and the people's contract for public education in the interest of an educated, civically responsible citizenry. Also noted from the Compass 2020, the strategic framework for Virginia Beach Public Schools, goal number 3 is way beyond the scope of a teacher's contract. In order to make that remotely acceptable to teach social and emotional development,
And that
you
is
need to have
time.
double or triple certified teachers.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Kelly Walker. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Wright, Vice Chair Melnick, Superintendent Spence, and members of the school board. My name is Kelly Walker, and I serve as the president of the VBEA, and I'm here this evening to comment on the educational equity updates. First, the VBA fully supports the Educational Equity Policy 4-5 as adopted by the school board in September of 2020. I will remind the school board that the VEA, the Virginia Education Association, of which the VBA is an affiliate, and I quote, is committed to the mission, values, and promises we made to the members of the Virginia Teachers Association in 1967 to advocate for educational equity in Virginia. We are committed to improving our students' and members' lives, as well as improving our communities. We will implement a racial justice plan that will engage a diversity of member and student voice through courageous conversations, and we will bring awareness about and advocacy to destroy institutional racism in our public schools. We will work hard to advocate for policy change at the school, local, and state level, and we will remain committed to holding our politicians accountable on the issue in order to give every student a just public education. These are powerful action words and is the reason I joined the VBA. I believe that the institution of public education is the foundation of our society, and I've dedicated my professional life to making our promise to the Virginia Teachers Association a reality. That said, I'm here this evening to share deep concern members of the VBA have regarding circumstances surrounding a recent employee workshop or training. A school board member entered an employee virtual workshop where issues surrounding equity, among other topics, were being discussed. The school board member entered the meeting without identifying herself, captured photos and videos of the workshop and employees, then posted them on social media sites without the consent of the division or the employees. This is the second time in a year that an employee has had no remedy available to them when a school board member violates a VBCPS policy or bylaw. In this case, the work we are doing on equity is complex, difficult, and requires extreme amounts of self-reflection. Employees must have a safe place in order to have meaningful conversations on equity and other important issues that translates to best practices in the classroom. VBCPS employees must be protected during this process and from school board members who take sound bites of workshops or meetings, then take those sound bites out of context and publicly use them to satisfy their own political agenda. As president of the VBA, I'm committed to holding our politicians accountable on the issue in order to give every student a just public education. As a result of the recent actions by Mrs. Manning, employees were publicly targeted and humiliated for their work for the division, which translates to intimidation and coercion from a superior. This cannot be tolerated by our school division and violates VBCPS Policy 4-5, a healthy work environment. This policy, and I quote, establishes the rights of employees to have work environments that are free of abusive conduct and authorizes the superintendent to develop regulations and procedures to address complaints regarding abusive work environments. Currently, there is no provision addressing abuse from a school board member. Therefore, the VBA is requesting two things. One, that an investigation of how Mrs. Manning obtained access to a closed VBCPS employee meeting or workshop occurred. Two, since no remedy currently exists to protect employees against abusive conduct from a school board member, we request that the Policy Review Committee revisit Bylaw 1-2 or other relevant policies and or bylaws that would ensure the safe and security of all employees. What has happened to our employees by the
30
reckless acts
seconds.
of one person cannot be ignored. The division must have the trust of its employees in order for the important work we all do for our students to flourish. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel Thompson. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Rachel Thompson, and I'm here tonight as the chair of the Teacher Forum Leadership Council, which includes the current Citywide Teacher of the Year, former Citywide Teachers of the Year, and finalists. More than 20 teachers from the TFLC have worked together to prepare this statement in support of Virginia Beach's equity policy. We, the Teacher Forum Leadership Council, believe that diversity and tolerance strengthen Virginia Beach City Public Schools. In order to both value diversity and advance tolerance, we feel that one of the roles of the public school system is to address inequities that impact our students and their communities. As the division looks to reduce these inequities, we support the recently adopted equity policy and look forward to the results of the ongoing equity study, which will identify key areas of focus and develop a plan for the division to include specific details regarding teacher training and student learning. Not only do we support the equity policy, we also condemn attacks on individual teachers and staff in Virginia Beach City Public Schools who are working to promote equity. Lessons, curricula, and professional development activities that integrate culturally responsive practices and social justice are relevant and appropriate equity initiatives. They promote the aforementioned values and advance inclusive learning and work environments. Equity protects everyone, and we, the undersigned, support the VBCPS equity policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Conrad Schreventer. Please unmute.
Welcome.
The Virginia Beach Democratic Committee recently shared a news story. The caption defended our friend Jessica Owens against an unwarranted and marginally nationwide criticism from another board member. Ms. Jessica pointed out fully opening schools could exacerbate the dividing achievement gaps among white and minority students. Afterwards came the rush of triggered anxiety. The Karen-esque, "may I speak with the manager" anxiety came because their feelings were hurt on having to deal with a race yet again. One Facebook comment said criticism from the other board member wasn't based on race, and the race card is quickly losing its oomph, so try something more substantive. That, my friends, is irony. We learn of irony in Virginia Beach English classes. It's when something deliberately and amusingly is contrary to what one expects. Feigning offense to a non-existent race card is amusing. Pointing out current inequity is not a card like chance or community chess and Monopoly. And to try something more substantive is doubly amusing because tonight's topic, equity and critical race theory, is substance. So Virginia Beach School Board, you want students taught about the world, right? You wish they grasp civics, topics you taught me at Salem Middle and High, but I blame you for not teaching me about Wilmington, North Carolina's racial coup when you had the chance. Missed opportunities like that need solution. In this country, there are persistent racial gaps in education, employment, homeownership, policing of laws, and health. And what is more prudent for civics than reforming them head on? As Margaret Thatcher said to Bush, "Don't go wobbly on me. Stop being self-conscious and defeatist. Stop watching Tucker Carlson and then thinking racial issues don't exist in the United States. If something calls a racist system out, stop thinking you are somehow affronted because you're white. Come back to the table, sit down, and take part seriously because these issues need seriousness from everyone. Remember what Councilman John Moss favors, critical thinking. Teaching equity is a tool helping us critically think about societal gaps, and we need teachers to be aware of those gaps because they educate the children who will fix them. Thusly, curriculums like this are needed, so support it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cora Hawkins. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Good evening. Some of you may have heard the song or even have seen the recent video with Pink Floyd's Another Brick in the Wall playing in the background where children go through a new normal school day. What our children have been going through each school day, wearing masks, standing 3 to 6 feet apart, temperature checks, desks surrounded by plexiglass, no talking during lunch, no interactions during recess. In other words, child abuse. The mental abuse on our children is obvious as it has escalated suicides and mental anguish among today's children. One cannot overlook the recent studies. An FEE Foundation for Economic Education article reads, CDC data show a 24% increase in emergency room mental health visits for children ages 5 through 11 compared to 2019. Among adolescents ages 12 to 17, that increase is 31%. Last summer, the CDC reported that 1 in 4 young adults had contemplated suicide in the previous month, end quote. An NPR article titled Pandemic Takes Toll on Children's Mental Health includes a survey. Among 3,300 high school students, nearly a third reported they were unhappy and depressed much more than usual in the past month. Almost 51% said they felt a lot more uncertainty about the future as well, end quote. According to an article from Psychology Today, quote, children have lost their routines, friends, activities, sports, independence, time in nature, travel, and necessary novel stimulation. The losses children are experiencing in this pandemic are significant. For many, these may be the most devastating losses they've ever experienced, and children's resilience has been impacted. Too many children have lost their sparkle and hope, and we see this surfacing in the form of depression and self-harm, even amongst our youngest and healthiest, end quote. As if that is not enough for our children, let's bring in critical race theory, which has been brought in. I was especially troubled by one of the instructors in a VBCPS training video. Whether optional or mandatory makes little difference, seeing that it is out there for teachers and staff to participate in, which the instructor states, and I quote, "One of the most freeing things that white people can do, or well, actually any human being on the planet could do right now, is to just say, of course I'm racist. Of course I'm racist," end quote. Teachers are doing what they are told. They are going through the workshops and mandatory training and responding to the questions the way they should be answered in order to complete their training. Then the brainwashing moves from the teachers to the students. Students are then instructed to believe that everyone is racist, that they, the students, are racist, that they are bad, because mask wearing, social distancing, and isolation are apparently not enough torture for these young, malleable minds. All of what is going on, the lockdowns, the masks, the vaccines, the divisions among the people, all are connected. Thousands of migrant children and adults are coming through our southern borders, and they are being held in detention camps at overcapacity without social distancing and without masks and without having to be vaccinated. And then they are bused to hotels throughout the United States on the taxpayers' dime. How can that be? How come our children are being
30
subjected to
seconds.
worse conditions than non-citizens? Like a school board member stated during the workshop session earlier today, our children are making a sacrifice. The word she used, sacrifice, upon returning to in-person learning. Why do our children have to sacrifice anything? Stop indoctrinating our most precious asset, our children, our future. Pink Floyd was right. Leave our kids alone. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Tanya Rivers. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Good evening. I am speaking tonight in full support of the equity training that will take place in the Virginia Beach City Public School District. As a parent, I'm quite frankly disappointed and appalled at the misinformation that has been purposely spread by Victoria Manning about the subject matter of this training. I want to thank Dr. Parrott and the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for your hard work. Virginia Beach City Public Schools has taken a step to ensure the district promotes a policy of equity and inclusion. The definition of equity per the Virginia Beach City School website is defined as a fostering a barrier-free environment whereby all students, regardless of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions, age, marital status, disability, or genetic information, have the opportunity to benefit from the establishment of high standards in the provision of access, support, effective and inclusive learning environments, and resources required for a high-quality education. Equity should not be a controversial issue. Yet here we are. This proves why this training is so important. This is not Marxist indoctrination as been referred to by Victoria Manning. Culturally responsive teaching practices strive to ensure that all students have a seat at the table. This is not taking seats away from other students or lowering the bar. It is building a bigger table with more chairs so everyone has access to the services and opportunities provided by the district. It means affirming and validating a student's culture, identity, and beliefs. This could look like having a diverse collection of books that can support all students in finding titles they can read and connect with on some level while affirming their own cultural identities and developing positive insights about others. It could be making sure that name pronunciations are correct, learning a few words in their language, and asking them to talk about their cultural celebrations. As defined by Zaretta Hammond, culturally responsive teaching is an educator's ability to recognize students' cultural displays of learning and meaning making and respond positively and constructively with teaching moves that use cultural knowledge as a scaffold to connect what the students know to new concepts and content in order to promote information processing. All the while, the educator understands the importance of being in a relationship and having social emotional connection to the student in order to create a safe space for learning. I highly recommend her book if you're confused about what equity and culturally responsive practices look like, because many people seem to be confused by that. I have seen many comments that have been circulating around social media that schools should stick to teaching reading, writing, or math, or I am colorblind, I don't see color in regards to equity training. Well, first of all, social studies and history are topics that are taught in school. And that is integrated across all subjects, including reading and writing. And it deals with topics such as race and culture. Secondly, saying that you are colorblind or culture blind is negating the identity of another person. It is avoiding talking about our differences and learning about other cultures and beliefs. Celebrating, respecting, and learning about what makes us unique is an essential part of not only the classroom, but society as a whole. When talking about equity and inclusion, race will be a part of the conversation. This is not the same as falsely claiming students will be so-called indoctrinated with the teaching of critical race theory. This rumor was falsely spread by Victoria Manning over her social media page. Those that are intimidated about conversations of race, culture, and identity are the ones that can benefit from the training the most. The fight for equity will not be an easy one. There will be opponents, criticism, and misinformation. The fact that
30
we're having this
seconds.
conversation tonight is progress. Bringing attention to the issue in any way is progress. Change is often feared. Talking about one's own implicit bias and inequities that exist in the school system is not a comfortable conversation to have. We need to be comfortable in our discomfort and learn how to better serve our diverse population of students. Now is the time to listen and learn. I will end with a relevant quote. Privilege is when you think something is not a problem because it is not a problem to you personally. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diana Howard. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Diana Howard, please unmute.
The preamble to the Declaration of Independence states the principles on which our government and our identity as Americans are based. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. It is unfortunate that in the creation of our country, we were not able to eliminate slavery, but we have come a long way since then to achieve those goals. I am concerned by the calls by some to condemn and censor free speech, especially that of school board member Vicki Manning for opposing critical race theory training in our schools, a theory which claims that we are born into unconscious bias, racism, and oppression. It's identity politics. Instead of honoring Martin Luther King's maxim that we should judge people on the content of their character, not the color of their skin, they now demand that we look at everybody according to their external qualities, characterizing people by color. It's racist. They want to divide us, suppressing freedom of speech unless it agrees with their required narrative. Mandating teachers take training to examine their whiteness, white privilege, white supremacy, and microaggressionism. We should be encouraging a dialogue, giving teachers the tools to reach all children in a positive environment to succeed, to promote unity, and base our educational instruction to their individual needs instead of dividing people into categories. I submit to you that there is only one race, the human race. We all bleed red, sorry. We may come from different cultures, but we embrace those differences in the melting pot we call America. It is insulting to suggest that minorities cannot succeed in America when millions are trying to immigrate here to do just that. I don't blame anyone for not wanting to return to in-person public education. They've been scared by the media to say that we're going to all die. Maybe we need to rethink public education. We need parental choice. Every child should be able to get a quality education regardless of their economic status or where they live. Any parent that chooses to send their child to a private, religious, charter, pod school should get the $12,000 we spend per child per public education paid to the school of their choice to meet their child's needs. And even homeschoolers should be reimbursed for their materials. Stop the inequity in schools. We need school choice now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Nathaniel. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Spence. My name is Lindsay Nathaniel. I'm the proud parent of a student at Princess Anne High School and also a member of the Equity Council. I'm here again to show support for the amazing work Dr. Parrott is doing to advance equity and also to support Jessica Owens after misinformation and lies were spread by a fellow board member. First, I do want to take a quick moment and address every parent that spoke before me that was opposed to the equity policy and remind them that this equity policy was already voted on September 9th. Also, for parents that say that this is not an issue that children need to worry about, I urge you to talk to other parents and children that are outside of your bubble that don't look like you. These issues are real and are currently weighing heavy on many students. Side note, the pledge is still said, so please be careful spreading misinformation. What I have been watching play out online with board member Victoria Manning is dangerous. Denial, defiance, manipulation, and misinformation that serves only to maintain the status quo. But the status quo in the United States is racism. Before you share information, make sure that you are not sharing biased, inflammatory content. Sharing misinformation to rile up the public is dangerous and shows your racism. Literally highlighting words like privilege, colorblind, and bias because you are easily offended is the exact reason why this training is crucial. Stop trying to derail the process. I listened to multiple people before me spew misinformation that this training would cause division. Equity training will not cause division. It will encourage growth and make the school a safer and more inclusive place for all students and staff. Discomfort and fear is conveyed to children and students. When we're afraid, unwilling, or ill-equipped to talk about race, we leave young people to their own devices to make sense of the conflicts and disparities they see. The data is clear. Minority students are not achieving at the same level as other students and are being disciplined at a disproportionately higher rate. Research also confirms that teachers with bias can be the barrier to students of color reaching their full academic potential. Teachers make the first decision about behavioral consequences that lead to referrals and suspension. They also are often the gatekeepers for gifted, honors, and AP courses. I don't know a single teacher who doesn't want the best for all their students, but good intentions aren't enough. They need training. Who is the teacher allowing to answer questions? Who are they calling on first? Who is greeted warmly at the door? Who gets time after class? We either don't care, don't believe all kids can learn, or we have to start understanding more about our biases. This work is crucial. Finally, I wanted to stress that some of the board members' behavior online is flat out shameful. We have board members sharing misinformation and exposing teachers that have participated in trainings. And let's not leave out that we have a board member defending teachers from Missouri that took a photo wearing Scrabble tiles that spelled out the word coons. Your racism is showing, and students and parents are on social media and see it on full display. Do better.
Madam Chair, speaker number 13 is online. Okay. Bradley Nadelstein, please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you for all the board members for taking the time this late at night, and it's been a very emotional time for everyone. I think that it's time to stop disparaging people's motives in this. The people who believe in CRT, or if you don't want to call it CRT, believe in this equity training, I'm sure have the best interest of the children at heart. But then again, so do the rest of us. We believe strongly that the materials being given to the teachers is actually harmful to the children. That's why we're so emphatic and so we care just as much as you do. So it's not a matter of one side being racist. We're tired of being called racist because we disagree with it. We believe in very strongly in the tenets of the civil rights movement, which culminated in the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We are very strongly in favor of that. In fact, my parents marched in those marches for that. And I've fought my life and have been the recipient of prejudice myself. That's not the point. We strongly believe that these new teachings that you are offering to the children are actually going to be harmful. Our child never saw color before. And to say that someone is automatically a racist, and that is in the teachings. I watched the teachings for the teacher training. To tell white people that just because you're white, you're a racist, then that is harmful. And there's no question that that is not a good thing to have out there. So we feel very strongly that this type of training should be revisited and not be appropriate for our children and the teachers to be teaching our children. The children are innocent. Let them find their way. By indoctrinating them in this material, you're just harming them. And I know that's not the intent of this equity program, but equity is different than equality. And we all want equality, but this is not the way to go about it. I really do appreciate all your time and allowing me to speak, but please think about this and read some of Thomas Sowell's material. Read the other side. None of that material was presented to the teachers. And I think if you gave a balanced, unbiased material to the teachers, then I think a lot of the people on my side would be more okay with it, but you're not providing them with balanced material. The teacher training materials are not that way at all. So I appreciate everything you're trying to do, but honestly, it is truly harmful to the children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was the last speaker for this evening.
Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 9:30. So formal meeting is on, I guess, on pause for 5 minutes. Welcome back, viewing public. It's 9:30 and we're reconvening our formal meeting. So we are now at the point of our consent agenda. So we have tonight, I will present the 3 resolutions that will be read. National Month of the Military Child, School Library Media Month, and National Library Week, and Mathematics Awareness Month. So we'll begin before reading these with a motion to approve. Mrs. Franklin, a second. Mrs. Hughes. Okay, we'll start with the first resolution.
National Month of the Military Child, April 2021. Whereas approximately 14,000 students enrolled in Virginia Beach City Public Schools are military connected, with the majority having at least one parent serving on active duty or in the reserves of the armed forces. And whereas these military connected youth and their family have unique needs and face distinct challenges due to high mobility, lengthy deployments of one or both parents, and the stresses of loved ones serving in times of combat. And whereas the school division reaffirms its commitment to providing support, resources, and enriching programs to enhance the educational experiences of military-connected youth. And whereas the Virginia Beach City Public School Board's Compass to 25 strategic plan creates opportunities to actively engage military-connected families, parents and families in supporting student achievement and outcomes for success. And whereas April has been recognized by the Department of Defense since 1986 as the month of the military child. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognizes April as the month of the military child. And be it further resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach encourages all school staff to initiate, support, and participate in special activities to recognize the exceptional role and unique sacrifices our military-connected youth make in our nation's best interests. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, adopted by the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach this 23rd day of March, 2021.
Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. Second resolution?
Good evening. Resolution School Libraries Media Month and National Library Week. Whereas school library media centers function as the information centers of the schools and provide the integrated, interdisciplinary, and school-wide learning activities. And whereas school libraries medium programs provide the experiences and training necessary to prepare students to become successful and independent users, learning skills, and whereas school librarian media programs promote information, literacy, and the enjoyment of reading, viewing, and listening for young people of all ages and all levels of development. And whereas school library medium programs provide resources and learning activities that represent a diversity of experiences, opinions, and social and cultural perspectives, supporting the concept that intellectual freedom and access to information are prerequisites to effective and responsible citizenship in a democracy. And whereas the Virginia Beach City School Board recognized the vital role that school library medium centers play in the educational process. And whereas Virginia Beach Public Libraries and Virginia Beach School Libraries have formed a unique partnership that provides for the sharing of resources and services to mutual benefit of all patrons. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Virginia Beach City Public School reconfirm its belief in the value of the school library medium program and officially recognize the month of April 2021 as School Library Medium Month and the week of April 4th through the 10th, 2021 as National Library Week, calling their significance to the attention of all Virginia Beach citizens. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, adopted by the school board of the city of Virginia Beach this 23rd day of March 2021.
Thank you, Mrs. Felton. And our final resolution.
And I just want to say, I love that we have a month for military children, so I just wanted to comment there. And resolution, Mathematics Awareness Month, April 2021. Whereas the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics recognizes April as Mathematics Awareness Month, and whereas mathematical literacy is essential for all, and the inclusion of such in mathematics education ensures a culture of equity where students are empowered by the opportunities math affords, and whereas mathematics is an essential skill both in life and in the workplace, and whereas mathematical reasoning, sense-making, problem-solving, and communication are essential skills, and whereas the language and processes of mathematics are basic to all other disciplines, and whereas our expanding technology-based society demands increased awareness and competence in mathematics, and whereas school curricula in mathematics provide the foundation for meeting the above needs. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Virginia Beach designate April 2021 as Mathematics Awareness Month in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. And be it further resolved that the school board of the city of Virginia Beach encourage all citizens, and especially our children and young adults, to continue mathematics studies and to understand how its application will relate to the occupations of the 21st century. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, adopted by the school board of the city of Virginia Beach this 23rd day of March 2021.
Thank you, Mrs. Franklin. So the chair will now call for a vote. All of the three resolutions, all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz? Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. So we are now on to the action section of the agenda, and we have two action items this evening, beginning with A, the Personnel Report Administrative Appointments. Motion to approve. Ms. Owens, and a second, Mrs. Riggs. Okay. All in favor, please show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. And Dr. Spence, I believe there's at least one administrative appointment?
Yes, ma'am. I do have one. Thank you for asking. I'm pleased to recognize Sam Nix this evening. Mr. Nix has served with distinction here at Virginia Beach since 2001 as an electrical craftsman, electronics craftsman. He's been a transportation area supervisor. Most recently has been serving as an assistant director of maintenance services in the Office of Facilities and Maintenance Services. And I'm pleased this evening you've accepted our recommendation for Mr. Nix to serve as the next Director of Custodial and Distribution Services in the office of the now combined Custodial and Distribution Services. So congratulations to Mr. Nix.
Thank Thank you. All right, the second action item for the evening is School Board Protocols Manual. And please note that Mrs. Linetti did send out some Scrivener's changes last evening to the final section of the manual. And these were also posted on the SharePoint site. So before any discussion, a motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, a second. Mrs. Anderson. Okay, and Mrs. Linetti's at the podium, so discussion or anyone? Mhm.
For clarification, there were amendments, Scrivener's amendments made to the last three pages of the protocols manual. This was what's noticed as Appendix F in the protocols manual. It's actually Appendix C in your bylaws. It has to do with the procedures for committees. Mrs. Ryan, I noticed some Scrivener changes that needed to be made for grammatical errors, and we corrected those last night. That is the only changes that we've made to the protocols manual. You would have received that last night. It's not significant.
Any questions or comments? I'll just, for the record, note again that this goes back many months, this whole project, and Mrs. Riggs and Mrs. Anderson took the lead on behalf of the Governance Committee, and we appreciate the support of the school board through the process. It was originally presented at the retreat with a significant amount of the feedback considered, and so this is where we're at now. And as has been noted, it's a manual for new school board members, for present members. And a special future and special thanks to Mrs. Linetti because it's been this created a lot of need for bylaw changes and even a few policies, I believe, along the way too. So I know you were as committed to this, I think, as the rest of the committee, and I think it's something that you've been thinking about for a while.
You actually started working on it about 2015, so it's been around for a while.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go through the vote. So beginning with all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Okay, the School Board Protocols Manual is officially approved. Thank you all. Okay, information section, beginning with, and we have Miss Crystal Pate patiently waiting for us for our interim financial statements for February 2021, and we do have a handout, is it correct, on this? Or am I confused?
Mm-hmm. Presentation. Mm-hmm.
Just pointing that out to my colleagues, okay, since someone went to the trouble of copying this, okay. Okay, all yours.
Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairwoman Melnick, school board members, Dr. Spence. As of February 28th, the overall revenue trend remains acceptable at this point in the fiscal year, as illustrated in our first graph. The General Assembly adopted its final changes to the 2020-2022 biennial budget. Some of the key changes the General Assembly made to the governor's introduced budget affecting our division include an additional increase in the sales tax estimate of approximately $4.8 million. And this estimate now exceeds our original budget for sales tax by approximately $630,000. There was an increase in the infrastructure and operations per pupil fund of approximately $1.1 million. There was a reduction in our no-loss funding of approximately $885,000, and that is mainly due to the increase in the sales tax and the infrastructure and operation fund. There's also a reduction in our COVID-19 local relief payments of approximately $1.9 million, and again, that's due to the increase in the sales tax estimate by the state. There's also, with that increase in sales tax, it reduces our basic aid, which depending on how our March 31st ADM comes in, that could range from anywhere from a $2.8 million to a $3.9 million reduction. And also that's due to the composite index for the division on the basic aid formula. So our revised projection as of right now of state revenue based on the state's March 31st ADM and the final budget actions by the General Assembly, that results in a projected surplus in state revenue of approximately $6.9 million. If we use our local projection of ADM as of the end of February, that is a little bit lower than what the state's is, and that gives us a projected surplus of approximately $5.5 million in state revenue. Our federal revenues are showing favorable trend as of the end of February. Year to date, we have received approximately $1.6 million over budget, and this is mainly due to our impact aid payments. Our other sources of revenue year to date through February continues to lag behind, and as we've mentioned, this is mainly due to the reduction in revenue for things such as our sale of salvage materials, our Stop Arm Enforcement Program, facility rentals, and the summer school tuition. This next graph shows that the sales tax receipts are at an acceptable level. Year to date through February, we are approximately $2.2 million higher than the same time last year. And for March, we are showing an increase in sales tax receipts from March of last year of approximately $440,000. The last graph shows the expenditures and encumbrances trend, and that's also acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. And I'll be glad to answer any questions the board may have.
Anybody? How about Zoom, Madam Clerk? Anybody? Oh, okay, then we thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that brings us now to information item B, the 21-22 school calendar, which has been put on pause during a good part of this pandemic, but and we will welcome Miss Allen.
Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the board, and Dr. Spence. This evening, we are presenting you with two possible calendars for the 2021-2022 school year. If you will recall, we were asked to go back to the calendar work group and come up with alternative options to the school calendar that was adopted last year after hearing from the community about a conflict with the Jewish holiday Rosh Hashanah and the first day of school. On the screen, you can see our development and proposed adoption timeline. With guidance from the board, we are hoping to bring the finalized calendar to the April 13th school board meeting for action. In the days after the board's approval, the calendar would be posted to the division website and distributed to the community. The calendar work group is comprised of principals and teachers across a variety of grade levels, transportation staff, staff from several central office departments, representative from the United Jewish Federation of Tidewater, a division parent, and a high school student. This diverse group met for roughly 90 minutes and went through calendar options to determine the positives and potential issues of each one. From there, adjustments were made and turned into the drafts you see before you tonight. For the 2021-2022 calendar, we took into consideration a number of factors, including the number of instructional days for students, the impact of holidays, breaks for students and staff, added adjusted dismissal days or staff days at the end of grading quarter or semester, and lastly, we worked to keep the number of days in each quarter or semester as consistent as possible to ensure the equal educational distribution of days and seat hours per course. Lastly, it's important to note the calendar work group was shown calendars for the next 2 school years. However, it was a unanimous consensus that the school calendar should only be decided 1 year at a time given the current climate and uncertainty of the pandemic. Therefore, this presentation will only be for the upcoming school year, 21-22. I will now turn it over to Dr. Robertson, who will present you with the calendar options.
Thank you, Miss Allen.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Now let's take a look at the potential calendars for the 2021-22 school year. Option 1 has us starting on September the 9th. This is due to the potential for higher than normal absenteeism of students and staff as a result of Rosh Hashanah falling on the first day of school. This calendar option includes 181 student days, a 7-day winter break, a 5-day spring break, with school concluding on Friday, June 17th. It also includes a professional learning day, 2 all-division adjusted dismissal days, traditionally before Thanksgiving and at the beginning of winter break, and 3 student adjusted dismissal days that correspond to the end of the first, third, and fourth marking periods. Lastly, we have accounted for Election Day, which takes place Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021. The comments from the work group noted here were they disliked the shortened holiday breaks, particularly the winter break. The last day of school on a Friday versus a Thursday, if that could happen, and that there was no full staff day available after the first day of school until February 1st, which again corresponds to the end of the first semester and the beginning of the second semester. The positive comments from the work group were focused on the flexible staff day after the Labor Day holiday on September 7th, and the adjusted dismissal days at the end of each quarter to allow teachers to work on grading and other end of 9-week needs. Now we will move to option 2. The primary difference in the 2 calendars is the start date. Option 1 start date is after Labor Day. Option 2 start date is on August 30th, with consideration given to provide a long weekend for the Labor Day holiday by making Friday, September 3rd, a day off. This single change grants us 4 more days of instruction prior to Labor Day that we can then leverage for both additional learning days and extended breaks. It's important to note at this time, beginning the school year in August is not intended to be a consideration past the 2021-22 calendar year. However, with the impact of COVID-19 on learning, this calendar gives us more time with students to make up for some of the disruption that has occurred as a result of the pandemic. Because of this calendar's extra seat time and the added flexibility it provides regarding breaks, it is the preferred option of both the calendar work group and administration. Other than the earlier start, the calendar includes 183 student days, 2 more than option 1. An 8-day winter break, 1 more than option 1. A 6-day spring break, 1 more than option 1. And school concludes on Thursday, June the 16th. It also includes a professional learning day, 1 all-division adjusted dismissal day before Thanksgiving, a staff day in October, and 3 student adjusted dismissals as we had in option 1. Lastly, we have again accounted for Election Day on Tuesday, November 2nd. And once again, this calendar was overwhelmingly preferred by the calendar work group. The work group's comments here focused on the added face time with students, the longer breaks, appreciation of the last day of school on a Thursday instead of a Friday, and the preference of an additional staff day in October. These adjustments are available due to the earlier start date of August the 30th, which allows for more flexibility in the calendar creation. And at this time, we're available to answer any questions.
Okay, so we have Mrs. Melnick and then Mrs. Anderson.
Out of curiosity, I know it's just 1 year, but the August 30th start date, we typically have dialogue with the Hotel Motel Association. And did that happen?
Yes.
It did.
Okay.
I contacted Ms. Burke, and we had a conversation about that we would be putting forward an option that would start before Labor Day, that it was for this year only. We were only going to do a 1-year calendar with that, and that it was a couple of different reasons. Obviously, the reason it was referred back was one of the reasons, and then also because with the pandemic and all of the some of the time lost, we wanted to recapture a few extra learning days in the calendar this year, and this provides us the opportunity to do that. So she, I don't want to speak for her because it's not really fair, but I can speak to our conversation. She said that that was completely understandable, and she felt that that would be okay for that, with her members for that year.
Okay, thank you. I think Ms. Anderson and I have the same question, so I'll yield to her for that.
So, I understand and I agree that it would be good to capture some extra days for learning for our students. But I do remember, I believe it's been about 4 or 5 years ago now, that we argued strongly to go to a 181-day calendar. But so as long as it's only for this 1 year and that we're not going to make this a habit of 183 days, you know, I can support this. But I just want to, just like, you know, Ms. Burkett wanted to be assured that this was a 1 year thing, because I do believe if we could start a little earlier and get some extra days in there, that it would help, especially since what we've been through. And I think in light of the fact that we've been in this pandemic, if we can capture a few more school days, it would help our students. I just want to make sure that this doesn't become a habit that we look at down the road and say, okay, well, we did 183 days last year. Let's do it again this year, and and we'll continue on with that. So I agree that this probably would be the best. And so Rosh Hashanah would be off. We'd be off on that day, correct?
And option two?
In option
No.
two. No?
No.
No.
It would not be the first day of school.
So how did
Well, we'll give you, the feedback that we got from the Interfaith Council, and Natalie, you can jump in, you sound like you want to jump in, but was that there wasn't a sense from any of the members of the Interfaith Council that we met with, from any of the faiths, that we needed to provide any sort of special consideration for a day off for religious holidays, that they just not land on big school days.
Like the first day
they
of
were talking
school.
about the first day of school, which was really the issue here. And as you know, in the past, Rosh Hashanah has not fallen on the first days of school. It's not been a day off. We do have policy and practice in place that says students and staff who want to take those days off may do so with leave. And, it's an excused absence for religious purposes. We got a policy around that. And so that's always been the case. That would be the case again here. It's just that it doesn't now fall on the first day of school.
Okay, I see. All right, so.
And that's in
So
line
in
with
lieu-
the
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Anti-Defamation League as well. That's the same policy that they follow, so.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to, because that was kind of the issue to begin with, but this wouldn't fall on the first day of school, and so I can see adding a few more days because of the fact that we've had this pandemic and our students need as many days as we can get them in school.
And, again, it has some other benefits. But I would say the best answer I can give you on that one, Ms. Anderson, is that's the board's decision anyway, right? So that
Right.
would be a conversation we would have as we develop a new calendar in
Right.
subsequent years. This is obviously a little tricky because the only other option for us was to provide you the first option, which is to start on Thursday of that week. And I think, as you heard, the calendar committee didn't believe that was the best option.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Franklin and then Mrs. Hughes. Okay. Mrs. Hughes.
I do believe that if we're changing our schedule for the observance of a holiday, it would be better to have those days off, which is one of the reasons that I would prefer option one. I personally don't have any problem with school starting regularly before Labor Day, but the public didn't want it, so we're not. It doesn't really give me heartburn to start earlier if that's what the public wanted. However, now, I mean, if we did that on a regular basis, but right now, it's kind of late in the game. You may have families that are going to be out of town. I mean, a lot of people plan vacations in the spring for the fall. They've booked things, so that actually could be an issue. And the only other thing that I have is, I think, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but one of the reasons that we typically schedule more than 180 days is to have some padding in the schedule to account for bad weather days. I'm sure that's not the only reason, but that's one of the reasons I would assume. And because we are able to pivot to virtual learning if we all of a sudden get an unexpected snowstorm, that reason doesn't apply as much anymore. So, I mean, I tend to favor option one just because the actual holiday is off. It would not conflict with people who have already had vacations booked and paid for. But, also we can use the virtual learning in the instance of extreme weather.
Okay, for now, then, Mrs. Riggs and then Mrs. Holtz.
When would the teachers return with option 2?
If you look on the calendar,
Because it's
Miss-
hard to see
Yeah, I
this.
know. It's,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's Friday,
Thank you.
August the 20th.
Okay.
We're just taking a moment here with a legible copy, so public, please bear with us.
On option 2, Friday, October the 20th.
August 20th.
What did I say?
October.
See,
And
that's
then
what happened
option,
at 10 o'clock.
and then option 1, they would start the 26th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the 20th, though, it says it's a flexible
It is,
staff day.
yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So exactly explain that to me, or to
So,
everybody?
Yeah, so a flexible day means staff could choose to work on that particular day, or they're given a window to work those hours over several weeks. What we find that majority of teachers, for setting up their room purposes, prefer to work on that 20th. So,
I got it, but I can't read it.
but it is a flexible staff day. They can
Okay.
choose to work on the 20th, or they can extend hours over a different period to make up the time.
Okay, because I know I used to do that as a
Yep.
teacher. I'm sorry, Miss Rye. I didn't mean to just interject here.
We
But,
were a little informal for the moment.
So I used to go in, like, for example, say a couple of hours on the 17th, a couple of hours on the 18th, and be finished, so that I'd have then that Friday off, and that that very last Friday means a lot. So if they would be able to do that, like a lot of teachers do that, they come in ahead of time and get their classrooms ready so that they can have that Friday off. Thank you.
Was it your turn, Mrs. Riggs?
Yeah. Yeah, Mrs. Anderson, it was my turn. That's okay, though. I'm fine. I just wanted to know it because I couldn't tell, but we've got it all now. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Holtz, we're ready for you now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes.
I prefer option 2, but I'm a little bit surprised it kind of came upon us suddenly, because for years and years, this kind of has been a bone of contention, because the school board with the administration, it's been over 10 years, really pushed the start before Labor Day. And I recall the campaign was called Smart Start. The teachers called it a summer bummer, and I was one of those teachers. And at that, what has changed? Do we need special permission to do that? I know the city council was against it, because we get part of our tax dollars from revenue, and Labor Day is supposed to be, has such a huge economic impact on it. So keep me up to date from Smart Start to Summer Bummer.
So, I appreciate that, and at least that part of the conversation predates my time in Virginia Beach. But I would say a couple things have changed. The first thing that's changed, the law has changed on this topic. So there is much more flexibility for school divisions to start prior to Labor Day. That provision now exists in the law, whereas that was not in the law before. There were specific waivers that could be granted to certain parts of the state for certain conditions related to weather. But now all school divisions have the opportunity to do this. So that's the first thing that's changed. However, you remember recently, we did have a pretty robust conversation with the community about the change in the law and about whether or not that would drive an earlier start for the school board. And the decision ultimately was to not start school earlier. The reason we're bringing this recommendation forward this year is twofold. One is it removes the opening of school on a major religious holiday. So the first day of school does not occur on a major religious holiday because, as you know, we typically start on the Tuesday after Labor Day, and that just happens to be Rosh Hashanah this year. And the reason for that is because of attendance concerns. And so modifying our calendar due to attendance concerns is perfectly acceptable and legitimate as a purpose. And so we wouldn't want to do that. So we really had to figure out either start after or start before. Quite frankly, I think it was the conversation in committee, and I know conversation among senior leadership, that starting before this year would be preferable because we needed to recapture some instructional time that would allow us to do a little front loading in our courses at all grade levels, and do some checking in to make sure that things that students may have missed during virtual learning, we have an opportunity to front load into our coursework. So it gives us a couple of extra days to do that. Has the added benefit, if you look through the calendar, of extending break. For example, the winter break is a little bit longer than it would be in the other calendar, which I think many teachers will see as not a summer bummer, perhaps a winter winner.
They did like that.
Is that date arbitrary? Since the rules have changed, we can start before Labor Day. Could we have pushed it further, starting a week even before that? Not that I'm in favor of it, but, I just want to know. Could we have started, say, the second week in August, because some school systems do?
Yeah, there's a provision in the law. So some schools that were already operating differently were kind of grandfathered in. Then there's a specific provision in the law about the number of days before Labor Day.
Mrs. Holt, it's Mrs. Linetti. That law change, it allows you open 5 days before Labor Day if you don't meet one of these other exceptions that Dr. Spence has talked about. We don't meet one of those exceptions in Virginia Beach. But you do have to be off the Friday before Labor Day, which provides a long weekend, which addresses the concern of a lot of the businesses on the eastern side of Virginia that draw their income from that long weekend. But it can only be 5 days unless you meet one of the other exceptions. You're a specialized school division, and we don't really meet any of those other exceptions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Miss Owens and then Mrs. Weems.
Thank you. I just have, I guess, a comment and a question. Forgive me because I don't know how this works as far as teacher contracts and their pay amount. Is there a change in pay at all when we extend the school year, or they just work more days for the same amount?
No, they're working the same days that they normally work. They're working the same number of contract days.
So their days are the same, it's just,
Same number of contract days. So
Okay.
teachers have a set number of contract days, and they don't work all of those as instructional days. So you also have some time built in prior to for staff days and some other time. And what we do is ensure that we don't exceed the number of contract days. And frankly, we never do. There's always a couple of contract days that are built in recognition of all of the additional work that they do outside of the classroom.
gotcha. And so with option 2, having the extra student days, is there less teacher work days on option 2? That's why we come out with that? Okay. And I guess my other, it's not really a question, more just a comment. At this point, I lean more towards option 2, based on kind of where we are with the pandemic and being able to get any additional instruction time that we can. I like the idea of a longer winter break and spring break. My only kind of drawback is I would look forward to hearing from the community in regards to the time frame that we're coming to them with this schedule change. I know Ms. Hughes mentioned vacations, which may play into things or may not. On that same vein, I do worry or have a consideration for people who have custody situations that are set through the summer that are specifically set to Labor Day, because that's how our school system has always been set, and any issues that they would have trying to make different arrangements on a shorter notice through the summer where our courts are already backed up. And it may be a small number of people and something that they can easily work through. But I would hope that we hear from the community and that they're made aware in advance enough so that they can let us know if that's going to be a significant issue for them or not. And if that's not a significant issue, or if they're able to work through those things, then certainly option 2 is where I'm leaning for now.
So, I mean, that is why this information is coming to you tonight, and we're going to be asking you to vote on it in 2 weeks. So the community has 2 weeks to talk with you all about any concerns they may have relative to the calendar.
Okay, I had a moment. Okay, so we have Mrs. Weems and then Mrs. Franklin and then Mrs. Hughes again.
Okay, with the contract days, Dr. Spence, is it still, is it 200 contract days?
I believe that's right.
Okay, 200 still, or, yeah, okay. All right, option 2, yeah, I just wanted to note also and repeat this, that the Labor Day, you would get that Friday and Monday off, so you would have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 4-day Labor Day break for those at home that may have gotten the first copy and can't read it. But was there any discussion at the committee level with the option 2, where you're getting to make up 2 instructional days, and we get to add 2 more instructional days? With option 2, we get 12 days for winter break, counting the weekends, and 10 days for spring break. That's a very healthy break. Was there any conversation of keeping the breaks like option 1, where you would get still 11 days in the winter break and 9 days in the spring break, but go 185 days so that you actually get 4 extra instructional days for these kiddos who've missed for a year?
I think the
Wasn't
only
brought up-
difference between the 2 options in terms of the breaks, isn't it just a half day versus a full day?
I think there's an extra day in December. And let me look at spring.
Full day where it was a half day in option 1 and then spring break.
It's a half day versus a full day, right? So there's a full day on April 8th instead of a half day on April 8th in option 2, and a full day on December 22nd instead of a half day on December 22nd. That's really the only difference between the 2. Ms. Williams.
Okay, I'm looking. So on option 2, the 22nd,
Mhm.
they would have the complete day off.
That's correct.
So my question is to get more instructional time for our students because of just COVID, just this 1 year.
You're saying make it a half day?
Or make it a full day for students and you still get 11 days for winter break, I'm sorry. I was just, if it sounds like we're doing this, starting early, kind of going against the whole, flow and tradition to get more instruction for our students. So I just felt we could really do it because you still get healthy breaks those 2 times a year. So I was just wondering if there was any discussion.
Are you talking about December 22nd?
In the first one, you go half a day. And the second one, the students aren't there at all. So just to make up some more instructional time, I was just thinking, that might be something to discuss because we actually have room because the breaks are so long. In my opinion, a 11-day winter break is still pretty long and a 9-day spring break is still pretty long. So just food
Yeah,
for
we can
thought.
take it back and look at it.
Yeah, I would like to, I'll be looking at it and I
Ms.
just was wondering if y'all had discussed that. Thank
Well,
you.
But we do have first Mrs. Franklin.
I know.
Okay. And then
I just wanted to clarify, so, because I prefer option 2 as well, but I do agree with Ms. Owens and Ms. Hughes. Did you say that the community has already weighed in and they prefer option 1, or
No.
I thought I heard you say that, Dr.
No,
Spence,
ma'am,
I'm
I
sorry.
said the reason we're bringing it to you this evening is so that the community has 2 weeks between now
To
and the
respond.
next board meeting
Mhm.
to review this and to provide any feedback that they may.
Gotcha, okay, all right, well, thank you.
But when we talked about it, and we asked the community about starting before Labor Day, they didn't want to. I think that's what Ms. Hughes was talking about. Because we did talk about not these 2 options, but back when we were talking about starting school. starting school, because we had, when the laws changed, we talked about, do we want to start, now that we can do it, do we want to start before Labor Day? And that's what they weighed in.
Just
We had a
a
When did they
survey
do
in the
that?
last-
It was 2 years
Few
ago.
years ago.
Yeah.
2 years
yeah.
ago. Yeah.
And they're like, no, we don't want to start before Labor Day. Yeah, it was significant.
Okay, we have Mrs. Hughes and then Mrs. Anderson.
Another consideration, actually, somebody did just weigh in. We have a significant number of people who live in Sandbridge who rent out in the form of short-term rentals and actually move out of their homes during the time when their homes are rented. And a lot of them have their homes booked up through Labor Day this year. Of course, a lot of people booked this year that didn't book last year. So that would actually create a hardship for those families. So just one of the things to consider.
Okay, Mrs. Anderson?
It is something to consider, and hopefully we will hear from those people between now and the next 2 weeks. We hope to hear from them. But I just want to say that I am not in favor at all of making the 22nd half day or even a full day, because if you've ever taught school, you know that the week before Christmas, there's not a whole lot of instruction you can get done on that last. I mean, really, even a half day is completely wasted. I don't want to subject our teachers to that, and the whole idea of the fact that we are a military area where people have to take leave to travel to get out of the area. I think it's an adequate time for the 22nd to be our first day off. I certainly don't want to add that as an instructional day, even a half day on the 22nd. So I'm not in favor of that whatsoever. I think we need to consider the fact that we are in a military community where people have to take leave, and most likely we'll even have some students who will be absent on the 20th and 21st because of the fact that their parents had to take leave for that week preceding Christmas. So I'm not in favor of adding the 22nd back on there. On the other hand, by front loading it, if we wanted to stick to the 181 day calendar, which we've done in the past, we could, by front loading it, it's fine, getting all that instructional time at the beginning of the year. We could always end the school year 2 days earlier. Just a thought. But I am in favor of option 2 over option 1, simply because of the pandemic and the amount of instructional time we've lost this past year.
So if I could ask for clarity on the present calendar, which is not blown up, but when you say here, but I think it was the slide, though, that said, talking about spring break, that a 5-day spring break on the original calendar that was put on pause. That's what this says, that it was.
This is our current school division calendar.
And according to your slide here, it's saying a 5-day spring break, is that
Right.
correct?
Right.
So this option 2 adds the Friday before?
This is this year's calendar. This current school year's calendar. I just want to make sure. Not the option that we brought to you before we went back. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm just trying to clarify with option 2, if we're I believe it was conveyed, correct, I stand corrected if necessary, that we're adding an additional day for spring break.
Mm-hmm.
So is that additional day the Friday before?
Yes.
All right, I mean, if there's any day that, in my view, I agree, because there were past discussions with this board on all, the reasoning behind a longer winter break, and it was largely out of respect for the military community, but I don't see the same urgency with spring break.
Right.
So, do you want, between now and next week, for us to convey, because rather than just all reconvene to find out where everybody stands, I think, I mean, if I may dare to speak for my colleagues, that everybody needs time to digest this, and yet I could do some kind of informal, after 1 week to just see where everybody is, or what mechanism would it be helpful to you to know before next week which way the board is leaning?
Well, my thought, just because you're looking for community feedback, it might make sense to just wait. We're okay with that. We can go either way. We've created the calendars either way. Is that what you
Right.
think, too?
No, it wasn't going to be collective, right?
And we
Okay.
should be mindful that community members are on this calendar committee too, so, we can't forget that piece.
Okay, we thank you.
Thank you all. Is that yours, right?
So we have information item C, our special education annual plan, 2021 to 2022, and we welcome Dr. Myers-Daub.
Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairwoman Melnick, school board members, and Dr. Spence. I'm here this evening to provide information pertaining to the division's special education annual plan, Part B flow-through application and report, which is often referred to as the annual plan. Tonight's presentation is an annual requirement to inform you of how we intend to spend allocated federal funds based on the requirements outlined in the application. Local educational agencies are required to submit this application each year according to the federal provisions of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act of 2004, as well as state regulations governing special education programs for children with disabilities. Prior to the submission to the Virginia Department of Education, each school division must review its annual plan with its local Special Education Advisory Committee, also known as SEAC, and submit it to the local school board for approval. SEAC member Sandy Herman, hopefully is still here with us this evening virtually, and will provide the board with the committee's response to the plan at the end of the presentation. This annual review is critical because the disbursement of federal funds appropriated for the education of children with disabilities is contingent upon the approval of the plan and its components. One part of this application includes verification of adherence to a list of assurances delineated by VDOE for all public school divisions. Assurances such as the ones listed on this slide are examples of actions required to maintain compliance with federal and state regulations governing special education program for children with disability. The terms free appropriate public education and individualized education program are often heard in the field of special education. These two concepts are very specific to each child qualifying for special education services. As each child's IEP is developed and reviewed by the IEP team, a determination is made about the supports and services needed to ensure access to the general curriculum and to the maximum extent appropriate, the student being educated with peers without disabilities in the least restrictive environment. Also, as noted in this slide, the school division has policy and procedures designed to prevent inappropriate identification in the area of special education. In addition to the statement of assurances, the annual plan requires divisions to submit information about select special education programs and expenditures. One required component is information about the division's jail education program. State regulations mandate that special education services be provided to incarcerated youth with disabilities who are in our local jail, the Virginia Beach Correctional Center. Such services are delivered according to the student's IEPs by certified special education teachers. Maintenance of effort is the requirement of each school divisions to spend at least the same local plus state funds for the education of children with disabilities on a year-to-year basis. Proportionate set-aside is the requirement for each local school division to set aside a specific federal dollar amount to be used for children with disabilities who are parentally placed in private schools within our jurisdiction. Each year, our division hosts the required collaborative consultation session with our participating Virginia Beach private schools to determine how best to use the federal set-aside funds. Funds will be used for the provision of speech language services due to the strong linkage between speech and language skills and literacy. The annual plan also requires a recap of the division's use of its federal funds for the prior fiscal year, as well as our anticipated expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year. The division uses the federal funds for the intended purposes of the grant, including expenditures for personnel, materials, and equipment, and professional development opportunities. Okay, this slide breaks down our annual plan's projected budgets for the 2021-22 Part B, Section 611 and Section 619 grant funds. VDOE has not yet released official allocations by locality for next year, and divisions are asked to prepare a budget based on level funding with the current year. Our recommended budget is summarized in this chart, and these federal funds represent only approximately 15% of the division's special education funding. Part B's Section 611 flow-through, also known as Title 6B grant, will continue to support current personnel and benefits. Within these allocations, VDOE approved us to include the extension of 3 contracts, which were effective July 1, 2020, which were 2 10-month teachers to 11-month teachers. One was an assistive technology specialist, and one is a CSEP liaison. Both of those staff members assist with the evaluations as well as reevaluation meetings that we have for our students served in CSEP. And then also a 10-month teacher to an 11-month instructional specialist, which is the parent support liaison in our parent support information center. Part B, Section 619, Early Childhood Special Education, also known as the Preschool Incentive Grant, will continue to support current personnel, benefits, materials, supplies, and professional development for early childhood special education teachers. VDOE also approved us changing an 11-month teacher to a 12-month instructional specialist. She's the lead at the Preschool Assessment Center. Again, that contract change took effect July 1, 2020. And again, this is to assist with the number of referrals our Preschool Assessment Center receives, especially in the summertime. So indirect costs for both were calculated at the current rate of 2.5%. So as noted earlier, each school division must review its special education annual plan with SEAC prior to submission of the plan to the school board and subsequently VDOE. On February 23rd, the plan was shared with the SEAC's policy subcommittee, and then it was presented again at the March 8th SEAC evening meeting, where the policy subcommittee garnered SEAC support to move the plan forward. So I would now like to invite Mrs. Herman to speak to provide the board members with the committee's response to the proposed plan.
Welcome, Miss Herman. It's Carolyn Rye.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. I am here 4.5 hours later, but I'm still here. Good evening, Dr. Spence, Chairperson Rye, Vice Chairperson Melnick, and school board members. I am Sandy Herman, Chair of the Special Education Advisory Committee, and as Dr. Myers-Dobbs said, it's called the SEAC. I'm Chairperson of the Policy Review Committee. I'm participating tonight on behalf of the SEAC to recommend that you approve the 2021 through 2022 Local Special Education Annual Plan Part B flow-through application that was submitted to you by the Office of Programs for Exceptional Children. As required in the regulations governing special education programs for children with disabilities in Virginia, the SEAC's Policy Review Subcommittee has participated, as Mrs. Dobbs indicated, in a comprehensive review of the local special education annual plan Part B flow-through application. We have determined that the annual plan complies with the requirements in the federal and the state regulations and appropriately identifies the responsibilities pertaining to students with disabilities in Virginia Beach. Please feel free to contact myself or other SEAC members concerning our role in the review if you have any further questions, and we'd be happy to help you. Dr. Myers-Dobb can answer any questions about the annual plan, and I'd be happy to help you with the review. Thank you.
Or any right now?
Thank you. I know it's very late, sorry.
No, we thank you for hanging with us. So we certainly want to take this opportunity to thank your advisory committee. Please pass that on from all of us for all you do. And of course, we have our Mrs. Weems here as our liaison, but the full board collectively does appreciate the work of your advisory committee.
Thank you.
All right, then, I think we are good to go. This will be on for consent next meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any questions in the meantime, take them up on their offers. Thank you. All right, our fourth information item of the evening is equity updates, and we have Dr. Parrott. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairwoman. Let me wait for my presentation to get up there. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, school board members, Dr. Spence, and our viewing public. I'm Lakeisha Parrott, Director of the Office for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and this evening I would like to share an update on our division-wide equity efforts to date. The last time I stood before you was November 10th, and at that time, I updated the board on the hiring of our coordinator to support the Office for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Dr. Sabrina Lindsay Law. I also shared progress on investigating external consultants to support our division-wide equity assessment. I shared some equity-related professional learning options for division staff at that time. During tonight's update, I will provide the status of our equity assessment, current professional learning offerings for division-wide staff, as well as our school board, and recent recommendations from the Virginia Department of Education, or VDOE, the African American Superintendent's Advisory Council on Equity. On this slide, you see the current timeline for our equity assessment, which is now underway. As shared in the memo forwarded to the board in January of 2021, the division has contracted with a consulting firm to conduct our division-wide assessment as called for in our board policy 5-4, educational equity. The equity assessment has a rigorous timeline of 7 months. The green flags represent entry points to engage and update internal and or external stakeholders in the process. The first flag indicates the kickoff meeting with our assessment team and leadership staff on January 15th. The next entry point will involve an update to the Planning and Performance Monitoring Committee, or PPMC, on April 13th. The school board will be provided a presentation of findings and recommendations in collaboration with our external consultants at the board's summer retreat in July. Below the timeline are the components and timeframes for data collection and or review. You will notice that time will be spent this summer drafting a multi-year equity plan to move our work forward. This will include a need for board feedback and support. As always, I truly appreciate your support in this work, and I am very excited to continue this work together to move this important work forward in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. As outlined in Part C of the Educational Equity Policy 5-4, we have conducted more than 50 interviews and or focus groups as part of our equity assessment. We are also currently providing ongoing quantitative data to our external consultants. This evening, we have heard from many speakers on the topic of critical race theory. To our school board and to our viewing public, critical race theory is not a part of our written, taught, or assessed curriculum in Virginia Beach City Public Schools, nor has it been a part of any division-wide professional learning. So on this slide, I would like to share with you our current professional development offerings related to culturally responsive practices. I would like to remind the board of this division's adopted language around culturally responsive practices, or CRP. This verbiage was developed through a work group that began in October of 2017. This group was led by Department of Teaching and Learning administrators and included stakeholders from various offices and departments, as well as teachers and school leaders within our division. The work of this group was shared, the work of this group and the shared language was presented to the board at their summer retreat in July of 2018. The professional learning offered by my office and to our teachers and staff of this division is centered around this language and understanding. Culturally responsive practices bridge the gap between learning and lived culture by focusing on authentic relationships, student experiences, and pedagogy as a way to strengthen student engagement and build a culture that values both individuality and inclusivity. I also want to remind the board that equity emphases and culturally responsive practices are important parts of everything we do in Virginia Beach City Public Schools and have been for some time. CRP and equity goals are called out or alluded to in every major Virginia Beach City Public School driving document and are easily connected to the daily work of teaching and learning. CRP and an emphasis on equity live within our current strategic agenda and goals, teaching and learning framework, graduate profile, and are essential components of our division's core values. For example, one of our core values is to value difference. The work of CRP lives within this core value as we honor student differences within our classrooms in order to provide a personalized learning experience for each student. When talking about CRP, we are talking about an integrated, not isolated approach with an emphasis on who we are teaching in addition to what we are teaching. Really excited about this work, our professional learning offerings. In alignment with our strategic framework, Compass to 2025, the division has uplifted equity emphases that support ongoing, relevant professional learning on culturally responsive practices. We have collaborated with the Department of Teaching and Learning and the Office of Professional Growth and Innovation on capacity building on culturally responsive practices throughout the division. The Cultural Identity and Decision-Making Master Badge are self-paced, online learning opportunities available to our teachers now. This training allows our teachers to examine their own personal culture and use of instructional data through a CRP lens. We have 78 teachers currently enrolled in these self-paced development programs. School leadership and central office staff are essential to implementation of CRP as well. Recently, we offered our school leaders and central office staff an opportunity to engage in cultural identity professional learning, and we have 36 leaders currently enrolled. As you know, we have also recently invited you, our school board, to professional learning opportunities to engage in culturally responsive practices. This session mirrors what has been offered to our school-based staff as well as our central office staff as a foundation to CRP work. We plan to offer follow-up opportunities for our school board members on coaching for culturally responsive practices sometime this spring. Now I'd like to share recent news as it relates to equity and CRP from the Virginia Department of Education, or BDOE. Superintendent of Public Instruction, Dr. James Lane, appointed the African American Superintendent's Advisory Council in September of 2020 to develop recommendations to advance the academic success and social and emotional well-being of African American students and promote racial equity in the Commonwealth's public schools. 12 recommendations were released on March 18, 2021, so very recently. The recommendations have implications for the Virginia Standards of Quality, Standards of Accreditation, Standards of Learning, and related school statutes and regulations. So on this slide you see before you, I would like to bring your attention to the third bullet that reads, inclusion of an indicator on disproportionality in disciplinary outcomes as a factor in school accreditation. If this recommendation is enforced, our school division accreditation status would be jeopardized as disproportionality is still prevalent throughout our school division. Last year, for example, African American students were suspended at 2 times the rate of their white counterparts. And just for your own information and for our viewing public, African American students make up 23% of our student demographics, while our white students make up 48%. The other 6 recommendations from the Advisory Council are on this slide you see now. I would like to bring your attention to the third and fourth bullets that would require school divisions to adopt an equity plan and establish an equity advisory committee, as well as offer educator prep programs to ensure teachers are culturally responsive educators. We will draft a multi-year equity plan on the findings and recommendations of our equity assessment, and our Equity Council will be examined as part of our equity assessment to ensure we are properly leveraging the great work of that council. The recommendations set forth from the Advisory Council will be examined by the State Board of Education. Virginia Beach Schools, we will await further guidance from the Virginia Department of Education, while also moving forward with the work that we know is vital to move our school division forward. The Office for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion will continue to lead and support our equity priorities as a school division through completion of the equity assessment and drafting of the multi-year equity plan. I look forward to returning to this board, sharing the findings with you in the near future. And again, thank you for the continued support. At this time, I welcome any questions.
All right, Mrs. Frank, thank you, Dr. Parrott. Mrs. Frank?
Dr. Parrott, I just wanted to ask you, because I was actually not sitting on the board when all of this was happening, so I appreciate you giving me a little bit of time to just go through some of this. Obviously, we had a lot of discussion tonight, and one thing I really want to create a conversation here that is nonpartisan, because I think, there's a lot of heated feelings on both sides of the aisle, and I don't want to have that kind of discussion tonight, okay? I want to really just talk about something in regards to, because, obviously, as a minority myself, I just had a situation recently. I'm waiting for my nail salon to open. I had three women of Indian descent, assume that I worked there, and said that their appointment time was whatever, and I said I don't work here. So I know stereotypes exist. It exists in all different ways, and so we obviously want to create a situation where there is inclusion and equity for all races. And what I guess the only concern I have right now is that I just don't want to be pushing one group or one race down to lift up another. I would like to make sure that we are inclusive of everybody. The only comment I would like to just address is because there seems to be a perception, and I like to say perception is somebody's reality, but there seems to be a perception that this is a white versus African American situation here. And I really, and you actually only gave statistical data for African Americans and whites, yeah, the population. So how are we also creating a situation where we're discussing Hispanics, Asian Americans, I just want to make sure that all races are part of the discussion and not just two races. And that we're not, pushing one group down to lift up another, because I don't think that was fair in the past, and I don't think that that's appropriate now. So is there a way to figure out how we can make this a positive? Because I do think that inclusion is a positive. I think that making sure that we have a very inclusive division is only good, right? I mean, for everybody feels good about themselves, good about going to school, getting educated. I think that can only be a positive. So what I want to find out is there a way to have conversations that stem from this is what we're going to do to ensure that everybody feels valued and included in those conversations. I guess and I was not here, and I apologize for asking these questions, after. But I have to say that I've been through the assessment. They were I had a lovely discussion with them. So I definitely think that there is always room for growth. I just want to make sure that we are having discussions that maintain a very inclusive for all persons kind of discussion, and not just talking about this versus that. And because I think that can get very heated and divisive, as we heard tonight. So I just want to make sure that we're looking in a positive direction. And I know that you're coming from a place of that. I'm not saying that at all. I just want to see if we can have future discussions about that as well.
Yes, yes, and yes, Ms. Franklin. So again, I shared the disproportionality data as it relates to our discipline, because that is a huge disparity, and it's been one for a while here in our school division. I could have shared data with our students with disabilities compared to their non-disabled peers, right?
Okay,
But
right.
I didn't pull that data, and I next time, I could share that data with you. I can look at our disparities as it relates to our rigorous programs or our academies as students of color, students of difference, compared to their white counterparts. And so the data is there. I just chose to use discipline because discipline is still an area that impacts our African American males, now impacting our African American females here in Virginia Beach.
So,
as we look at the demographics as a whole compared to their white counterparts. And so that's why I shared that data, because I know that's the direction that the Virginia Department of Education are looking at our discipline data as it relates to our students of difference.
Can I ask you, what is the data for, do you have the data for Hispanics and Asian?
I don't have that with me.
Okay.
But I can get that data.
Okay.
And I can share that data with.
But we do. We do
Okay.
have that data. We look at
Yeah.
that data. We disaggregate when we report, and you'll see this as you go through reporting cycles with us as we report on our annual data, that we disaggregate data across any number of reporting groups. So those reporting groups that we typically report on include economically disadvantaged students, African American students, Hispanic students, English language learners, students with disabilities, I know I'm leaving out a few Asian Pacific Islanders.
Yes,
but
yeah,
there's
I
a
mean,
whole
I-
list of reporting groups that we disaggregate the data on and report on. And so I don't want it to be thought that we only disaggregate data and talk about data in terms of white people and black people, because that's not the case in Virginia.
Okay, because I really feel like maybe we should include other statistical data, so it doesn't feel, maybe, again, perception.
Yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
we do.
Okay, okay.
Regularly. When we
Okay.
report data in this division, we regularly
Mhm.
report across all of the federal reporting categories.
Okay. Okay. Because thank you. Thank you. But I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin.
And Mrs. Melnick's next, but I'm just going to take a liberty here because I have the equity policy that I wanted to point out. One of the commitments in Section B, generally accepted beliefs, and it addresses all the groups that this policy is committed to. Social equity means the absence of institutional and structural barriers experienced by people that impede opportunities and results based on other societal factors such as age, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, national origin, ethnicity, marital status, pregnancy, childbirth, and related medical conditions, disability, socioeconomic status, neighborhood of residence, and other related factors. And just from my recollection from the policy review discussions, that the committee was very adamant about making this an all-inclusive policy.
And that's the only thing I just wanted to make sure we were discussing, every class, I would say, instead of just, making it feel like there's, only two possibly being discussed. So, thank you.
So we have Mrs. Hughes, then Mrs. Riggs.
You didn't call on me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Melnick.
So while I appreciate your comments, Mrs. Franklin, I can't let the events of the past 2 weeks go without mentioning them. It's been a painful 2 weeks. And it makes me very angry, but it also makes me terribly sad. And it makes me sad for the hundreds of employees who have participated in culturally responsive practices training, employees who like and value the training, employees who take that training and apply it to everything they do, employees who are committed and focused on doing right by all children in the most inclusive environment, only to have a board member undermine their efforts. I am not speaking out against a person's First Amendment rights or a person's right to question division or state mandated training. What I am speaking out against is the method in which this was handled by a board member. We know a board member used her child's school-issued Chromebook to access a closed group of training for literacy coaches. We know that screenshots of teachers' names, faces, and personal reflections were taken and shared. We know that a board member did not offer us, her colleagues, the courtesy of a conversation surrounding her disagreement or uncomfortableness with the training, but instead shared her disdain on multiple platforms, including a radio program. The Virginia Beach School Board is a governing board. Our job is not to conduct private investigation. That is a violation of the superintendent's contract, but that clearly happened. And sadly, that private investigation led to the misrepresentation of information, as we saw tonight. An acceptable use policy violation by a student, parent, or employee. Defamation, intimidation, and quite frankly, it put people at risk just for doing their job. There has been a pattern of unacceptable conduct for quite some time, and I feel that as a board, we must address this. As a school division, we must continue to deliver progress, and we cannot allow this behavior to keep us from doing that work.
Thank you. Mrs. Hughes? And then Mrs. Riggs.
Yeah, a couple of comments that I would like to have addressed. One is, in theory, this equity policy is supposed to be inclusive and Virginia Beach City Public Schools embraces diversity, respects differences. And so part of that would be anytime someone disagrees with you, they should not be called a racist or a bigot. So I do look forward to that being called out. It's possible that someone can disagree with a policy and not be a racist or a bigot. And I would think that people who are appreciating diversity would understand that and defend that people can have different opinions. But I also would like to point out that VBCPS had an opportunity to get in front of this. When we voted on this policy, a few of us asked about the curriculum ahead of time. A few of us abstained because we didn't know what the curriculum was going to be. So you can't really vote yes or no when you don't know what you're voting on. And so we have people who feel strongly in favor of the curriculum and people who feel strongly against the curriculum. Some of the people on both sides have seen it and some of them haven't. So why not make the curriculum public? What is the problem with the public viewing the curriculum? Make it public, make it transparent, and maybe this problem goes away. If the public is able to see exactly what you're teaching your staff and students, either their opinions are validated or their opinions are invalidated. Maybe their opinions change. But that is the opportunity you have here to fix this, or we have to fix this.
Dr. Spence, I think Dr. Parrott may want to weigh in.
So, did you want to?
No, please.
May I? Thank you.
Yes.
So I hope as we have this discussion, as the board has this discussion, we can be very clear on what we're talking about. Because there was so much misinformation in what was stated tonight in public comment that has been fed by misinformation elsewhere, that I think is very important that we are clear. And I'm saying that because you've said curriculum like 4 times. I want to make sure everybody understands what we're talking about when we talk about curriculum. So when we talk about curriculum and as educators, generally we're talking about the student curriculum. This is not in student curriculum. So no, VBCPS didn't have an opportunity to get out in front of anything relative to student curriculum because it's not in student curriculum. Our curriculum is the standards of learning. That's our curriculum. And so this idea that critical race theory, I mean, I heard 5 times tonight, if it wasn't 10, why aren't we teaching math, science, social studies instead of critical race theory? We're teaching math, science, social studies, language arts, world languages, career and technical education, all of the things that our community expects us to teach. We are not teaching critical race theory. Are there controversial topics in our curriculum? There are. The board has a policy around controversial topics in our curriculum. Do we talk about Jim Crow in social studies? Of course we do. Do we talk about the impact and ask students to think about the impact of Jim Crow on our society today? Of course those conversations happen in our classrooms. Those are conversations that should happen in our classrooms. But we're not teaching critical race theory. And I've seen the stuff that's been posted, and I've seen some of the stuff that's been polled to suggest this is the curriculum in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Individual teachers sometimes make choices about things that they want to share. Almost all of what I saw was appropriate. I have heard several times, so now I'll get to, I think you may be talking about our professional development curriculum.
I am talking about the staff training as a curriculum.
So let me talk a little bit about staff. So there was a video clip that's been referenced several times tonight. It was a video clip of a woman. It was not an instructor for our professional learning. It was a video clip. I think it had been used by the Department of Education. It was being shared during an equity discussion that was part of a broader 3-hour conversation. And as has been noted, there was a part of that clip where there was a woman who suggested that all people, white people, all people really, the most liberating thing they can do is to say, I am a racist. Okay, there's a broader context to what she said. I'm not really going to defend the broader context. I think it's worth people's time to look at the broader context and try to understand it, rather than just say that's a horrible thing to say, because there was a broader context to that. But had I reviewed that, I would not have chosen that video. And here's why I would say that. I would say, I don't think it's useful to use declarative language that gives people a reason to be on the defensive before you can really engage in reflective conversations. But there was no ill intention in that conversation. The people who led that had no ill intention. They did not say, internalize this. You must believe you are a racist. You are a bad human being. That was not how that was used. It was an opportunity for people to reflect, to agree, to disagree, to think about what that person was trying to tell them, what that perspective was, and to think about somebody else's perspective and how their life and their lived experience has impacted them. Again, I wouldn't have chosen that video, but probably the more important part of it is this characterization that somehow is division-wide training, and that's been given to all teachers, and that's what we're doing. And that is not true. That was a specific set of training. I've seen the cultural identity information that was shared with you in an email from a teacher who's offended by the concept of privilege. Cultural identity is a badging opportunity for teachers. You just heard we have 78 teachers who've gotten that badge. That is a choice that they make to do that. It is not a division mandated opportunity. What we told the board, and I'll stand by again, during the equity policy conversation was that we will not develop division-wide training that's mandated in the policy until we've gone through the equity assessment, until we've gone through the conversation with the board in developing our plan, and at that time we'll talk about what that training probably has to look like based on the findings of the assessment. We have not developed any division-wide training on bias that's required of this policy because we said we wouldn't. But it's being portrayed as if we have over and over and over again. What we have had for some time now, well before the equity policy conversation, and we talked about all this during the equity policy conversation, is training on culturally responsive practices that is available to teachers, but again, not division mandated. Schools can request that. Dr. Parrott goes out. I think Dr. DeVries goes out with you sometimes. You have other folks on your team who go out with you. They provide that when it's requested. Culturally responsive practices, contrary to what has been stated on Facebook and in other places and here tonight, is not critical race theory. You just saw what the division's definition of culturally responsive practices is. I saw a posting about critical theory. Critical theory is not critical race theory. Critical theory is a philosophy in the social sciences that asks people to engage in understanding that many of society's problems are social constructs and not individual issues. It's an academic concept. By the way, most people who spoke tonight, when they're talking about critical race theory, if I suspect, and I'm not saying I know for certain, if I asked you what is critical race theory, I'm wondering if you could tell me what it is. Because people keep saying it's this Marxist theory. Actually, critical race theory veered away from critical theory, which was founded upon some of the writings and philosophy of Karl Marx, and rejected Marxism, and instead was developed by civil rights activists and attorneys in the 1960s up through the 1980s as a mechanism for interrogating the law and social institutions with a lens of race and to see how race played into helping people be successful or keeping people from being successful. That's critical race theory. Like it or not, that's all it is. We're not teaching that. We don't teach critical race theory. We're not teaching legal scholars. We're not training civil rights activists. So that we don't teach critical race theory. Dr. Parrott just stood up here and said, we don't teach critical race theory. And we don't. And so no, Virginia Beach City Public Schools did not, Mrs. Hughes, have an opportunity to get out in front of this. Because what's being said is not true. So that's why I just, if we're going to have this conversation, I think we have to be really clear about what we're talking about. And just like have a common understanding of the definitions and the terms that are being used. We are not, in Virginia Beach City Public Schools, definitively, we are not shaming white children. We are not teaching white children to be ashamed of being white. Nobody is doing that in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. If there is a controversial moment in a classroom, somebody said to me, one of the board members I spoke to this week, well, I've heard a parent say that their child was shamed. That process for resolving that concern, because that is not in our curriculum, That is not in our teacher training, and that is not an expectation of our school division, is to go to that school's teacher, ask them why they did that, and if they don't get a satisfactory response, to go to that school's principal and talk to them, and then to follow the chain of concern. But we do not, as a matter of habit, have any interest whatsoever in shaming anybody. And what I think is very telling is that when you hear from people who've actually been in the training, with rare exception, and in the one here that's come up is because there was a video that, as I've acknowledged, I would not have used. I think if it was your first entry into a conversation about race, that is going to throw you for a loop for somebody to say everybody's racist. I acknowledge that. I acknowledged that in my email response to the first question we got about it. But if you take that video out of that 3-hour context of that training, that one piece of video out of it, I think there's a lot of context in that training that has been mischaracterized. And so I want you all as a board to know, I want our public to know, that is not what we're doing. That is not who we are about. We are about inclusivity. We are about equity. We are about lifting up all children, not about putting down one group of children at the benefit of another group of children. It is about examining what are the barriers? And we said this during the equity policy conversation. Our responsibility is to examine the barriers that are in place in our communities, in our society, and in our institutions to make sure that we are not intentionally or otherwise hindering children from being successful. That's the bottom line. And it's simply, can we assess the degree to which that's happening? And if it's happening, can we figure out why? And can we be better for our kids? For all kids. And if you look at our data, you cannot look at our data and find disagreement that there is disproportionality. And it is not just race. We do not talk a little bit about this. We talk all the time about our special education students and disability and how there are inequities in terms of how students with disabilities access learning in Virginia Beach and across the nation. There are inequities in how English language learners access learning. There are inequities in the treatment of LGBTQ students in our community and in our schools. There are inequities in terms of performance, academic performance, graduation rate, SAT performance, college going performance, discipline, everything else that you want to do, and that is associated with race. And so if we examine that, what we got to do is go, okay, what can we control? Because there's stuff we can't control. There's things we can work on. Wonderful article in the paper, if you all missed it, by the way, about our Family and Community Engagement Office and the work that our family outreach coordinators are doing. That's an example of controlling things that we normally would say we can't control, right? Let's get out in the community. Let's provide supports for families and children that need it. But if the potential exists for the lived experience of children in our classrooms to be worse than it should be, shouldn't we be willing to talk about that? And dismissing that and saying it doesn't exist doesn't mean that's true. Like just saying, racism doesn't exist doesn't mean racism doesn't exist. Because that's not my lived experience, doesn't mean it's not somebody else's lived experience. To your point, Ms. Franklin, about perception and reality, right? But if your lived experience as a black male student in Virginia Beach is that you experience racism and you're trying to say that to us and we refuse to listen, that's on us. So our responsibility through our equity work has to be, how can we better prepare ourselves to listen to that conversation and be better for that student? That's all this is about. That's really, at the end of the day, can we examine our own biases? But I fully acknowledge to those who've raised the concern that saying to somebody, you're racist, is not the starting point for that conversation. Because you create defensiveness, and we have to be able to talk together. My team gets that. We all get that. We understand that, But you can't extrapolate one 10-second clip as that's Virginia Beach City Public Schools curriculum. And you can't extrapolate 2 teacher lessons. We literally offer 20,000 lessons a day. We got 5,000 kids. They have at least 4 lessons a day in different curricula. 20,000 lessons a day. You can't find 2 examples of that and say, that's our curriculum. We've thrown out our responsibility to teach math, science, English, and social studies. That's That doesn't even begin to approach logic. So we have to, and I know I've been on this for a minute. I'm sorry. I'm going to get off my soapbox here for a sec, but we should know what we're talking about if we're going to be angry. Otherwise, we can just talk and we can bring the boil to a simmer and have a conversation with each other. Because the anger doesn't have a place because most of it's just generated through misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spence. Mrs. Felton?
Thank you, Chair Rye, and thank you, Dr. Spence, for making a clarification about this miscommunication, because we are at a crossroad as a community, a learning community dedicated to the idea that all our children should have an equitable opportunity, a community more diverse than it's ever been. We are at a crossroads regarding what is fair and what is equitable. In my many years, I've never thought we would have to be forced to have a discussion on what's right. And before I move, I just want to let you know that I'm not here to infringe on anyone's First Amendment rights. That's not why I'm here. But on the face of it, we can look at these events with astonishment. Astonishment that a member of this board who has claimed dedication to the public school child and made sweeping pronouncement about their admiration for our teachers, but use student and a teacher to damage the personal reputation of others who live and work in our living community. We must ask for an official order of these events. It was said too many times tonight, and I am really bothered by it. As we look at the precarious situation we are in, it's important that we show this city and say it's not acceptable to debase teachers who are doing the important work of becoming equity leaders for our children. Be reminded, these are teachers who thought they were in a safe, professional environment. They did what they had been doing their entire career, taking tough issues and unpacking complicated questions and trying to develop some solution. Our teachers and administrators weren't hiding and plotting. They were working. Our teachers did not go to work and think they had to worry about a fox in the hen house. They did not think they had to worry that their pictures and their names and comments would be shuttled between 4 or 5 different social media platforms. They did not think they had to share in a hat-closed training. When I hear a member of this body declare in the public political meeting that they were proud to vote against the equity policy, when I see people spreading hate and discontent, and then members of this body who represent diverse population that will not willing to stand up for the community they serve. When I know we are in trouble, I know we are in trouble. I have lived here all of my life, and I know people get tired of hearing that, but I've lived here all of my life, and I have experiences that the majority of the people in this room would never understand, and they're too numerous even to discuss right now. I will not go back. I hope you hear me. If you do not believe in the mission that public education is dedicated to, then this is not the public service you should work for. If you are here to dismantle public education and malign others who believe differently, then maybe this public servant work is not designed for you. If you're here to put roadblocks in the way of progression and the development of all our young citizens for political reasons, then maybe this is not the work for you. Let those of us that do believe continue the work. Stay on the side of history that is pushing for equity. This is hard work, and it's continual work. I receive calls, emails, and I've even had talks on the sidewalk from teachers concerning articles written to assassinate their character on the website, which is being used to attack our teachers. As a group, we taught the trust and responsibility just two meetings ago. We created language in our bylaws that is designed to keep us honest. We've signed an ethic pledge, but sadly, these principles may have been violated. I'm calling for this body to ask for a full audit of these events. We must show our children that we can take swift and definitive action in the face of these troubling events. Those of us who believe in this hard work and continual work must stay the course and press towards the mark. Let those of us that do believe continue to do the work, stay the course, stay on the side of history that is pushing for change and advance in equity. I count not myself to apprehend it because it took a team of us to do this. Didn't do it. We couldn't do it by ourselves. It takes a team. And we just got to stay and press towards the mark for the prize. Like James Baldwin said, he said, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Felton, and now Mrs. Riggs.
Well, I appreciate your words, Mrs. Felton, and thank you for sharing it. I'd like to, make a couple points regarding the circumstances that are bringing us to this point in this discussion tonight, and that we've lived for the past couple of weeks. Because, like every one of you, I'm sure you've been reading all of these emails, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be listening, and we listen tonight. And I appreciate the opportunity to listen to our constituents, both sides, because there are two sides, obviously, tonight. But as a teacher, because I still consider myself a teacher, after teaching for 37 years, we were in the equity training, Mrs. Weems and I were today, and we had to throw out a couple of the things that we, defined ourselves. And I just couldn't throw out the educator part. I just couldn't, because it just makes me. So I'll always believe myself as a teacher. And it just, I'm so concerned because of our employees having to live through what they've lived through these past couple of weeks. They're not protected when they have legitimate grievances. This is the second time this has happened, where teachers have been called out in public. And their names, they've been put out there, and we listened to the last time, but we did not really act. I think maybe it's time to do that. Maybe we need to formally address this issue. We're doing that tonight, but maybe we need to go further. Second, as the chair of the Policy Review Committee, I'd like to remind our colleagues that our equity policy, which we've talked about all night tonight, was passed this fall by the board. It specifically outlines that the administration has the authority to develop the training for the employees on equity. That's outlined by our Code of Virginia, which is 22.1-208.02. And that we would have access to that training. And if you read Dr. Spence's update, the attachments were there. This past update, Mrs. Weems and I took advantage of that today. And we started with the first part of the training. And the training was with Dr. Parrott and Mrs. DeVry. I always say her name right.
Dr. DeVries.
Dr. DeVries.
Yeah.
And it was the start. It was really good. That's why Mrs. Weems and I came in late, because we were really into it. So, we're going to get off of that training. And in one of our board conversations on email, I responded to Dr. Spence's answer to the question that was brought forth about the video and all of that. I said, the sooner the better. I wanted to see what I was hearing. What are these teachers being taught that is so divisive? I wanted to see. And I know
that part, when we discussed this in the policy committee, we talked about the training. We talked about getting, being, getting the access and finding out what this, we hired someone, a group to come in and to look at it. I think they've called all of us. They've talked to all of us. They've interviewed us. Okay? And so I was wondering wait a minute, we haven't started doing training because we haven't even discussed it yet. So thank you for addressing that tonight. I really appreciate that. And that was when I called Dr. Parrott Friday and I said, wait a minute, what am I missing? I said, well, I thought we were waiting for us to get the information back, the report back, the presentation. She goes, we're not, that particular training was not an actual training. It was for just equity. It was just she explained one of the several things on an agenda for the literacy group. And they just happened to be talking about that. Among learning about vowels and pronunciations and reading and all the other things. I'm like, okay, thanks. I appreciate that. But because of this, I'm concerned that this has brought us to this point, that the public has been misled. And now we not only public, I mean, this has gone across the nation. We're, hearing about Virginia Beach and how we're teaching. I'm hearing from my husband saying, what are you guys doing? He's a past teacher at the school system. He's retired. He's questioning me because he's hearing it on public TV. And I just think that by taking this misinformation and putting it out there the way it was, it has put us in this situation. Why didn't she come to us? Why weren't we asked? Why was it put out on public media? Why didn't we talk about this instead of starting this fireball? And as a former teacher, I know it's hard for us to work through these tough topics. It is. These are very, as you said, these are something that we need to talk about. But we need to build those relationships. These are the kind of things we need to know. We need to talk about to move on. But I always felt safe in our environment as a teacher and in the learning and the professional developments. I never have lived through this. That the teachers that were involved in this have been, their names they've been put at risk because their names, their schools, pictures of them on sensitive topics that was turned around and made public. So I agree with Ms. Felton. I think that maybe this is something we need to look at further into. Maybe there needs to be some kind of investigation, and we need to move forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Riggs, Mrs. Anderson, then Mrs. Holtz.
Thank you. As you know, we heard from several members of the community this evening, and many of them have heard information, or I should say misinformation, about our equity training, supposedly training, and they believe that CRT is part of our student curriculum. They believe that. Thank you, Dr. Parrott, for clarifying that CRT is not critical race theory is not a part of our student curriculum. It's not a part of Virginia Beach right now. So thank you for clarifying that. Under the best of circumstances, those of us who serve on the school board understand that we may not always agree with our colleagues. Unfortunately, today is not as simple as that. I've served on this board since 2013, and I've found in myself and others that sometimes things happen in life that distract us. Sometimes we're not always prepared for a meeting, or that we're not always in possession of the necessary expertise on a subject and we need some help. Luckily, we have an administration that gives us the expertise we need to help us make decisions. Sometimes we fight hard for a particular set of principles or an issue, only to find that our colleagues don't agree with us. But we persevere and move on. In the past, as with anything, we've always had one advantage. That advantage was the foundation with which we live and serve by. The idea that we are here for one reason and one reason only: public education, and for whom it serves: children. For quite a while now, it's been different. This board has had to deal with members advocating for things that fly in the face of that foundation. Whether it's the way this institution has changed in its general direction, whether our legislative priorities have been correct, to members looking for ways to undo what's best for students and teachers. Just a real fundamental difference on why we are here. As Ms. Riggs pointed out, that really changed last year when a teacher came forward to speak to a concern she had. There are several ways to look at that. One could be that a teacher was approached by a school board member in a public setting in general about her lesson, and that's concerning. The other, which I'm going to speak to here, is that not only was a teacher approached by a school board member, but that teacher felt violated because, by her own account, she was publicly admonished for the content of the lesson she taught in class. That, to me, is the dangerous part, and the part that we overlooked. And so that leads us here tonight. And I'm going to explain why. You see, it's not the place for a school board member to address a teacher and criticize that teacher for anything they saw or witnessed while in the classroom. That's the job of the administration, not the school board member. Had we dealt more strongly and efficiently with that egregious action by our colleague in the past, we would have set an example of our disapproval of board members overstepping their authority. We should have set an example last year, a year and a half ago, that this board will not tolerate board members that embarrass teachers privately, publicly, or on social media. Isn't it a shame that we have to state this publicly to bring attention to the fact that we have board members who violate teachers this way? Mrs. Manning, I assume you are listening, but since you are not here physically and have not been present in the school board chambers for the last 3 meetings, I'm not sure if you're bothering to listen attentively tonight. Since you so passionately pressed for the board to meet in person last fall, it seems strange that you choose to Zoom in for our meetings instead of showing up in person. But that's another issue which I'm sure you will explain to the public on your social media posts. I am stunned by what this board has allowed to be acceptable behavior, and it's shameful that the policy committee will now have to come up with yet another bylaw that deals with policing the behavior of members of this board. Our institution and its mission have been under attack. A colleague of ours, Ms. Owens, has been attacked. Our superintendent's professional integrity for 5 years has been attacked. Our vital equity work and our groundbreaking equity policy has been attacked by you and your social media friends. So where are we now, Mrs. Manning? Our greatest resource, our teachers, who you claim to support, are being publicly targeted in an attempt to censor them, and it is underway because of misleading comments you've made about our equity policy on your social media pages. One of the vilest comments I have ever seen was in the comment section of the article that you wrote for Bacon's Rebellion. A reader responded that one of our teachers' mothers should have had an abortion so that that teacher would never have been born. These attacks were instigated by your misleading information. And if that wasn't enough, that same article used a picture of students from Strawbridge Elementary with an extremely misleading caption written under it, designed to incite the readers. That picture was once used to praise those students for an unselfish and kind act. But due to your misleading article, the Bacon's editor decided to use that picture to further incite your audience with a misguided statement about those children. I know you claim that you didn't know the editor would use that picture, but whether you provided the picture or not, It was your misleading article that prompted the editor to use that picture so that it would incite the audience even more. When this was brought to your attention by who I assume is a parent, you responded in an email that you did not share that picture nor have you ever seen it. And then instead of reassuring the writer and saying, I'm shocked it's there and I will have it taken down, no. Instead, you said to the parent, if false accusations continue, the next communication she would receive would be from your lawyer. I understand now that you were asked by the chair of this board to contact the editor and have the picture removed. But removing the picture now is after the fact that those sweet, innocent children were used to further the extreme views set by your article, and the damage is done. You can't change the fact that due to your article, innocent children were used to promote your agenda. Therefore, holding yourself accountable for your actions, the parents of those Strawbridge students deserve a huge apology from you. And anyone would think that using students to promote a political agenda is enough to admonish a school board member. But I have another egregious act that you committed, and this leads me back to teachers. It was brought to my attention that you recently used someone else's credentials and your son's computer to enter a workshop, and that in itself is egregious. But then you disseminated part of that 3-hour workshop to your social media posts. In showing part of the workshop, you violated teachers once again by showing a video with teachers' pictures and their names. Mrs. Manning, since you were never a teacher, you may not understand that when teachers participate in a workshop that requires discussion about equity or any sensitive topic, they should have the freedom and liberty to discuss those topics without fear that their opinions would be spread openly on social media or to the world. The workshop was designed to help teachers recognize when equity plays a role in meeting students' needs, and through discussing sensitive topics, they learn from each other as well as from the examples they're shown. By showing only a portion of a 3-hour workshop in your social media posts and asserting your opinion about what you think was happening in the workshop, you were able to exploit those teachers and that workshop to promote your own agenda because that suited your purpose. By only showing part of the video, you used that part out of context to promote your agenda, and you succeeded in inciting your social audience and getting them to believe your theory about critical race theory is being taught to our students. So this evening we are here to discuss our equity policy, and this board is under attack by you and your friends who have been misled by your statements and beliefs. We've had numerous emails from the public who have been misinformed about the workshop and about the policy itself. Many of the emails are from constituents who have been misinformed and incited by your social media posts. And we all heard some of the comments levied by those people tonight who believe you, who believe your misinformation about about our equity policy is all about. Since our school board attorney has told us that we cannot do anything substantial to admonish another board member when they commit egregious acts against our teachers or students, as a member of the policy committee, I will work to support a bylaw that will police the members of this board. It's a shame that we have to do that. I hope the constituents listening this evening will also remember this self-serving, egregious acts that were committed by board members. This board has had a tough year, but on top of a pandemic, these kinds of actions spoken about this evening are shameful. We have enough to worry about as we try to find a way to get all our students back in buildings. But now we have to deal with false accusations caused by misleading social media posts and the exploitation of students and teachers. As a board, we need to ensure that this type of violation on teachers and students does not happen again. I also agree with one of our speakers and with Mrs. Felton and Mrs. Riggs that we need to have a thorough investigation about this, and especially about the fact that the use of a student's computer as well as the use of someone else's credentials to view a meeting, then posting those a part of that meeting on social media, that we need to have an investigation about that. So I hope that my colleagues will agree with me that we need to do something more than what has been done in the past. It's a shame that we have to do this and that we have to take up time. Instead of dealing with trying to get our students back in school, we have to deal with this kind of nonsense. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Holtz and then Mrs. Manning.
Thank you, Mrs. Rye. I want to especially thank you, Dr. Parrott, and your staff for your presentation tonight, and also the one on November 10th. And I think we really needed to be reminded of the timeline that you showed us that goes back to 2017. Let's not forget, this is not a policy that was just thrown together overnight. The negative controversy only started recently because of misrepresentation. And as you said, this is a work in progress that will continue to mature. And I hope as the committee's work continues, the public will have a better understanding of these goals and their hearts and minds will be changed. And so once again, I want to commend you, Dr. Parrott, and your staff for this important work. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Manning and then Mrs. Weems.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope that you will give me some time to address all of these false accusations and slander that have been made against me this evening by not only members of the public, but my colleagues on the school board. Not only have I been slandered, but my child has also been slandered, and I will not stand for that. Ms. Anderson and Ms. Melnick, excuse me for a moment. Have accused me, and the VBEA, by the way, have accused me of entering into teacher training sessions utilizing my child's Chromebook with someone else's credentials. If I have that correctly, that's what I've been hearing this evening. That is absolute slander and false lies, and I will not stand for it, and I will be calling my attorney first thing tomorrow morning. I'm sorry I get emotional when my children are involved. First, let me start with the VBEA's false accusations against me. I've never entered into a teacher training workshop. I watched a video of a recorded training session shown to me by a teacher who was so upset by what she was put through that she reached out to me. Perhaps the VBEA and some of my colleagues on the board should spend their time talking to all teachers about how they feel about this training rather than attacking me. I am standing up for all those teachers who reach out to me because they are fearful of speaking up publicly or to the VBEA. The attacks against me tonight by teachers, administrators, and school board members are a prime example of why our teachers won't speak up. I've been accused of spreading false information. Any information that I have presented or given is based upon information provided to me by teachers and parents, as well as my own firsthand experience as a parent. When I watched that teacher training video and read the documents associated with that training, I was so upset.
I just couldn't believe that this training was telling our teachers that they needed to admit they are racist, and it promoted the teachings of Ibram Kendi, a radical leftist. It also said, and I've got a document from that training here in front of me, it said that teachers should acknowledge their appearance and how it might place them in a privileged position. They should reject color blindness. They should get comfortable with discomfort. And it specifically says, many of us enjoy talking to our students about the latest movies, yet racial issues such as police brutality are avoided at all costs. When I read these documents and watched this training, the first thing I did was contact Dr. Spence. He said he'd do some research and get back to me. And he did. I've got the email. He did acknowledge that the comment of the "you are racist and you need to admit you're racist" was a little over the top. But he got back to me and he said he supported that training. He responded to the whole board on this. And several school board members, including Ms. Riggs, who has also condemned me, chimed in with enthusiastic support over this training. And for those who are saying that I'm making false accusations, I've got emails to back up all of this that I'll be happy to share. Now let me get into my talking points that I was going to just bring that up, but I needed to address these attacks to me against me, and I'll let my attorney address the rest of them. Since 2015, the mainline definition of critical race theory is that our country is systemically racist and that racism is currently embedded into the fibers of our nation. I reject that notion, and if anyone believes that we have policies that govern our schools that are racist, then please bring it to my attention. I have never voted for, nor will I ever vote for a policy that promotes racism. Dr. Spence earlier mentioned critical theory and said that critical race theory and critical theory are not the same, and they actually are. Critical race theory is a subsidiary of critical theory. Critical theory was, invented decades ago, critical race theory a little bit earlier. But what we're talking about these days when people talk about critical race theory is the critical race theory that has been brought up into conversation around 2015. Critical race theory also teaches that just because someone who has what's considered white skin, they're automatically privileged and should admit it. I reject the notion that the color of a person's skin gives them privilege, and I won't stand by while students and teachers are taught these things. Ibram Kendi is a radical whose teachings are currently used in our teacher trainings. I've seen them. I've seen leaders advocate for teacher trainings by Kendi. Dr. Spence has previously referenced Kendi's theory of anti-racism, and I saw in Dr. Parrott's presentation this evening that she was talking about this theory of anti-racism. Kendi preaches that a person cannot be not racist. You can only be racist or anti-racist. This theory of anti-racism is very much based in critical race theory and says that if you don't admit your privilege and actively work to combat racism, then you are racist. That is being taught in teacher training. I've seen it more than once. Our students are being taught that our country is racist and that people with white skin are privileged. I've seen that firsthand too. A board member recently replied to a constituent that teachers need to understand their innate racial bias. That's appalling to me. I believe that we are all created in the image of God. We are not innately racist. And by the way, I have that email too for anyone who wants to falsely accuse me of that. To continue to make accusations that people are racist, including our students and employees based on the color of their skin, goes against my Christian faith and my values as an American. People risk their lives to come to this country because it's the greatest nation on the face of this planet. I reject the notion that in the year 2020, we are a systemically racist nation. We certainly aren't perfect, but we need to start focusing on what unites us, not the divisive rhetoric that's being taught. A lot of people don't know this, but I have an eclectic heritage. I don't talk about my skin color. I don't talk about my heritage because I just don't identify that way. But one of my grandparents was Native American. The others were a mix of Native American, Irish, and German. But people call me white just because they look at my skin color and they think that's what I am. And I fear that that's what's being taught in our schools because I've seen it. I had a couple of questions here for Dr. Spence, but at this point, I don't even think it matters what I say. Obviously, my viewpoints are not valued. Ms. Felton, I'd like to just address some things that you said. You made a lot of statements that I assume you were referring to me about, and I really honestly don't know what you were talking about. You said that a board member stated they were proud to vote against the equity policy. I hope you weren't referring to me about that because I've never ever said that. Regarding teachers saying that they're not in a safe environment, these again are accusations. No one has ever brought specifics to me. I have seen some teachers come on my social media page and attack me. Those are the only things that I've seen. So again, if people have specifics, bring those to me. No one has brought any of this to me. You just use this school board meeting to attack me and to attack my child. And that is inexcusable.
Mrs. Manning, we can come back to you later. We'll go to Mrs. Weems now.
I try to approach things in a measured manner usually, but tonight I am also stunned. I am stunned that 4 board members used this meeting to have a character assassination of another board member, to make accusations, and to quote the ethics policy. Perhaps on your way out, you need to read the ethics policy. We have a governance committee that's supposed to address this. We've had criticisms from the public recently about 2 board members. It should have been sent to the governance committee, and Ms. Rye, as chair of that, could handle it there. This is shameful, what has happened tonight. It is ridiculous, and it's embarrassing. I am very saddened that we use this time to assassinate and crucify and make accusations that I have never heard of. I don't know where y'all get your information from, to a board member. That's pathetic. I hope that never happens again. I believe in equity. Fostering a barrier-free environment with high standards, effective and inclusive learning environments, providing equality of opportunity and resources for all. That's what our equity policy is. I support teachers getting to know their students, really getting to know them, and that's what we talked about in the training today. To have differentiation, to teach each student in the way that best maximizes that student's ability to be the most successful that he or she can. I've done my homework on this. I've signed up for the interview, for the assessment. I attended the training today, this afternoon with Ms. Riggs, and presented by Dr. DeVries and Dr. Parrott. I've looked at some of the training that we've had out there for teachers. I've talked to teachers who love every bit of it. I've talked to teachers who don't like it at all. I've talked with Dr. Spence. I've talked with Dr. Parrott. I've set up future meetings to discuss some questions and concerns I have. I've done my due diligence, I think. I don't think anybody's arguing about equity and about making sure that all students get what they need and deserve, and that all teachers have the resources and the support to deliver such instruction. But I do have concerns about some of the declarative statements, some of the, what I see as offensive statements, some of the wording that divides instead of unifies. So I think that if we really look at this, and we can maybe look at all the training, and let's get rid of those parts of the training. We've already seen one example, and I did look at that video, not 10 seconds worth. I think it was close to an hour, and then they broke up into teachers, I think small groups, which of course I couldn't do that. And it was offensive to me, and I could see how it would put someone really on the defense when you have the moderator or the facilitator saying again, the best thing you can do is to say, of course, I'm racist. And then later on, believe it was the same video, she said, if your friends have horrible thoughts about black people, instead of talking to your fellow woke white friends, and then she continued it, that can be presented in a different way. Don't stay in your bubble. Get out and talk with other people. I just don't understand. And then we've got other language that people have brought up, privilege, implicit bias. We all have stereotypes. We all have judgments, unfortunately. I know that. But I just don't know. I just don't know what good it does to have divisive language, statements that are going to just force people, fair or not fair, to dig in their heels and maybe be hesitant to reach forward and learn. So my request to you, Dr. Parrott, and my ask of my colleagues to support this, can you and your committee scrub over the training and try to have an open mind and remove such statements that obviously to many are offensive? Is that a reasonable ask, Dr. Parrott?
I think it's important that we understand that language that you consider to be divisive is language that we have to have a shared understanding around to become culturally competent. And so the language in isolation will appear to be divisive, but language around privilege and bias and prejudice, that's language that as educators, we have to get comfortable using within the context to become culturally competent educators. So I understand what you're saying, that just throwing words out without context, without proper facilitation will appear to be divisive for some. But we have to get to a place in Virginia Beach where our teachers and our leaders and our school board and our viewing public understand that when we talk about privilege, it's not about putting down students or putting down teachers. It's about acknowledging what it is. What is privilege? The rights that you have solely because of the color of your skin, solely because of your economic status. But we have to get to a place in Virginia Beach City Public Schools where we can have those conversations.
My point is we can have the conversations without being divisive. There's certain ways that you can say things, and to me, you're saying we're going to do it this way, and you're really not listening to the folks who are saying it's very offensive. I don't agree with it at all, and there's not a say. I mean, I've had people to call me. They won't even email me because the teachers don't want it in writing. And they have said, Carolyn, I cannot speak out because of the color of my skin. I cannot say anything against this training. So, I mean, there's got to be a balance is all I'm saying. And I think that we can do that. I'm hopeful that we can do that. It doesn't sound from your response that we're going to take a look at it.
So I'm not sure that's a fair characterization. I think there's a difference between her response and your expectation, but that doesn't mean that we're not gonna take a look at things. But what I would say is, there's a difference between a declarative statement like, of course you're a racist, and having conversations around difficult topics.
Sure.
And to say, let's scrub out the word bias. Let's scrub out the word privilege, because those upset people. That's inappropriate.
I'm not saying, I don't think I ever said what things to scrub out. I'm just saying to look, get some feedback. I mean, obviously, this offended people. And that wasn't made up. And we all saw the video.
Well,
And I know you're going to say it was just 10 seconds. It's one of 20,000
No,
trainings.
that's not what I'm gonna say.
But-
it didn't offend everybody.
Right, correct. It did
And
not.
there were good conversations that came out of those conversations. And again, I'm saying I wouldn't have used that video, but it didn't offend everybody. It offended a person.
I'm not saying it offended
And
everybody.
you're also saying people can't talk about this. They call you and say, I can't talk about this. And I hear this over and over. We heard it a minute ago. That person never tried. That person who contacted Mrs. Manning didn't try. Nobody ever came back to the people who are running this training to have a conversation and say, hey, I'm concerned about that. That bothers me. Can we talk about that? They didn't try. So what do you mean they can't? Based on what?
Perception is reality.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, it is.
Except
If you
at
fear
some
as a
point,
teacher,
the board has to not enable that. At some point, the board has to say, no, I hear you're concerned. And the way to address that concern is to go back and talk to the people who are running the training, or go talk to the superintendent. Because if over and over again we say, well, you can be uncomfortable and tell me you don't want to talk to the people who are running this about it, I'll go solve your problem for you. They can't go back and have that conversation. And even so that, I mean, we can just talk about what is it that you're concerned about. Again, I'm not talking about that one video clip. I'm talking about writ large. Any training that we do, anything that we do, somebody finds it offensive, somebody doesn't like it, somebody doesn't want to do it. Do we want to enable that and say, well, we're just going to get rid of that training because somebody didn't like it?
no, but it merits maybe some further looks, like you said that you
We
would.
have agreed to that
Okay, good.
already.
Thank
So
you.
I don't want her,
Okay.
I don't want Dr. Parrott to be mischaracterized. We've already talked about the fact that with her in my office, we look at everything together. With DTOL, with Docile, with her, with me. We look at everything. And we make sure that it meets our eye test, that it meets our eye test. But I think and I'm going to speak for you, but what I heard Dr. Parrott saying, and I would echo it, I was going to say it before she did, is no, we're not going to go scrub words like bias and prejudice and privilege from our professional development, because those things need to be talked about. We have to talk about bias. If we can't talk about bias, we can't acknowledge the kind of fundamental reality of human existence, right? Like, we all have bias. Privilege exists, right? As she mentioned, privilege exists. You've got male privilege. You've got privilege based on sexual orientation. You have privilege based on economic status. You have privilege based on race. And the construct of privilege is simply the understanding that other people may suffer in our society in different ways based on things that you wouldn't, because you don't have those things. And so that's okay to talk about. And then it's okay to understand what that is and how that impacts people. That shouldn't be offensive to have those conversations. So I don't want to scrub those. So you're saying that's not what you're asking, so that's good. So, because I guess I'm just looking for clarity on what you're asking.
I'm not talking about just changing just words. I'm saying, like a perfect example is that video. I don't even know who would have pushed the green button on that.
Yeah.
But that should have been caught at some level, like, wait a minute, red flag.
Okay,
And if we have other things like that, and see, I don't know, and I think that's part of the fear. If this is, even though we've been doing this for a while, that's out, and part of the fear is, oh my gosh, what's coming next? And so if I can get the assurance that you're not going to push the green button on videos similar to that, that would help.
Sure. And as I said, we offer thousands of trainings a year, and we offer tens of thousands of 20 thousands, 30, 40, whatever, thousands of lessons a day. And so obviously, if something occurs, it needs to be brought to our attention, and we can deal with that, and we will. But that shouldn't be extrapolated to this is happening every day in all places, and this is the division's goal, is to shame people and intimidate people, right? Because that's not the case. And that's sort of the fundamental point that I think we want to make about the training and about our curriculum, right? Is that that is misinformation. And that isn't me being accusatory of anybody, but that's misinformation. That's not true. That's not what's happening. And you can't extrapolate from a video or a couple of lessons to say, this is the intention of the division, this is the intention of the administration, when we're sitting here saying to you, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few questions for you, just from your presentation. And Dr. Parrott, I appreciate it. And like I said, the training today I thought was wonderful. You know, the one complaint that I had, and I think it was because Ms. Riggs was in my group, is we didn't have enough time to finish it. Because both of us are quite talkative. But anyway, okay, so the training, and I think it's in Frontline that you mentioned, or can we get access, can the board members get access to the training so that, you know, we can see it like we did today online, or, because we don't have WISE numbers, can we do that now, or can you make it available?
I
The
don't know the
training.
answer to that, Ms. Williams. I know that I know it's important as a school division that we keep you informed of our training, and that's why the intent for the office is to offer ongoing professional learning to the school board. Face-to-face, that's ideal for me as a facilitator. And so to offer the board opportunities to engage in our work around culturally responsive practices. And so we do plan to offer another opportunity for our school board to engage in culturally responsive practices through a coaching lens later on in April, after spring break sometime. So, but in regards to the training that I shared with you during our presentation, I don't know the answer to that. It's for teachers. Teacher responses will be available on that secured site. So I just need to get
I
clarification
just, you know,
around
because
that.
I don't like to comment on things that I haven't seen, obviously, and that's why I'm participating in this, because I don't think that's fair to comment on things that I haven't seen. So just, yeah, if y'all can get back with me with that.
Yes.
Okay, and also the cultural identity course requirements. Did I say that right? Is that what it is? Cultural
The
identity?
professional learning?
Right, for professional learning.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is that mandatory, or is it just you sign up and it's just optional?
Teacher choice, optional.
Okay, teacher choice.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming that's the same with the Master Teacher Cultural Identity Badge.
Yes, all teacher professional learning around culturally responsive
Because we don't,
practices.
okay,
is-
because we don't
is
require
optional.
the 22 hours. So all of this is optional. Now, if I choose not to do it, is that going to in any way harm my ability to get a promotion of any point? That was a question that I got.
This is
That
a
was
choice
question I got.
professional learning, just like all the other choices we have in our school division. So my answer would be, I don't see how this would impact a promotion.
Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, okay. And then, evaluating teachers on CRT, that was a question I got. Is that being done? Is that, I mean, because I think we talked about this before, that's part of their evaluation, but how is that, or is it not part of a teacher evaluation?
Again, we don't use critical race theory
I didn't
in
mean,
Virginia Beach.
I didn't mean, see, that's a problem. You've got critical race theory, we've got culturally responsive practices and culturally relative teaching. I didn't mean that.
I know,
said it
but I
wrong.
think it's really
Exactly,
important
that's
that
very,
we-
and I think that's the problem, because all these things sound the same. So, culturally responsive teaching, is that something that a teacher is evaluated on in their evaluation from their principal?
It is part of the teacher evaluation.
Okay,
Yes.
and the principal evaluates that, and is there a rubric, just like everything else he or she evaluates, or?
Yes, it's at the school level, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then also the three, moving forward, you had a slide up there that had the three, next steps, equity assessments or professional learning and recommendations from the DOE. And you said they had 12 points. You bulleted those.
Yes.
Are we gonna be able to discuss those? Because just looking at them, they seem like they merit some discussion. Because I don't even know when I just read past them real quickly, I don't even know what some of them mean.
Well, they're just very recent recommendations from that advisory council from our VDOE Superintendent's Advisory Council. So we just received those, and since this was very timely, I was providing this update, but we still need to await the Board of Education and how they want to move forward with those recommendations. And once we get more guidance from the VDOE, we'll definitely come back in front of this board to share implications for our work. But many of the recommendations, when you get an opportunity to view them, you just saw them for the first time this evening, but when you get an opportunity to view the recommendations, many of the recommendations, it's work that we already have in progress in Virginia Beach, such as conducting equity assessment, drafting an equity plan. Those are all things that we have already planned to do here in Virginia Beach.
Okay, yeah, that would be great if we could discuss that before it gets off the railroad track, train tracks, whatever. If we could have that as soon as possible. So, I think that's all. Thank you. And again, I would like to end with just saying how disappointed I am in my colleagues who, basically did a character assassination on another colleague. I've been on the board for almost 20 years. This is the worst moment right here tonight, what I viewed. And I'm very, very disappointed.
Okay, Mrs. Hughes, then Miss Owens, and Miss Franklin, you're on the queue.
Yeah, I've been taking a lot of notes while everyone's been talking, and I guess I'll just go around with Miss Felton was the first to speak and mentioned that she had experiences other people here would never be able to experience, and that's true. I was a single mother for 19 years. That's an experience some of you will never know. All of us have experiences other people will never know. All of them are valuable, and all of them mean that we all bring something different to the table, and that's a good thing. What was disappointing was that as you spoke more, you talked about things that Miss Manning differed with you on, and you seem to feel that means this is not the work for her. That's not respecting diversity. Miss Anderson further said that she has a problem with the fundamental difference of views. That's one of the great things about having a board work together. We have different views. When we ask each other questions because we disagree, we tend to get into more detail. Nobody needs to live in an echo chamber. It's important to talk to people that you disagree with, which is what I thought that a lot of this was supposed to be about. This should be encouraged. Ms. Riggs made a comment that this was the second time that we've had a board member call out teachers. That's actually not entirely accurate. And you referenced me when you said that I guess you were referencing me calling out a teacher. I actually did not call out a teacher. I had a less than 2-minute private conversation in which I answered the question, what do you think? The teacher called me out. The teacher called media. You all were going to set up a private meeting or a closed session to discuss it, and then decided we didn't need to because that teacher had already called the media. Well, the meeting before that, a teacher had called out another board member, and we all discussed it privately. Remember, Ms. Melnick? We all discussed that privately and decided not to have anything. So this is actually the third issue in a year and a half, but Ms. Melnick was handled privately, I was blasted, and Ms. Manning's blasted. We also had a lot of emails about Ms. Owens' comments in the paper, specifically a crowd of white people. If anyone else had said a crowd of any other group of people, you would be wanting to discuss that too. But we got a lot of emails about Miss Owens' comment. Personally, I found what she said offensive. I'm not asking for you to have a meeting on it. You know what? The voters will decide that. She's addressed everybody who has addressed her, and the voters will decide in 4 years whether they think that's okay. You know what? The same is true with Miss Manning. She is addressing people, and the voters will decide in 4 years. You don't get to decide what Miss Owens says in the paper, and you don't get to decide what Miss Manning puts on her Facebook page. You are not treating people equally. You are not respecting diverse opinions. And I'm also noticing that several of you had prepared things written, and I noticed that part of Miss Anderson's, she was reading, she wanted to thank the 3 people that went before her, and also mentioned that you'd also spoken with the attorney. So this sounds like a concerted effort, which would have possibly been a little mini meeting in violation of FOIA. So that's also a good thing to point out. As far as putting teachers out there and seeing videos, I haven't seen the video that y'all are talking about. I'm on social media probably way less than other people are. So I haven't watched it, but if it's still up, then I will. But you keep talking about how great it is to have uncomfortable conversations, and you're all angry because you're uncomfortable. And I don't think any home addresses have been giving of teachers. I haven't heard anybody say that, just where they work. Isn't every teacher easily searchable on the school website where they work already? And if these trainings are valuable, what is the problem with the public seeing the trainings? I mean, why would we not let the public benefit from them if they're these great and valuable trainings? And I haven't seen it. And, you know, as Ms. Weems said, I don't have an opinion on it because I haven't seen it. I guess I just don't understand the selective wanting to investigate people and wanting to blast people. You really don't have any authority over other school board members. If they have a different opinion than you, they have a different opinion than you. They'll vote differently, and the public will vote differently. And just putting other people on notice that you're going to try to do something, that doesn't even make any sense. You don't even have the authority to do that. But this is political. This is clearly political. Nothing more, nothing less. And this needs to stop. And I agree with Miss Weems. This is shameful. This took an entire, we've been talking hours about Miss Manning. This is not an equity update. This was something you added onto the agenda just at the last minute so that you could have a presentation against Vicki Manning. And there's nobody watching this that you're fooling. I would like to actually talk about the policy that has something to do with children and then maybe go over the rest of the agenda. It's after midnight. You've spent enough time letting everybody know that you don't like Vicki. We knew that going into this meeting.
Miss Owens is next on the list. I will say that this discussion was added to the agenda to clarify and inform, and that goes both ways. And I just felt as the chair that was the right decision to make. And again, it should have happened sooner if concerns had been expressed earlier. But so with that, Ms. Owens?
Can I just, the only other thing I had in my notes, it'll be very, very quick, I'm sorry. I mentioned that we had an opportunity to get ahead of this by putting out whatever the curriculum, training, whatever it is. Mrs. Holtz, when she spoke, said this has been in the works since 2017. We voted on it in November of 2020. Over the course of 3 years, no one was able to come up with even a framework for what the training would be. That seems unlikely.
Well, that sounded like an attack on my integrity, but I don't think you meant it that way. Let me just say this, and we'll talk about what Mrs. Holtz was referring to is the culturally responsive practices training that has been ongoing in the division that we've tried to share some insight in tonight. I do want to just say, as the sort of CEO of the organization, to a specific question that you asked about, what's the problem with teachers' training being shared with the public? And it isn't a problem talking about the content of the training. We could certainly do that. The problem is when you share individual teacher reflections, the individual presenters, the names of those people, the schools where they work. That shouldn't happen. I mean, I would hope this board would agree or could get to a point where it agrees that should not happen. Teachers do need to know, and now I'm advocating for them as their superintendent, as the person who employs them. They need to know that if they're going to be in a training, that what they say, they can say within the space of that training. So that if they need to share reflections with one another, they can do that. If every teacher thought every professional training they went to was going to be videotaped and shared online, we would have a very difficult time doing professional development in the school division. Because people would not share what they're thinking. And that isn't just around controversial topics, but I promise you that would be around like sort of more simple topics, because people would want to be like, oh, I don't want to be the person who didn't know the answer to that biology question. I'm a biology teacher, you know. And So, I mean, I think the answer to that question is that's just not an appropriate way to conduct professional development. People need to know this is a place where I can go in here, learn, ask questions, be vulnerable, and do that. Yes, to the question of can't teachers be found in every school, we have a directory of teachers on every school website. But linking that teacher specifically to something that's then talked about as controversial, as hateful, as whatever, it's described as anywhere would be inappropriate. You're sort of putting a target on that teacher. And I realize people do that to people in social media, do it all the time. I think we heard somebody tonight talk about it as doxing. But I don't think I don't think we should do that to our teachers. And I think that was, to answer your specific question about that, I don't think that's appropriate. And I'm advocating for my staff now, saying, I don't think that's appropriate, and I don't think board members should do that.
Ms. Owens?
Thank you. So I didn't have any prepared remarks for today, but I have been listening to all of the remarks and comments from my colleagues and all of the remarks and comments from the community. What the theme that I was hearing from those in the community who are against the equity policy and the equity training is kind of twofold. One, that they're scared. They are scared of what this means for them and for their children, and they came and expressed fear, some more appropriately than others. But they expressed fear, and I think Dr. Parrott and Dr. Spence both did a good job in explaining what it is that we're doing and why, to help alleviate fear that has partially been brought forward to them from misinformation. With the misinformation that was out there, if I was them, I may have fear, the same fears that they expressed. Certainly, I think everybody on the board is on the same page that if there was somebody in our district pointing at small children and saying, you must say you're racist, you were born a racist and you must say it, everybody disagrees with that. Same way they do. We're not doing that. And so I think having that laid out, clarified, and just kind of handled hopefully helps with that situation. The other theme that I was hearing was systemic discrimination just doesn't exist, so let's not talk about it. And that one's more difficult for me to kind of wrap my mind around. I think most people would agree that if we wanted to talk about the gender wage gaps in our society, that it wouldn't be an inappropriate topic for students to read about or have discussion over. And certainly they can look at the statistics and see that women in our country are statistically paid less than the men in our country for doing the same jobs. And conversation could be had about systemic reasons that may be, including bias by those in different places of power or different places of hiring, who was at the top of the food chain, if you will, earlier, and how that's played out over the course of our society and still is having an effect today. But then people seem to have difficulty making the leap from recognizing that, of course, there's a gender pay gap, and of course we can see it, and of course we can talk about the reasonings of how we got there and why it's still there, but then to look at the gender gap between the women and see that that same gap exists between women of color and white women. And the same conversations can be had about the systemic reasons that is in place and how it's gotten there and how that still affects people today, and that it's not a blame game. It's not, oh, men are bad because they are in this position where they are getting paid more right now. And it's not a situation where white women are bad because they're ahead of minority women in the pay gap either. It's something that we can talk about and start identifying the pieces that play into that and how we move forward. I think in the entire history of our country, no equity has ever just been given easily. It's never been quick. One law or one policy has never flipped the switch to make things fair or equal or a solution. It's a continuous improvement process. It's continuously critiquing ourselves and our policies and our progress. Heard a lot of people talk about how we're a melting pot and we colorblind, and I think the equity policy and our division as a whole have come to the point where we're saying it's okay to see people in their entirety for who they are on the inside, their experiences that have been influenced by who they are on the outside too. And recognizing that that plays a part in who they are. If as a district we're going to say that we value diversity, we have to be able to see each other for our entirety. We can't look at who's at the table and who's not at the table if I can't see who's really at the table. We can't figure out ways to engage those who are not at the table to join us if we're not willing to see who's there and who's not. The definitions of implicit bias, I think, are, again, scary and uncomfortable for people. It's really just a matter of self-reflection and being able to be open to understanding each person's life experiences and how that plays into how you see things in the world. And that's not just a thing that's specific to white people against minorities or vice versa. When you look at the actual studies with implicit bias, there are studies that show Black students, Black young children, but even before school age, when showed different dolls or books, have internalized bias against Black children themselves. That's part of where we are in society and something that it's okay to talk about. We had a speaker who identified herself as my previous Girl Scout troop leader, or one of them. And she said that she is confused because I said that only white children benefit from returning face to face. And so let's clarify that A, those words never came out of my mouth, and those weren't the words that were printed in the paper, although those were the words that were stated by other board members. What I said was, in talking about the achievement gap, that simply returning and opening the doors to face-to-face instruction for option 1 student was not the answer to the achievement gap. The achievement gap wasn't created by the pandemic. Opening the doors is not going to be the answer. Specifically, when we, in the article, were discussing that 60 some odd % of our minority students were not going to ever set foot in the building this school year, for whatever reason, whether it's because they chose it, whether it's because they thought they were choosing it for the beginning of the semester and now there wasn't the space or ability to get in, for whatever reason, they're not going to step foot in the building this school year. So opening the doors face to face was not going to be the answer. We need to look for actual solutions. The same way when mental health was talked about over and over, I said, opening the doors is not the answer. Mental health crisis existed, and so we need to have actual answers with professionals to how we can address this issue that has been there and has been exacerbated by the pandemic, but wasn't caused by the pandemic, so the solution is not going to be opening the doors. We created the Mental Health Task Force. We are looking now for the first time in a meaningful way with coordinated efforts of professionals in our community and working with the mental health professionals in our school system a way to have long-term, meaningful solutions for mental health. The same thing needs to happen if we're going to be serious about the achievement gap. We can't have meaningful progress in the achievement gap until those affected by the achievement gap are at the table. So yes, when I say, I didn't use the term a large crowd of white people, but I did tell the reporter that the majority of our speakers who came to speak on the solution for the achievement gap were predominantly white. We need to figure out how to engage, how to notice that those affected by the achievement gap weren't at the table for the discussion of the solution, and recognize that that's part of how we are still here with an achievement gap, even though we've been working on it for however many decades. Until we get those affected by it at the table, acknowledging that they're not here at the table, getting them to the table so that they can be part of the solution, we're going to continue to have that problem. With respect to the comments about people should be open and able to ask questions about the policy and feel respected when they do so, I agree with that. People should be able to ask questions about policies, curriculums, and be respected. I think I ask questions. I ask questions all the time. I support anybody who has questions to get answers. But I want to be clear that that's not what happened this time, particularly if there were questions about what I said in the paper or what was in a certain training. Those questions were not asked to the people, to myself, to Dr. Parrott about what was going on prior to misrepresenting information on media outlets. And that's a problem. But it's not the problem that I want to focus on because it's a distraction. To have so many people email and come in and reference Martin Luther King Jr. about how he would be upset and use his name in a process to oppose equity. That was, I don't know, I don't have a word for that. I have a quote though. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. That's a Martin Luther King Jr. quote. So this is not about me. It's not about the distractions that have been put out and the people who came in with misinformation who wanted to see the work that we're doing for equity deferred or delayed or bring it back for more changes. It's time for us to continue to move forward and to stay on track with what we've always had. Yes, there's room for continuous discussion and improvement. It's not something that we can make a policy on and not have to have continuous improvement. That's why we have an equity council. That's why we have a director of equity and inclusion. That's why we continue to have the conversations with updates each, however often it's on our agenda. So I want to just take a second to thank Dr. Parrott for your courage to lead this work. I want to thank the Equity Council and Dr. Spence for his continued support. But mostly I want to thank our teachers and our staff and our administrative staff who over the course of this pandemic have been asked constantly over the past year to lead and truly carry the community for every community ill. Lead because if you don't, our economy suffers. And lead because the fate of children's mental health is thrown squarely on your shoulders. And lead because you're responsible if children are home, abused and neglected or impoverished. And also lead in taking the steps towards equity despite the verbal attacks or defamation and backlash from people who have been misled. It's not fair to have all those things on your shoulders all the time. So I just want to thank those who are involved in the work for continuing to show up despite everything being thrown at you. And thank you for continuing to support all of our children. And I hope that as a board, that's what we'll continue to do as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
So we have to find a way to tie this up. We do have two in the queue. This would be a second round for them, but if we can make it as short as possible, starting with Mrs. Franklin.
I am going to make this short. I just want to tell you that, first of all, I just want to say I am so proud to sit on the board with Sharon and Carolyn and Kim and, Beverly and Trinace and Jessica, Laura, Dottie and Vicky. I mean, I'm just so proud to sit on this board. I hope that we can get to a point where it's not a gotcha. I don't want to ever get to the point where I feel like, oh my gosh, you don't like what I have to say, so you're going to try and get me somehow. I hope that we can eventually get to a point where all of us don't have those gotcha moments, because we all are, personally, I think we're all great people. We all want to serve the community. We all want to do the best job we can for the teachers and students and the faculty and everybody. And so I just want to say I am proud to be here with you guys, and I hope that we can continue. I personally think I've never had a situation where I haven't had to fight for something. So I was born in an orphanage. It's just I've always had that kind of fight in me, and I just want to say that I think that this is good and healthy to have discussions, and I hope that you guys don't feel like that if somebody has an opinion, we're trying to demean you or bring that down. I really personally think that this is how growth happens, is through true healthy discussions. And I really feel like it's important. And I do agree that teachers should have a safe haven, that they should not feel like they're constantly, they have to have, just like we all do, have to have a safe place where they can express their opinion. So I do agree with that, actually. But on the flip side, I think that we as a board and as a community, we should be having open, honest, healthy discussions. And it's okay that we don't disagree or that we don't agree. We all have different experiences. And I would just like to remind you, because I really, I want to, the whole reason that I wanted to serve on this board is because I really wanted to help the community and bring solutions to our students who do have experiences where they need help. I have a real passion for doing that. And, I've talked to Miss Allen about that, in the past, how much I really want to get out there and just do stuff to bring solutions to people, and I do agree that there's disciplinary issues that we've got. But please, I know that this is a very difficult discussion. I'm just asking you guys as the new member on the board, let's not allow this to tear us apart, though. Let's not allow this to be a situation where we can't bring resolution from this. I think this discussion is so important and so healthy and needed. And I agree, we have to bring these things out in the open and have discussions about them. So thank you.
I just wanted to clarify when I wanted to be able to have access to the training, and no way do I want to be able to see the teachers' responses. So I just want to make sure I'm not interested in that. I just want to be able to know what I'm talking about. When somebody says this was the training, I can either say, yep, it was, or no, you're wrong, because I know what it is, because I've seen it. So just wanted to clarify that, because the teachers do need their privacy and need to be able to say what they need to say without us hovering over them.
Mrs. Riggs?
That's what I wanted to say, and I know that, Ms. Manning, that you said something about me saying, yeah, the sooner the better with the training. I wanted to have the training because I wanted to be able to answer and know what was going on, because I don't check the Facebook pages, I don't check the social media. I get on it very, very seldom, and I find out from somebody sending them to me and tell me about it. So that's why I wanted to have the training as soon as possible. And I called Dr. Parrott and asked her about it too. So that's why I wanted it. Because I want to know what I'm talking about and know what everybody else is talking about. So that's why I said that.
So I'm going to be honest, I feel a little unequipped right now as chair and need a lifeline to whether it's our superintendent or our school board attorney or you, Dr. Parrott, on where we go from here.
We're done. This was simply an information item. Questions have been asked and answered, and I think if you all are done with comments and questions, we're ready to move on to policy.
Okay,
Dr. Parrott, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, as it's 12:30 at night, I'm going to ask you, do you want to go over No. As exciting as policies are, I will give you the option. There's nothing on here that critically needs to be handled this evening. We could put it to the next meeting. None of
Go
it
for it.
must be passed tonight, but I'm happy to get through them, and you know I can talk fast enough to get
Yep.
this over in 5 minutes. But
Do your Cammy thing.
all right. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, School Board members, and Dr. Spence, I'm Cami Linetti, School Board Legal Counsel, and on behalf of the PRC, the Policy Review Committee, I'm going to go through the recommended bylaws and policies this evening. The first one up is Appendix B. Appendix B is your school board standing rules. Mrs. Manning pointed out to me several weeks ago, when you, on your section, which is normally section 14 on your agendas, you have it reading committee reports, but what we're finding is that some of you are reporting from boards, commissions, things that are not standing committees. And she said, is that actually the correct statement? Because if you're going committee reports, then it should only be school board standing committees. And those of you that are reporting as liaison to SEAC, to sister cities, other groups, technically you should be reporting there. That was a good catch on her part. We took it to PRC. And our recommendation on this under section 14 of your Appendix B, School Board Standing Rules, would be to change the title from Standing Committee Reports to Committee, Organization, and Board Reports, because that is how it reads in Bylaw 128. That is the only recommendation we're making at this time on that section. Your next one is Policy 332. This has to do with emergency small sole source purchases. There have been changes in the law that up the amount that can be considered a small purchase. And on the recommendation of the business department, we have gone ahead and made those changes. You'll see them mostly on the first page of under section B, which moves the amount from $100,000 for a small purchase to $200,000, from $30,000 to $50,000, and again $100,000, $200,000. That is matching what the current law is. The size of a small purchase is increased with time. Those would be the recommendations we would be making on Policy 332. I'm asking the next one, if there are no questions on that, the next one is Policy 523. The correction, what happened, when I brought it to the PRC originally, there was a section having to do with students with special education. The PRC asked me to go back and look at the corrected language. The language we got originally in the agenda was not correct. We put amended language in yesterday, but after talking with the Department of Office Special Programs, we think we need to take one more look. We don't think it's clear enough to the public, so I'm going to ask to pull that policy. I'm going to take another look at it to make sure it's easier for the public to read. The next one should be 538. Sorry, I've lost 538. 538, I believe, is your 538. It has to do with freedom of speech, and I'm not exactly sure where I put it at the moment. 538 and 539, if you took a look at them. 539 had to do with publications. We are moving that into 538 under freedom of speech. This has to do with students. This particular policy had not been looked at since 1993, so we felt like we needed to update some of the language on that. So we've gone ahead and made some significant changes to that. In particular, we tried to organize them. So here it is. We tried to organize the first section about talking that schools should provide age-appropriate guidance, instruction on the rights, privileges, responsibilities, and consequences of freedom of speech and expression. When we use the term speech in a legal context, particularly in First Amendment context, it doesn't mean just spoken word. It could be written word, it could be expression. So we want to make sure we're clarifying that. We moved the student publication section as a new section B in here for you, just so we combined the policies, and we clarified those publications that are actually school-sponsored as to something a student might have created themselves. A little bit more work on the guidelines that were in there, and just nothing dramatic in this change. It's just trying to reflect the fact that some of the law has changed in this and how we handle disruptive information, how we will guide students, not imposing any new rights on students. let's see, the next one. Sorry, I'm playing with my policies here. Next one I think we're looking at is 546. Again, 539 would be pulled because that is now incorporated into 538. 546 is student government-wide cooperative agreements. There are only a couple scrivener's changes on capitalizing words there. 569 has to do with fees, materials, deposits, and reimbursements. You heard earlier that that comes to you once a year. You have to approve all those. This particular policy is not looked at since 1993. There were some significant language changes in the law. So we updated that to make it a little bit clearer. A few equity issues that were involved in that, but we updated the law to reflect exactly what the law requires from you in policies and regulations. Again, nothing significant, just clarifying what the law is in that area. And again, I mentioned that will come back to you. You do have to approve the fees later in the year. Policy 574, fingerprinting and videotaping. Again, a leftover from 1993. We do not do this any longer with students, although we have voluntary programs in the community where the sheriff's office comes in. We don't automatically do that. That was something that was done in the 90s. We're recommending that be removed. Also, under the policy 579, the term was indigent students. Again, a leftover policy from 1993. We don't use that term anymore with students. We've incorporated different areas. You'll see issues free and reduced lunch comes up in another policy, fees and how you handle students on there. But we don't refer to students as indigent students any longer, so we're recommending that that be removed at this time. And I think that would be all the policies we have at this time. If you have any further questions, feel free to contact me or the PRC, and we'll be able to clarify for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a consensus that we can email standing reports unless there's anything really time sensitive? All right, then with that, this formal meeting is adjourned.